Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku was guided by a mastermind who redefined morality. Here is short summary. Most times when we act with the best of intentions we are still prone to making things worse. For Haru it meant everything that those he cared for were to be better off with everything he's done for them. After all is said and done, can he justify everything that had come to pass? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Spring was a wonderful time of the year for quite a few parts of the world. It brought in new life, whether it was with nature or more in the biblical sense. The particular day that was taking place was a rather special date for quite a few residents of Musudafu. This marked the day of a new school year for many families and their offspring. Fresh green and soft pink painted the whole landscape no matter where you were in the city. In one particular part of the city there was quite the commotion as a young boy with a mop head of green hair was running to the crowd of people witnessing the spectacle going on near the overhead tramline. A hulking monster of a quirk user with a head that only looked like a shark's head by shape was trying to rampage from police custody. A young kid by the name of Midoriya Izuku was far behind the crowd and was unable to see the action properly. From there the police line set up with multiple officers keeping the people back was what kept him from getting a better vantage point. The roster of heroes that were there was impressive enough, and with them were the city's finest representatives of law enforcement. The Emergency Security Department, or ESD for short, were already in the process of binding down the culprit by his head and were working to subdue the criminal by restraining him to the tramway he was standing on. They weren't just well equipped as far as government-funded crime enforcement was concerned. The latest in technology was provided to help keep the streets safe from all sorts of threats by leveling the playing field with more powerful quirk users. One such piece of technology was the current one being used on the gigantic fugitive now. Capable of dragging about 3.5 tons with a single unit and able to fire rivets into any available secure surface, this suitcase-sized cable launcher was also equipped with multiple capture or utility function the ESD needed. Harpoon tips for urban and rescue operations, a grapple hook for more specific secondary purposes, as well as a new attachment that deploys a large ball tip roughly the size of a volleyball and has a secondary deployment that wraps the calculated target with additional cables. It had a rather high success rate as long as the one firing was accurate enough. This one had about 3 of the devices keeping him from moving around too much. 1 farther away and 2 in front of the crowd. The teams of operatives working to subdue the criminal were supporting the heroes who were giving it their all to get the perp under control. Although immobilized, he was still capable of using his arms, which were free to swing around and cause some damage. In his frantic flailing to get free he knocked an electrical tower which was plummeting to the streets below. Racing to catch the colossal piece of metal was a hero that looked to be equipped with a body like a bulldozer. His outfit even reflected this sentiment as he was just barely able to prevent the street from being caved in by the destroyed piece of the electrical infrastructure. Look, it's Death Arms. His arms of justice are incredible. Right then a stream of water that looked to be moving like a tentacle wrapped itself around one of the criminal's arms, leading down the stream and to the origin a hero known as Backdraft. He tried to secure himself to multiple poles and safety rails to help pin the criminal. The rescue specialist, Backdraft. As heroic as he tried to look, his feet almost came off the floor as the perpetrator yanked at the water whip with enough force to almost rip his arms out of their sockets. Damn, how strong is this guy? He grit his teeth and just half as strong as he could against the violent thrashing he was up against. While in the back of the audience some people were discussing this interesting turn of events. Man, that quirk's insane. Could you imagine turning into a giant like that? Still, why's he there? What happened? Something about a purse snatching and now it's become this. He's a purse snatcher. That monster. Izuku saw a slight window where he was able to squeeze into the crowd with some effort. The conversations in the crowd ranged from talking about how this all happened to others on the phone calling ahead about their train delay. He was so close to the front when the crowd suddenly cheered for someone who had just arrived at the scene. The female demographic was especially loud and chanting something altogether at the same time. It was certainly someone who was getting the fight escalated once more, as right then Izuku broke free of the crowd and was up front next to the laser light police tape with a decent amount of geared up officers in tactical gear making sure that the lasers weren't passed. Who's fighting? Izuku got his answer as he could see that despite being almost completely restrained, there was quite an impressive reach on the criminal as he almost nabbed the wooden quirk user. Kamui Woods, the up-and-coming rising star. Ha, you're the one who asked, yet you seem to know the answer already. You a fan? Izuku couldn't help himself as it was just his passion to follow and study all manners of heroes and their abilities. He blushed a bit at the old man who had 3 skin stars protruding from his bald head. Illegal use of powers during rush hour, theft resulting in bodily injury, resisting ESD custody. You're just another villain born from evil. Kamui Wood saw that the last thing that was necessary to end the conflict was to restrain the last limb and wait till backup was here with the necessary force to apprehend the suspect. His arms sprouted into branches and began stretching all over the floor to restrain the criminal to the floor. His wooden half-circle was set, and from the crowd Izuku was sure that this was a move he knew as well. Preemptive. Earthbound Dungeon. Canyon Cannon. A massive woman in purple-lined spandex came out of nowhere and kicked the criminal in his weird head. She was massively oversized in comparison, so it wasn't a matter of if he was out, it was whether or not his skull was intact. Everyone there, especially the heroes, were completely caught off guard from the sudden appearance of a smoking hot the size of a skyscraper. Kamui felt even more head off, since now it was this newcomer who was taking the credit for the apprehension of the perp. Thankfully the cable that was secured opposite of the attach had a release function that would simply release at the attachment and would leave the accessory in place while the cable was retrieved and free from committing any further damage. The other 2 cables were still secured since they didn't exceed a weight threshold and had the criminal's head bound up still. In a rather gratuitous way the newest hero on the scene bent over to pick up the criminal. Anu could bounce quarters off of was stretching her suit rather snugly over the 2 luscious globes. Welcome to my first debut. My name is Mountain Lady, pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Many of the photographer and non-photographers in the crowd were snapping pictures of her like their lives depended on it. Poor Kamui Woods was still frozen in sheer disbelief over the whole thing. She's taking the credit. 14 minutes later. The ESD had the criminal restrained in specialized restraints to keep the purse snatcher from transforming into his oversized version. The officers permitted Mt. Lady her press coverage, which she soaked up like a sponge to water. She waved and greeted the public with a smile that was covering up a rather vain and greedy interior she kept feeding whenever she could. The reporters were then requested to move along as they were loading the convict onto their transport vehicle. Feeling a little cheated, she began pouting at the ESD officers for being so stiff about keeping a timetable. From behind she was tapped on the shoulder. Thinking it might be a news coverage, she turned with her well-practiced smile to only then be greeted with an officer of the ESD who was still of full equipment and had his face covered up with black fabric. Excuse me, Mt. Lady, what? You need something from me? In his hand was a tablet that he unlocked and started scrolling through documents that didn't interest the young hero at the least. She was then given a reason to care about these documents very much. The necessary paperwork for you to fill out are all these files we're sending to your agency. Please fill them out and have them submitted to the Department of Public Development and Maintenance within 30 days. Her eyes bulged at the sheer amount of paperwork she was obligated to fill out by the Japanese government. There hadn't been a day she had to work out of a desk since her days at the academy. Thinking to herself that maybe if she played her cards right, she may be able to work over the officer with her charm. There's so much paperwork here. I wonder if it'll keep me from being able to save people who need my help while I sit at a desk filling out those forms. You think that maybe we could work something out here? Laying on the charm a little too thick, she was doing what she can to get out of this tedious-looking busywork. The officer just stared back at the flirting hero, nonplussed and rather bored with the whole act. Failure to complete the necessary forms by the end of the 30-day period starting at 12 am to the next date starting from the current date will subject both you and your agency to government fees necessary to compensate for damages rendered. Further noncompliance will then subject you as well as your agency to a government review by your city government representatives pending further charges. Is this all understood? More like she was speechless. He didn't even bother to give her a once-over with his eyes. She didn't mind if men looked at her, that was the point. What truly got to her was the sheer lack of interest and what looked to be impatience as she peacocked herself for the officer. Her shocked face was enough of a yes for him as he politely excused himself and returned to work containing the situation around the affected areas. The harsh realities of being a hero were starting to lose their luster for her at this point, and it was barely an hour after she made her debut. Some time later, the ESD worked quickly and efficiently in getting the area cleared out after the altercation. Right where the criminal made contact with the street there was a massive circle of cracked asphalt. Izuku got to work writing down his observations after the whole turn of events. Mount Lady. A gigantification quirk would lend her to be a very powerful hero, although taking into consideration the possible destruction and interference with the ESD responders it may limit its uses in smaller areas. She looks like someone who would be popular, but by having to comply with ESD standards the agency she comes from may force her to reassess her approach to different scenarios. I wonder what she'll do to make up for that difference. The ESD was a fairly recent addition to the Japanese government. In response to the sudden spike of heroes and their place in society there was the idea that a government-funded security force to assist and contain the possible casualties and damages was approved for funding. In about a year they helped reduce major damages in the billions and were even able to come toe-to-toe with some of society's greatest heroes in making the country a safer place. Some saw it as a way for the government to enforce control, but the numbers really did start adding up quickly as the amount of damages and response times both plummeted. Now they were seen as something that even rivaled the competency of every available hero in the country. Professional, efficient, well-funded, anything and everything any successful section of the government needed to prosper. Hey, ya taking notes? Wanna be a hero? I'm rooting for you, kid. In his life it was hard to catch a break sometimes as his school life was somewhat of a drag. He was often alone and everyone would either ignore or whisper behind his back. The concept of bullies was not as bad as it could have been. Sometimes when a big guy was looking for easy prey and found Midoriya, they would push him around for a few days and then stop suddenly. Whatever the reason, he was glad something like that was so shortly lived. Meeting someone who was just being nice because they wanted to be was just the thing he needed to get motivated for the day. Thank you, I will. Aldera High homeroom period. Going over his notebook was often one of the few things he was able to do during school. Izuku didn't have the same opportunities to socialize like the other students. As soon as they caught wind of who he was they would alienate and avoid him whenever he approached their social circles. It was just easier for him to tune out everybody else while he was there and just fly under the radar. The teacher was going over career goals with the rest of the room and it was a massive drag for Midoriya. The teachers at the junior high he attended weren't very subtle about how they felt about Izuku and towards his first attendance here they would even single him out for lessons and cleaning duties. That also came to a stop oddly enough as well and things went back to normal for him. It wasn't a total shift of attitude, but it was better than being actually picked on. All right, everyone, settle down. Everyone sat with their eyes on the teacher for their next topic of discussion. He retrieved a stack of papers and began announcing their career placement sheets. As you all know, since you're finally third-year students, you'll be asked to fill out these sheets for your desired career options. To be perfectly honest, I think it's pointless. A dramatic pause before he chucked the papers into the air and spoke what was on everyone's mind. Because all of you are going the hero option, aren't you? The majority of the class erupted into cheers as they all began to change, morph, or demonstrate some other kind of ability to show their teacher they were indeed going that route. A few students weren't as gung-ho as they were motivated by something else for their future. Actually, I was gonna try and apply for the ESD. Some of the others in the class were rather incredulous at the declaration to join such a renowned and infamous section of public safety. Seriously, What makes you think they'll take you in? Dude, just be a hero and settle at that. It was a little discouraging to hear that from their classmates. But it wasn't a baseless claim either. Ever since its inception there were many who saw the ESD as the elite thing to be. They were well equipped and would be there to respond ASAP for whatever the public needed them for. Surprisingly enough, they also specialized in urban and wilderness rescues. They were top shelf and it showed through their performance and actions. What was also well known about them was that they got thousands upon thousands of applications for working in the ESD and little to none of the applicants were actually accepted. It was quite the disappointment for many who wanted to see themselves as an ESD officer and be sent back to the drawing board every time they attempted to get into the department. Lay off, you don't know that. Oh yeah, a possible classroom brawl was not a common thing, but it was something every school had. No matter the pedigree or social standings it had. What stopped these two was the sudden burst of loud bangs and cracks that drew everyone's attention to one of the most promising of all of them to become top hero in the country. Bakugo Katsuki was not in the mood to deal with a bunch of his classmates fighting over something he couldn't give a shit about. Firing off a couple of explosions in his hand got everyone to settle down. Shut up. Who cares about what you do or don't do? Just pick something and get on with it. Oh yeah, you got something to say. Bakugo leaned back in his chair and scooted ever so slightly to say he wasn't gonna hesitate to him up. Do you? TCH. The kid who wanted to go the ESD route kept his mouth shut and sat back down. To get everyone's attention once more, the teacher drew Bakugo out into the discussion. Bakugo-san, it seems as though you have applied to UA Academy. To be so confident in attending a school like that is quite the ambitious route to take for an up-and-coming hero such as yourself. Katsuki just put his hands in his pocket and just looked disinterested with everyone's opinions of his career choice. So what? I aced the exam and now I'm going to be the best hero in the country. Anybody here who wants to prove me otherwise? He once again raised his right hand and sparked up his right hand once more. You better bring it all, otherwise just get out of my way. It still amazed the classroom how fiery this guy was at times. He had a temper and for the most part just hung out with his clique during free periods. There were some who wanted to see for themselves if Katsuki was all bark and no bite or was capable of delivering on his reputation. Every time it was the later one. He never went out of his way to get a reputation boost from a fight, but it was known that the fights that the school knew about weren't all of the fights he got into. It mostly terrified the school, so they gave him a healthy amount of space and respect for the most part. Oh yeah, Midoriya was applying to UA as well, right? It took the wind out of Katsuki's intimidation tactic and soon after the rest of the class started laughing at Izuku's expense. Some of the crueler students jeered at the green-haired boy. Why, are you seriously gonna try? How the heck are you gonna get in when nobody else wants you? And I thought I was stupid. For the most part this was something that was rare but not uncommon. Sometimes people would just give Izuku a poke or prod here and there to test the waters with how far they could take it before it became flat-out bullying. Seeing the teacher do nothing to stop the class's taunts was just salt in the wounds. The only person there who wasn't laughing was Bakugo Katsuki. In fact, for many years of their childhood they used to be good friends before, well, at least he wasn't joining in on the taunting, for whatever little consolation that was. 12:02 p.m. Local shopping street. A disgustingly amoeba's slime creature bolted out of a local convenience store at full speed with a large amount of cash floating around in its body. A woman barely was able to protect herself as the thing bolted right at her. Rather than stopping when it saw she had a shield quirk, it just kept going and just slithered right over the dome she created for herself. It was throwing taunts behind it as the convenience store employee screams insults at his quickly retreating form. Aren't there any heroes nearby? Someone call the ESD. He's getting away. From a different convenience store down the street a rather emaciated man came out to see a gelatinous slime creature running down the street at an impressive speed. The chaos in the morning must have moved the heroes farther away. The ESD said 2 minutes. Is that even enough time? He's so far away. The slime was certain that with the heroes out of the area he was home free. The thought that some newfangled government police force was gonna stop him was laughable. If the police couldn't get him, how were they going to stop him? The emaciated man from earlier suddenly gained muscle mass several times over what he just had and stepped out of the shadow the building cast to answer the call for justice. Don't worry, because I am here now. The people spectating the robbery who were in front of him all turned and smiled at the image of a great hero they all knew very well. Elsewhere in Musudafu, a rather rare form of transportation in the country of Japan was of the German variety. More specifically, the vehicle that was designed and looked like it was decades past whatever era it was conceived. A rather nice-looking van that was so large it was pretty much just a bus was parked near a neighborhood shopping center. From the side of the van that was facing the sidewalk, a rather impressive setup for a food truck was opened up to the public. It even came with a sunroof overhead and a bar table setup with extendable bar stools built into it. As of right now, the chef was out taking a small smoke break just on the opposite side of the van. A rather unique shade of white, he was also sporting a beard that was well maintained but aged his appearance at first glance. Without taking their time to look for a second, one would think he was some hip 80-year-old who worked out. His face was closer to his late 30s than something so extreme. He was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans with black dress shoes and a silver watch on his left hand. His tastes were rather conservative in comparison to others, and he liked it that way. Pulling a black smartphone that was just a flat piece of black glass, he saw a number calling him that he recognized as someone who would only call him during rare occasions. He hit answer and replied accordingly. "What is it, Sato?" "Sir, I have some news you may want to hear." "Go ahead. We have confirmation of a fugitive active in a different part of the city, but that is inconsequential in comparison to who is giving chase to them. We have confirmation that All Might has made a public appearance in the country, more specifically in your city, sir." A silence that the other person on the phone didn't dare break until he was allowed to do so. "Set up a watchtower and keep tabs on him as well as anything that even comes near him. I am to be the first point of contact to know about anything and everything." "Yes, sir." He ended the call there and snuffed the cigarette on the heel of his shoe before flicking the butt hard enough to land in a trash can opposite of his side of the van. He needed to keep a time clock, and right now he was cutting it short with that little break he took. Aldera High after school. The day was finally done, and with it the horrible memory of being the class punching bag. He was just excited to get home and work on his notebook. With how the day went, he was even considering meeting up with her to help his mood a bit. Out in front of his desk, two boys he recognized as the old crew showed up in front of him. "Yo, what's up? Hey Izuku, what's been happening?" "Guys, it's good to see you too." The two boys who were Izuku's fellow partners in crime as kids. The three of them used to follow a young Bakugo around and called him their leader. Eventually things got rough a little, and after a couple of years they primarily hung out with Bakugo, but have maintained a respectable rapport whenever they happen to see each other in passing. "Yeah, I heard what happened. Got it rough still, huh?" "Yeah, just a little." The formerly heavy friend, who was now the same body type as his friend, lent some sympathy and pat Izuku on the shoulder. "We're rooting for you, man. Yeah, just ignore those idiots." They gave Izuku their best, and it was quite the refresher from his earlier mood. A sordid reminder then appeared that soured it slightly once more. "Oi, there you two are. Let's go." Before the young Midoriya could stop the spiky from walking away, he left before any words could be exchanged, not that it would have done anything to get Katsuki to even speak to the boy. "Yikes, well, we gotta go, man." "Yeah, take care." They both left, and so with nothing else to do but head home, he did just that. He could hear a few students not so subtly whisper about how they couldn't bear the idea of being quirkless and other such colorful things. He just kept his head down as he passed by the koi pond and just looked at the rather beautiful looking fish plodding along and eating insects on the water's surface. "You're lucky. All you have to do is eat and swim. I wish my life was as simple as yours." Izuku wasn't such a magnet of misery from the start. There was a spark of life in him that drove him to pursue the life of a hero, and it was something he missed. Watching videos of his favorite hero online and feeling that fire in his heart when he heard those famous words he would say whenever people were scared. Going to the doctor to find out what sort of quirk we were attuned for just gave him the news that his life's goal was perhaps one of the most impossible things he could think of. He was paralyzed with so much raw sadness that he couldn't even change his expression when he came home. The doctor was heartless in delivering the news, and coming home his mother was fretting over what it was she needed to do for her son. With only just a few options, she called a friend that was perhaps the most ideal person to have spoken to the boy during that time. He could still remember holding a cup of ice cream to the point where his fingers were stinging red and numb. The release of pent-up emotions that made him feel like he was unloading a lifetime of frustration and anger all at once. Finally, it was the smell of leather and cologne as he was carried home and told that being who he was wasn't the end. It was far from being ideal, but he wasn't incapable of achieving it either. Those words helped Izuku keep his head up and his eyes focused when he felt like the world just wanted him gone. Along the way he met others who were just as kind and wonderful, with years and years of friendship between them all. It even kinda complicated things for Izuku, as it was something that they all really needed to talk about. Without realizing, he saw that he had already reached the tunnel that he used on the way to and from school. With a reminder of who he was, he smacked his face with both palms open to get himself awake and ready to keep up his spot in the race called life. While almost reaching the end of the tunnel, he caught a smell that was like sewage. He covered his nose and turned to see a gigantic mass of green slime with eyes staring right back at him. He was sure that this thing was a villain, as it just kept inching closer and closer to him while attempting to mimic what looked like a smile. Its teeth were gnarled and uneven. It looked more like the mouth of a worm than a human's. A medium-sized meat suit. That had some horrific implications as to what he had in store for Izuku. He tried to turn and sprint for the exit of the tunnel and get somebody to help him. The slime demonstrated its earlier impressive speed once more and snatched up the boy with little difficulty. A sensation like vomiting but in reverse choked up the boy as he realized that the giant mass of whatever disgusting slop he was made of was forcing his way down his throat. "I just need to use your body a bit, that's all." Desperately flailing and grasping at the intrusive tendrils was just as ineffective as doing nothing. There was nowhere to actually grab since he was freely moving through his fingers. "Sorry, but ya can't grab fluid like that. It hurts so badly." Drowning was said to be one of the worst ways to die, and Izuku drew the second shortest straw to that. "You really saved my skin, kid. As my hero, I'll reward you by throwing your body where somebody can find it after I'm done with it." No, this isn't how it was supposed to be. Nothing here made any sense. His mind was racing to figure out the chain of events that led him here, to die and be used as a puppet for this vile thing. He wanted to see his mom. He wanted to see them again. He wanted to taste his cooking and talk with him one more time. He felt so robbed, and he was desperate for someone to save him from this nightmare. His vision was starting to go dark as he suffocated to death. A violent and sudden metallic sound from behind the villain made it turn around in apprehension as the thing he was running away from came rising out of the sewers like the mythical Perseus from out of the sea. "Do not worry, young man." A confident and loud stomp of his foot shook the air in that tunnel. From behind his massive figure, it was like the light itself was pushing the figure forward to challenge and defeat that vile thing in the dark. The vanguard of justice, All Might, had arrived. "Because I am here." The manhole cover stuck to the ceiling of the tunnel was slowly coming loose. It fell and sent another loud ringing noise which snapped the slime monster out of its stupor. One tentacle went right for All Might's head with blinding speed, which collided with the top of the tunnel and nothing else. Another tentacle aimed right at the crouching man went right past him as he closed the distance with speed that should have suffered with his massive frame and the enclosed tunnel. No such restriction was apparent for the hero as he then took advantage of the tunnel with his own attack. Right arm cocked back, he unleashed an attack that would end the fight decisively then and there. Texas, smash. The air from his attack had nowhere else to go but forward. The body of the slime creature was being shaved down with the initial air pressure before being rendered into many chunks of individual slime. Out from the middle of the slime, the fading Midoriya was just able to catch a glimpse of his savior at the end of the tunnel. He couldn't even process what he was looking at as he sank into pitch black darkness. 15 minutes ago. Another side of ketchup, please. I gotcha. The trio of boys that had Bakugo and his two loyal followers were sitting at the van earlier, enjoying the last of their fries after such a simple yet delicious cold-cut turkey sandwich. By no means did a sandwich like that deserve such exquisite flavors, but within a matter of minutes the three boys wolfed down their meals and were thoroughly satisfied. The last of their fries were all shared, and with the new plastic cup of ketchup they all enjoyed the savory potato strips. Even the ketchup was made by Haru. Heard you tried to take on the entire class today, Katsuki. Even for you that's gotta be an all-time high. Shut up, stupid. All I did was get some loudmouthed idiots to shut up, damn annoying. But seriously, you think you could do it? That's like, what, 30 or 40 people? Bakugo just gave a confident smirk as he offered his take on the situation. Wouldn't matter if there were 100. Nobody can do what I do better than me. The flames and sparks were really flying out of his palms as he imagined taking on such a challenge. The two other boys could only nod in admiration of their longtime friend. Couldn't have said it better myself. Although Haru was sure that Bakugo's confidence was well warranted, there was another matter that required his attention at the moment. Oi, no quirks at the bar. Bakugo and the other boys all returned to their plates with a muttered sorry. Not wanting to kill the mood, Haru simply started a new topic of discussion. So, how was coming back to school as third-year students? Feel any older? Overrated. Nothing different except we got extra stuff to do before we go into our hero courses next year. Yeah, all this sort of feels kinda unnecessary once we get into the academy, right? The other two besides Bakugo were the ones carrying the conversation for the most part. Haru was about to throw the ball into his court, but he really felt compelled to stop the other's train of thought on that sort of thinking. You still do normal curriculum while there. You let your grades slip badly enough, you're out. So don't be so quick to resign all your schoolwork just like that. The two were reluctant but agreed with Haru on that standpoint. Heard you aced your mock exams. Gotta say I'm proud of you, Bakugo. The two other friends noticed the slight embarrassment as Katsuki was happy that he got complimented like that by Haru. Ha, cakewalk at best. Those UA exams are nothing but a joke for someone like me. It was nice to see a kid like Bakugo be proud of who he was and could see his own potential. Another topic that Bakugo wasn't as confident about then came up and shifted the mood. You know, Izuku's trying out for UA as well. Have you spoken to him about it? You two could really help each other out there. Haru was the only one who could casually bring up such a sore topic for Katsuki without fearing for anything. It was actually Bakugo who was fearful of what Haru had to say every time they talked about it. The two friends promptly butted out of the conversation as best they could by looking intently at their own plates and counting the leftover fries over and over again. No, not yet. A small sigh of frustration as Haru was cooking up something the boys could take home to their parents. Kiddo, you gotta pick a side already. If you're not friends with him, just say so. You keep stringing him along like this, then both of you are gonna get dragged down. He's too nice and you're too stubborn, so you do the math. At times Katsuki would often forget himself and flare up into his usual boiling point of talking smack and threatening when pushed hard enough. His own mother wasn't even immune to this sort of treatment, seeing as she would simply push back harder with her own stubbornness. Out of all the people he had a reason to mind himself around, Haru was one of the few. But sometimes even Katsuki can forget to mind himself. Would you just leave it alone already? Man, you're F. A hand slammed on the wooden countertop of Haru's workstation. It wasn't that loud or powerful, but it was enough to get all three boys at the bar to sweat bullets at the sound of his palm smacking the rich maple. Dead silence fell around them as Haru took one look at Bakugo and spoke with an even tone. I'm sorry for that. I couldn't help but notice that your language was rather inappropriate just now. He never had to raise his voice to shouting and was never one to resort to physical violence if he could help it when it came to the young friends. Somehow when it got like this, they never challenged Haru and his disciplinary actions as his stare was as heavy as lead on their shoulders. Why you're forgetting to add garlic to your fries these days? Seeing that the boy was aware of his slip-up, Haru gave Bakugo an out and just played along. Oh, my bad. Didn't know you wanted some of those fries. Just let me know next time and I'll make them for you guys." The trio let out the breath they were holding in and were just glad that they were let off the hook. They counted their lucky stars and just finished off their fries as Haru finished wrapping up their to-go boxes. After the last bag was done and tied off, a phone call came in on Haru's cell. Looking at the ID, Bakugo saw Haru's face tense slightly as he answered the call. "This is Nakamura. What? Where?" Again, Haru was not one to raise his voice, and hearing it like that only confirmed how thankful the boys were that he didn't do so with them. Quote, "Just stay away until I get there. I'll call when it's handled." Hanging up, he immediately gave the boys their boxes and shooed them away as he quickly began grabbing everything and hit a switch that began to retract his bar setup. Less than a minute later he was already good to go and shouted out the open passenger window at the boys who were trying to get his attention. "Don't worry about today, it's on me. Gotta go." He reversed and burned rubber as he took off like a bat out of hell from his parking spot. The three boys just stared at the quickly shrinking van as it turned up the road with ridiculous speed. It took them a moment until one of the trio spoke their minds. Quote, "The hell was that? Elsewhere. WH. Waking up from a chokeout is one of the most delirious experiences anybody could have, waking up, short of drugs or anesthesia. Thinking he was home in bed, Izuku felt two things that felt wrong with that idea. First off, his bed felt like solid asphalt. Secondly, something was slapping his face like it was a paddleball. His eyes adjusted, and seeing who it was that was irritating him from his slumber, he forgot to breathe for about 4 seconds before screaming bloody murder and scooting backwards on H's for a good 3 or 4 meters. "Good, you're awake. I'm glad that you're okay. Sorry about that. I got you involved with my fight against that villain. I don't usually let something like that happen. I guess I was distracted with how exciting it was being in a new place on my day off." That very same triumphant laugh that came from the bottom of the chest. Being in person and hearing it directly was so much different than all those videos he's seen with him doing the same laugh. Izuku could feel the vibrations of his laugh in his own chest. The very symbol of heroes around the world, All Might, was right there in front of him. In the flesh, here, now, here. A pen. A piece of paper. In his panic, he failed to realize that scrambling around the middle of the street on his hands and knees probably wasn't the best way to get those very specific things. On top of that, he also had a school bag literally hanging off of his shoulders on him that had those things in it already. All Might was a bit confused to see such a backwards logic from Izuku. He could have said something and made the boy feel silly. He instead opted to spare the boy's feelings and just swiftly retrieve a notebook of sorts and used a thick marker he had on him at all times to sign with flair. Giving the notebook back, there was a level of excitement never felt before in Izuku's chest. He automatically began bowing furiously at his idol and thanked him by telling him all he would do to remember this day. "Thank you. This will be an heirloom. A family treasure. A keepsake for generations to come." "Okay." With a thumbs up he gave Izuku his approval of the value of the autograph. The mighty hero then gestured to the plastic bottle in his left cargo pants pocket. "Well, I'm going to have to go now and drop this guy off at a police station or ESD. See you again on the other side of the screen." "Why, you're leaving already?" All Might was limbering up in preparation of flying away. It was only a few moments that he got to interact with All Might. Izuku just wanted a question of his to be answered quickly. He could see the window closing right in front of him. A pro hero's work is never over. True pros are always vigilant and facing evil wherever it may be. This wasn't how he wanted it to end. If he could hear the answer coming from him, it would be the one thing he would always treasure. A crazy and stupid idea came to Izuku at that moment. He just hoped that either Haru or his mother wouldn't find out later. "Well then, I look forward to your continued support." Taking flight was something that All Might had been doing for many years of his life, and for many without such a quirk it was hard to understand the feeling of doing so. He was sensitive enough to notice his weight shift from carrying 10 pounds all the way to trucks and buildings. Feeling that he was dragging a little, he tilted his head down to see the same boy he just saved clasping to his leg with all of his might and flailing in the wind like a windsock. That was a first for All Might. Hey, Hey. Let go. Your fanaticism is too much for me. IDWO hat, I'll da. Having a moment of clarity just then, he realized that not only was he flying high above the buildings, but was traveling well above the speed limit of any vehicle below. He stopped pushing on the boy and just let Izuku hang on for dear life. AAA half. See less Huns fool you. The high winds they were sailing across not only garbled the boy's words, but caught in his eyelids and made them flap wide open. I got it. Just cover your face already. As instructed, Izuku tucked his face in and shielded it from the air pressures. Grabbing the boy's collar and scanning for a rooftop to land on, he felt his ribcage tighten up again and tasted the blood coming up his throat. He wiped it away and focused on just getting this kid to the ground and leaving before his time limit was up. He said the one word that surmised his situation under his breath. Shit. Elsewhere, a large van was bobbing and weaving through traffic at blinding speeds throughout the city. A few people got slightly startled, but other than that there were no damages done as its driver kept his control of the vehicle surprisingly well. The van was headed down a lightly populated road when it suddenly came to a screeching halt and scared many of the drivers behind it. What the F*** do you mean he's with him? Haru slammed on his brakes as the news he just heard was sending his head into a tailspin. By his people's observations, it was likely Izuku was now high above the city while hanging on to a villain magnet flying at high speeds. There was no time for anything anymore. He needed to move and get somebody to pick up the slack in case anything were to happen. You tell your men to get out there with anything and everything they got to keep that kid from getting hurt, you hear? If I even see a scratch on him. From behind the van there was a line of traffic building in Haru's occupied lane. They all were honking and telling him off to get him out of the way. One individual thought it was necessary to come up to the driver's window to give him shit over the sudden brake check in the middle of traffic. He was a heavier guy, but there was clearly muscle mass there to make him look like a boulder of a man rather than just being unhealthy. Hey, shithead, where the F*** do you thin? The driver's side window was already open. As he went to stick his head into the window to yell at the driver, he was struck with a fist that sent him flying. The man was sent on a rather linear trajectory where his back collided with a traffic divider and immediately went limp over the piece of safety railing like a wet towel. He wasn't dead, but was gonna want to be after he saw how long it was gonna take for the surgery to fix his jaw. I'll serve your blood to your king men, understood. He didn't waste any time as he peeled off and changed directions while making another call to figure out what it was he needed to do from here on out. He hated being rushed, and this was one of the worst situations to have to do so. An office building rooftop with a well-used floor was the destination of All Might as he came to a gentle descent for himself as well as Izuku. Izuku's bright red shoes touched the solid ground and gave out immediately from under him as he was desperately trying to get moisture back into his eyes and mouth. With his reputation on the line, it was imperative for All Might to get himself away from any possible witnesses as of 5 minutes ago. The abominable pain was enough of a tell that he was just about out of time. Tell somebody downstairs that you're up here and they should be able to let you down. Wait, I cannot, I must be on my way. Now the window for his opportunity to ask was just cracked open ever so slightly. He could hear the words of that awful doctor ringing in his head. About how he was better off giving up on his dreams of even becoming a hero. In contrast, he remembered what Haru had said to him on that very same day. It was unfair that he was farther away than other people in fulfilling their dreams, and even if he was someone who worked himself to death, it probably still wouldn't add up to much. So far away, but not impossibly far away. He had his light still guiding him through all the things he endured to be here. If he could just get this last vote of confidence, it would have steeled his spirit and healed that part of him that was still doubting himself. Can I still become a hero, even without a quirk? All Might stopped in his tracks at the question. His previously dismissive behavior was gone as he processed what Midoriya had just said. It was far too much of a coincidence in his opinion. Somebody like him and All Might being here. Not probable, but, maybe just. His thoughts were violently derailed as the final symptom of extreme vertigo sent his head into a spiral. Cramps, stabbing pain, dizziness, all of these things told him that he was done for the day. Grabbing his midriff didn't help much as he was bent over and fighting to just keep the pain at bay, never mind the idea of keeping up appearances. His body was slowly steaming up, and as he was completely engulfed in this cloud, Izuku failed to realize what had happened as he was reminiscing about his past to his idol. Quote, "No, shit, not now. Maybe because of me being quirkless my whole life is the reason people have mostly kept their distance from me. Half the time they just talk behind my back and just make me out to be some sort of freak. But, still." Looking down at his hands, Izuku clenched them into fists while speaking to All Might as he revealed his conviction and desire for his idol to respond to. Quote, "I still want to help people. To make them feel safe and inspire them, like you do with your smile. You show us that there is hope when you fight for us. I want to become something like you, the greatest hero in the world." Now looking up after his long-winded speech, Izuku saw the cloud fade away and stop him short halfway through the last word in his sentence. Substituting the mighty and bold All Might was an emaciated man who looked short of a light breeze to be tipped over. Hair that was dull and unkempt, a gaunt face that was more like a skeleton's bare skull, and a frame that looked even more fragile than it did with his clothes now just barely sitting on him. To say Izuku was thrown off wasn't enough of a descriptor for how he felt. A more comparable term would be like him getting gravity reversed and falling up to the sky. It was then that the more accurate depiction of Izuku's confusion as he screamed as though he were falling up as well. Shopping center elsewhere. Down an alley there was a Coke bottle containing the final few fluid ounces of the earlier slime creature that All Might had defeated in a single blow earlier. He was given enough time to recover from being knocked out cold from inside his plastic dungeon. For a moment he was confused about where he was to then connect the dots and remember his humiliating loss to All Might. What was an American hero doing out in Japan, anyways? Just out of earshot the sound of conversation could be heard from just outside the alley. He keeps asking you about it and you give him the same answer. Why don't you just give Izuku just 5 minutes and call it quits? It would be a lot easier for all of us. Shut up. I have my reasons, and they're damn good reasons. Out of slight curiosity they probed for more information from Bakugo. And what are they? Because they're my reasons, so leave it alone. The friends backed off the topic for now and let their head hombre stew over his own issues. Nobody else could figure out exactly what it was that made Katsuki so reluctant to even acknowledge Izuku. The others knew better and were aware that it was Bakugo who had helped out Izuku from behind the scenes. Being in the same few classes made it easier to see whoever it was that was making Izuku their beanbag of the week as he just passed by coincidence. He wasn't going out of his way to do so, and it was often a whole week or two before he caught wind of the news. Most of his reputation was already centered around his violent nature, so nobody suspected that it was Bakugo keeping the hard hitters away from him. This whole hot and cold thing was rather difficult to wrap their heads around the spiky. Whatever was going on between the two of them was their issue to resolve, not that they didn't want Izuku to hang out with them like the old days. Quote, "Damn it, why can't Nakamura just leave well enough alone?" For the past few years Haru had been a huge help in teaching Katsuki about certain things as a mentor. It was hard to justify his stubbornness to the nomadic chef as it was connected to a very complicated part of his life as it was right now. The waste bin in the alley was the closest receptacle for his soda can, so with a toss he hit the rim of the metal can and had to begrudgingly go pick it back up. It really did annoy him at times when something Haru had taught the boy was hard to ignore. Being careless with trash was a hard lesson he learned firsthand, as the next week he and Haru had gotten his mother's permission to take her son out to the nearby streets and pick up all sorts of trash for an hour every day all week. Since then it had become a response when he failed to throw something away. Feeling pressured by someone who he looked up to for most of his known life, he was simultaneously irritated and apologetic all at once. Seeing a bottle on the floor he kicked it so hard that it flew down the alley and struck something metallic. That had been someone else's trash from the very beginning, so it was easy to walk away from that at least. "Hey, wanna go to the arcade? That'll cheer you up." "Yeah, whatever. Wanna try and pick them clean again?" Being given shit for something years ago still it annoyed him enough to jab back at him. I dunno, do you wanna go sneak a peek at a girl through her window? They stared daggers at each other before Bakugo told them to knock it off. Unsurprisingly, every time the boys were doing something rather illicit with their powers, a certain white-haired man was usually the first to know. Like Katsuki, they all had their share of disciplinary action at Haru's hand, with their parents being completely willing to surrender their kids for an afternoon to teach them a harsh lesson in ethics. Wanting to split, Bakugo took a few steps out the alley when he realized that the two friends he was just talking to weren't moving out of his way enough for him to leave the alley without squeezing past them. Oi, move, dumbass, seriously. Still they weren't hearing him. Now kinda ticked off, he was gonna make good on his usual temper when he saw that the both of them were looking past him at something else in the alley. Their expressions were something akin to fear. Well, so many options and so little time to try them all out. A deep and gurgling voice made itself known behind Bakugo. Turning to the newcomer, he saw a massive glob of slime that looked and smelled like sewage. Two sickly lime-green eyes with a large and twisted mouth filled with uneven teeth was enough to make this thing look like some sort of eldritch horror crawling out of the darkness. Worse than that, it was rather fixated on the three boys. Who to go with? Ah, I know. Eeny miny miny. To them this was terrifying, for him it was nothing but a lottery. Rooftop elsewhere. Haba. Who, why, a fake. Either All Might was like Houdini, or this emaciated man who looked no heavier than 40 kilos was him. Izuku was about 70% sure it was the former. It was harder to make sense of this the more he tried to rationalize that this sickly person was a mighty hero just a few seconds ago. I am All Might. A rather unhealthy amount of blood started to dribble out of his mouth like dog slobber. Now Izuku was 20% sure this wasn't All Might. He hoped to God it was the luckiest 20% he could get in his entire life. You know when you go to the pool and beep in your stomach? It kinda works like that. No, it doesn't. Such a shocking revelation was hard for Izuku, who had a tendency to idealize and overthink things. The boy still couldn't accept it completely. No, it's not. He's powerful and fearless, even his smile is. A fearless smile. Rather than trying to argue with just words, All Might was just over trying to converse and just decided to show him that it really was him. Listen here, I need you to promise me something. You cannot tell anyone about this, not online, not in conversation. Even if somebody asked about what happened today, you cannot speak of it, okay? He could hardly believe that this was actually him. Why would he tell anyone? He got his answer to his question after All Might lifted his baggy shirt above his stomach. A gnarled-looking wound that was stitched shut with lingering bruises under most of the scars. The shape of it was even stomach-churning. It looked as though something peeled and clawed the skin from the inside to get itself out. This is the result of a fight I had 5 years ago. I lost a lung and now require a gastric bypass as well. Reason I look like this now is due to the multiple surgeries and treatments I underwent. To this day I still require some treatment to be able to use my power for about 3 hours at most. No, with toxic chainsaw. All Might thought that perhaps this kid wasn't just a fanboy after all. You're rather well informed. Yes, but in the end I still wasn't completely defeated. I couldn't let the public know what had happened, so I asked that all records of that fight be unreleased to the public. He looked Izuku right into his eyes and spoke purposefully with every word that came out of his mouth. I will continue to fight to protect this world with a smile. A symbol of peace is not permitted to fall at the heels of evil. My smile isn't just for the other heroes who look up to my work, I smile to combat the fear I have within myself. A pregnant pause before he delivered his own judgments on Izuku's desires to become a hero himself. Professionals risk their lives every time they go to fight and protect the public. I cannot in good conscience say that you can become a hero without a quirk. It just wasn't fair. There were good people who believed in Izuku that he was still able to become the hero he wished to be. If one of the greatest heroes in the world told him no, then what was the point? That light he was running towards looked so far away and he was running on empty at this point. His memory of that night felt more and more meaningless as he kept replaying those words that All Might had just given him. If you want to protect innocent people, become a police officer. You may even be able to get into the ESD if you're lucky enough. Though it was calloused and straightforward, All Might would rather be hated than give a boy false advice that will only serve to kill him later in life. He reached for the roof access door and thankfully it was unlocked for him to leave. Crushing a boy's dream and being forced to spend more time with him afterwards was too much for this already soured day. It's not a bad thing to dream. Eventually we all have to face reality, young man. The door shut closed behind All Might and left Izuku with the turmoil of his life coming to a complete halt. He thought that hope that kept him on his feet was only going to get stronger after he asked the one man in the world who was his greatest inspiration if he was capable enough. He didn't know what to do. So much was going through his head that it made him dizzy. Meanwhile, as All Might was going down the flights of stairs to the ground level, he suddenly remembered that he had to get the bottles filled with that villain from earlier to the proper authorities. He patted his pockets and felt nothing but the fabric of his pockets. Thinking he simply moved them to another pocket, he frantically checked and double-checked himself and the floor around him. His eyes caught the sight of a large cloud of smoke through the staircase window. It was in the same direction he flew in from. He felt his now non-existent stomach drop with the realization that maybe he had been much more careless than he first thought. Izuku was looking down at his hands like they were failures that let him down. The fingers wrapped into themselves and squeezed down onto his palms until they started to ache with the tension. His jaw was wrenched tight enough to crack the enamel in his teeth if he were able to bite down a few more ounces of force. With too much in his head, he charged to the exit door and threw his fist into the metal. It hurt like nothing else, but it was better than feeling so angry and hopeless. Again and again he struck the door one punch after another while alternating his left and right fists. The memories he once looked to give him strength were now beginning to bring down a weight on his shoulders unlike anything he's felt in the past. You don't know that. How do you know better? I looked up to you. I worshipped you in everything you did. How can you say any of that and just walk away just like that? I wanted. His punches had left a few splotches of red as he struck the hard surface of the metal to tear some skin off the tip of his knuckles. His fists were in too much pain to keep punching. He slammed his arms into the door and slid down the door till his knees touched the floor. He bit back the tears with everything he had. He was over-crying about his own problems at this point. That didn't change the fact that this hurt so much. I wanted to make them proud. They believed in me when nobody else would. They kept picking me back up and I kept running towards my goals. I can't give up. His tears were starting to gain momentum now as they trailed down his cheeks. He may have been called weak before by many others in the past, but it was just now he felt truly weak. Standing was difficult enough as he openly cried alone. I'm sorry. He could only imagine the disappointed faces of his mom, of his friends, of his better half. Worst of all, the man who was the one who never looked at him with anything else but as someone who was capable enough to conquer the world. No matter how much he strained to get back that strength that kept him moving, it was nowhere even close enough to be seen. He finally lost hope. While this was happening, the massive plume of smoke that had been visible in the distance was only growing as whatever was causing it was only growing in size. A few blocks away, after the surgeries and medication, All Might had gone from being an Adonis of physical health to a withered husk after almost experiencing kidney failure and a metric F*** ton of antibiotics that could have cured all infections in a country for 1 minute. His lungs were not just his lungs. Extraneous blood flow was risking him vomiting more blood. It all was ignored as he kept trying to go as fast as he could through the city streets. He needed to see what it was he was negligent enough to allow in this city and its people. Elsewhere, the van that had caused the temporary single-lane traffic from earlier was not racing to another address as its driver got another call on his cell. Haru was not one to ignore calls at this point since anything would mean more information as to what was happening. What is it? Listening intently, he heard something that made him swerve off the road and into an empty alley where he slammed the brakes once more. The skid marks in the asphalt were rather long since he had been going at an unreasonable speed for any other driver to go at. He needed to come to a complete halt as he just heard something that made his heart freeze ice cold. Quote. What? The voice on the other side nervously repeated the information for Haru. Now being denied the simple excuse that he misheard, the phone in his hand cracked right down the middle where his hand was gripping the mobile device. He didn't have the time to keep up appearances anymore. He leapt out of the driver's side door while instructing the person on the other line. Send in all available ESD personnel to that location now. I don't give AF **** if they're taking a shit or dying. Get them out there now. His left hand slapped a spot on his van, which then revealed a sliding rack that seemingly had a motorcycle laying flat on it. He yanked the two-wheeler out of its compartment as well as the helmet just above it. The drawer closed by itself and sent out an automated GPS location for somebody to pick it up for him later. His helmet slid on easily and secured itself with expanding cushions built inside. Haru revved the engine and was off to the location being displayed in his helmet. The gloves were off now, as this was now more than just a simple disaster in his eyes. Shopping center. All of the heroes who were in the area from the earlier overpass incident that day were there trying to contain the chaos of the destruction being wrought by the massive sludge glob that was terrorizing everyone, as well as keeping a boy hostage. To be more precise, he was utilizing the boy's ability to create explosions to set the entire street ablaze in an inferno. Death Arms arrived at the sight of a monster trying to suffocate a child and leapt into action now rather than later. He did his signature fist clash and began charging head first into the danger. You coward! His fist struck the soft layers of slime and in an instant began to be beeped into its body, with it being as hard as concrete now. Trying to yank the arm free did little to help him get loose, as his fingers couldn't get any leverage. The now towering mucus blob whacked the hero into some security shutters and dented the metal plating with its strength alone. The others went to his aid to only be sent back with another massive tentacle crashing into the ground where they were. From inside of the villain's wet layers of disgustingly rancid slime, Bakugo had got his mouth free once more for another breath of fresh air as he kept yanking at the villain with little result being shown for his effort. Get the F*** off of me. I'll blast you to hell and back, you sack of shit. Trying to burn through the slime gloving his hands, he tried to set off another explosion that only served to get more of the street destroyed. The blast was enough to get the heroes to retreat as things were escalating far too quickly for them. The crowd was wondering who this was, as the mass of the villain was seemingly growing to a level where it was now taller than the buildings. From the opposite direction of the grouped heroes, another bystander cried out that Mt. Lady was at the scene to help with the effort, although it was quickly realized that it was far too narrow for her to enter the scene to help in any meaningful way. Ah, wait, I need more than just this to get in. The chaos from earlier that day had landed her a few days of paperwork to finish, and that wasn't including the documentation her agency had to fill out on her behalf. Additional destruction was forbidden by her agency since all the work that came their way was slowing them down significantly. She couldn't even say damn the consequences, since her agency also warned her that although she was a promising new hero, she was still just that. New. It put her in a position that was compromising her hero work in both a good and bad way. Right now it was preventing her from doing her job. From inside one of the buildings, the infamous duo who followed Katsuki everywhere were stuck inside of an inferno and were unable to go either or direction with the fires piling up. A rather lucky moment of being spotted by the hero Kamui would lead them to being rescued by him. I can't deal with the inferno. I'm going to have to back off for now. Backdraft was using his hand spouts to try and contain the blaze with constant streams of water. Even with 3 sprays of water there was no way for him to contain the blazing fire that was consuming the area. I can't get this fire out by myself. Where is the fire department? Are you guys okay? We can't get close. The slime has got us beat with close range and the blasts made by the kid are just too powerful. We can't do anything right now. Him and the other heroes were losing hope over whether or not they were able to save the boy in time before he suffocated to death. Was there really nothing they could do right now? All civilians, please clear the area for the emergency security department. All civilians, please clear the area for the emergency security department. A blaring automated announcement was coming down the street from both sides as massive armored vehicles came to a screeching halt with the crowd splitting apart to make room for the ESD to do their work. From out of these vehicles there were numerous operatives who came pouring out to help contain the situation. One of the first people to get out were the field leads who made sure that the operation was completed in a non-chaotic fashion and was always working to its fullest capacity at all times. Get the perimeter set right now. Extraction. Get to those buildings. Advancement. Engagement set now. The crowd as well as the heroes were left impressed as all the officers did exactly what they needed without skipping a beat. There were officers getting the barrier they needed to clear, setting up these odd-looking metal poles about 1.5 meters long. When they set them down on their intended placement, there were these long metal protrusions that came out and balanced them on a low-height tripod. The poles then detected one another and shot a laser tape to one another to make the boundary obvious to the public. Those agents finished the barrier in seconds and were already standing to attention facing the crowd and ready to keep them from engaging the threat at all costs. Even though they looked as though they did nothing but stand, their actual training that was regularly practiced kept them on their toenails. If the entire crowd went berserk and decided to rush the line, the operatives must be prepared to combat that scenario. They were not soft or lazy by any means, they were ready for mass panic if necessary. From there a specialized team of officers approached the buildings with some rather interesting equipment. There was what looked like a firing squad that had these backpacks with guns of some kind attached to their packs. On the nozzles of these guns was this rather odd-looking ball of sorts that was about the size of a softball. They organized themselves into a uniform formation and awaited their call to do what they needed to do. Fire. They all used some sort of pressure to launch their curious-looking orbs into very specific parts of the building all at once. Those orbs then were shot into windows and other entryways and began to release a specialized gas that combated the fires while not immediately poisoning or killing the people inside. For the longest time the only gas mostly able to remove oxygen from the air was believed to be carbon dioxide. For fire rescue purposes this was obviously rejected since carbon dioxide was lethal to humans at the volume they needed to put out the fires with. The EDS had a compound that was a combination of different compounds that not only put out fires, but was also mild enough to keep the average person who may have the off-respiratory medical condition alive by not triggering the reaction to kill the human body immediately. The formula was still being perfected, so right now they only had 10 minutes to scan and retrieve anybody and everybody from any fire-related disaster. The gas from all of the launched grenades began to spin with the gases being released, and within seconds the fires began to die out enough for the operatives to enter the buildings. They were commanded by a different chain of command as the amount of extraction team members were often measured out and divided by the size and lethality of the incident. For this moment this whole accident had about 4 separate teams working at full capacity to salvage what the heroes couldn't. The same team that launched the grenades were following their leaders as they were scanning and assessing for possible human life in the wreckage. In one of the teams there was something past a curtain of fire that the lead had picked up on. There. Get that debris out of the way now. The fires had died down to a cinder that was still powerful enough to emit heat, but the officers assigned to this task would not have been left defenseless for risking their lives. Their suits mirrored those of the tactical gear they were required to wear when not called on duty with some adjustments made. They had additional coverage to keep exposure to a minimum of none. The unique materials and combination of such materials was essentially the first truly defined version of the word fireproof. The next set of officers possessed unique equipment that was capable of moving almost any sort of debris out of the way, short of having to move a skyscraper with its strength. Several pressure jacks were loaded with every set given to these assigned officers to help reach past impossibly perceived areas that would be far too dangerous for the average fire department. Fortunate to the general public that they were far more competent than that. Yes, sir. Through their gas mask microphones they communicated their exact coordinated attempt to place their equipment to clear out whatever it is they needed out of the way. The equipment did exactly as they were intended for with efficiency that was commonly associated with the ESD. The collapsed piece of floor and ceiling was raised with little difficulty by the well-placed and designed equipment. Next was the team members with the equipment that was used to launch the grenades. Their backpacks were not just glorified air cannons. There was another function that let them utilize a proprietary compound that was beyond invaluable to public use. The ESD have yet to reveal in fear of compromising the compound to villains with more nefarious purposes. Just making space was clearly not enough for emergency rescue, since structural compromise and other random elements made it difficult to predict additional disasters. The moist but slightly dense mixture that was spewed from their spray guns was not only used to reinforce the lifted debris, but supported it long enough for extraction to get the civilians out with ease. With their efficiency, they not only tamed the fire, they made the body count 0 within the time limit they arrived at. Outside the buildings there were other operatives that also possessed similar equipment as those who entered the buildings to help the rescue efforts. The leads, who were still commanding the advancement teams, set their men into identical formations on both sides as the situation called for such tactics. They all had their equipment primed and ready to use as the fires that were dying out confused the villain, who was trying to deliver as much public chaos as possible to make his escape. Advancement. Fire. With sprays of some sort of white liquid out of their guns, the chemicals were barely a shower for the slimy gunk pile that was still flaunting around the burnt shopping district. That's it, I would have thought. He couldn't even throw out a taunt as the parts that interacted with his body began to immediately harden to some sort of plaster-like material. Most of the outer sides of his overgrown body were hardened before he realized what was happening. He was far from the days where he felt such sensations as pain, but it was not far enough to find his sensations of fear. He didn't know how to react, since it was the first time he had faced such a resistance such as this. The surfaces that were being hardened were spreading far too quickly for the slime monster to keep up with. He had no choice but to break off the chunks that were being hardened and use them as shields against such aggressive opponents. Not only was the destruction he had brought to this neighborhood being mitigated, they were suppressing him in just as efficient of a fashion. Secondary advancement. Fire. The shields that he was using to block the chemical assault he was trying to escape were suddenly lanced by 2 or 3 barbed harpoons on both sides that were then pulling each other from him in opposite directions. It took all of his effort to just keep these shields from the ESD, as he had expended a significant effort to get his quirk to get himself to the size he was at currently. As much as he wanted to slither away on the rooftops, there was a significant chance that the ESD was going to hunt him down with far greater consequences in comparison if he were to just surrender. He kept up his efforts to just try and get this boy weak enough to take over his body and possibly escape with the corpse without too much trouble. Just then the unrecognizable All Might came up to one of the street lights, and while leaning on the solid structure tried to catch his breath with the little air he was actually able to breathe in. From the sight of things, they had everything under control. For a professional hero as well as the professionals working to contain the situation, the whole thing was like a careful balancing act to keep the villain's attention on them and not on the hostage. Bakugo for the most part was able to try and keep up his efforts to escape the massive slime that was trying to hold him as a captive. Every bit of effort was just as powerful as the last, with his temper driving him to do anything and everything to get out of the situation that was keeping him prisoner. All Might was certain that the ESD was more than capable of ending the disaster that took place here by themselves. But it was his fault that something so destructive and excessive was allowed to happen in the first place. His power was more than capable of just ending things with one punch. In his throes of excruciating medical pain, he was aware that anything else past his time limit was just going to reduce what good he could do for the public. He was still at obligation to find a progenitor, and risking his health would not just risk him, he would risk the power within himself that was in need of his selection. He clutched the scar that was causing the pain that was rendering him mute enough that he was unable to speak. In his mind the word was loud and clear, like someone was trying to render him deaf with just their voice. God damn it. Nearby, it was a mind-numbing experience to walk home after being told by one hero that their dreams were nothing but an invitation for death without the one thing he needed. A quirk. The teen was loaded with problems that exceeded him as an individual as he kept repeating the events in his head. Nobody with a goal to just help people was deserving to be told that they were incapable of just that. Izuku was aware that circumstances dictated differently, but even that was too simple of an explanation for what was going on in his head. He felt as though he could have lived out his whole life without interacting with his hero, All Might. His knuckles still hurt from his reckless release of emotions from the rooftop earlier. It was a dull ache at this point, and he was beyond caring about such a minor thing in comparison to such a minor pain in comparison to what he felt. He knew better, and he ignored that part of himself in favor of acting out stupidly. It was like everything he was blissfully ignorant of was finally bearing down on the young Midoriya. The notebook he was flipping through was like garbage that was better off in the trash. The boy did just that, as he simply dropped the notebook as he kept walking home. He crossed the street at the appropriate light and walked across the entrance of the shopping center that had a villain going wild inside of it. He could see that the ESD was already on the scene to help contain the situation and just kept walking without much thought. The vehicles that had come in to drop off the officers of this prestigious department were splitting the public crowd in half as they maintained the barrier that they were known for. For Izuku, it was not a usual day to simply let things happen as they were. In the chaos and perpetual destruction, the villain knew he was cornered without an escape plan. He had gone from convenience store robberies, to facing off with the world's #1 hero, to the world's #1 villain containment department. He was Ed without a get-out-of-jail-free card. He wasn't sure if he could take over this kid's body before his defenses failed. Right now there was little else he could do to just survive. Inside this kid he might be able to negotiate his release. That was a moot point, since everyone he possessed by force had died from some sort of medical condition brought on by his quirk. With a widened window to look into the combative environment, it was easy to see Bakugo's hair flail around as the slime creature was failing to contain the situation for himself. Izuku saw the sickly green from earlier that almost got him to choke to death. He was by no means stupid, so it was easy for him to instantly realize that this gargantuan mass of destruction was from All Might and the bottles he lost due to Izuku's interference. As much as Katsuki ignored him when the class or anybody else took part in teasing or picking on him, he would always make sure he never took part in such acts. Deep down there was a part of him that saw through the veil of ignorance that one of his childhood friends had put up to create distance between them. This wasn't fair that a friend who had reason to still be his friend was suffering because of his rash actions. The officers of the security tape were beyond well trained. So for the center officers responsible to just avert their gaze at the moment that Midoriya Izuku sprinted in was a coincidence that was 1,000,000 to 1. The boy's lack of thinking had somehow led him to this very specific reality that lent him the luck to advance past one of the world's greatest security teams in a time window that should have never existed. Beyond this, these officers were trained to keep the public out in case of breakthroughs. The officers that were able to catch the boy had not only failed to see him sprint past them. He evaded one officer by abandoning the backpack he wore. He shucked his outerwear to keep moving towards his friend who needed his help. The officers were left in the dust as Izuku sprinted like a madman towards the large calcified barriers that the slime villain was using to protect himself from further assault. Just like before, the massive plates of defensive armor the villain was still using were raised and lowered in just the perfect timing to let him through the bottom. The sudden sight of Izuku was enough to get Katsuki to question his presence in such a chaotic environment. "What the F*** are you doing here? Get the F*** out. Are you insane, you piece of shit?" Rather than a sane answer, as Izuku clawed at the slime that had Bakugo trapped inside the slime monster behind its defensive shell, he only said one thing. "How can I just leave you here?" At that moment it was like a cascade of pure chaos inside Bakugo. The rationality he was worth saving unconditionally. An embrace that was squeezing the air out of his lungs. The smell and sudden sounds of a massive explosion. In an instant the center of the creature was starting to go off like it was a pool of liquid iron being splashed around. An insane amount of explosive blasts and fire spewed from the center of the hardened shells that the ESD had created. From inside, although it was rather violent and loud, Izuku could still hear Katsuki scream as he tried to use his quirk to escape. "I'm strong enough. Get me out. I can save you. Just let me out." In the years he had seen his friend be in pain over his loss, this was the first time he had seen him break down over it. It didn't scare him, it made him sadder than anything that had come before this moment. So much pain and he was unable to help him. The heat was so intense, and without another option he used the slime itself as a shield against the heat. "What are you doing? You're gonna kill us both." There was no reasoning going through Bakugo's head. He was a wounded animal who was gnashing its teeth at whatever he could. The slime hadn't been bluffing. In the enclosed space there was enough insulation to render everyone in the makeshift shelter into molten slag. Somebody needed to stop Bakugo's rampage before anybody could move in. Less than a minute ago, the motorbike that Haru had arrived in was screeching around the corner and jumped off to catch himself in a sprint towards the secondary group of ESD officers opposite to where the other heroes were on the street. Civilians were cleared out enough, but the officers who made up the group of officers there had already dismissed the civilians there to make room for Haru's arrival, making it out as an excuse for the public to evacuate the higher-risk areas. The spectators were reluctant but willing enough to make the journey to the other side of the street without much fuss. Those who wanted to be resistant were simply met with a threat of obstructing justice to move them along. It was seconds before the last civilian was cleared before Haru's arrival to the scene. He came in screeching and the bike was left to skid down the road where the other officers retrieved it for Haru. He ran into the group where they cleared the way to the second commanding officer of the hostage situation. "What the F*** is this?" The second lead officer gave Haru his tablet with every bit of documentation of the incident. Haru kept the helmet on as the teams of officers were containing the situation. A single voyeur who had a good enough angle was the last thing he wanted to deal with right now. Right now we have the situation contained, but it may be possible that Subject A has. A scream from the middle of the villain's impromptu barricade against the ESD alerted everyone the situation had changed. For only one person there it was much worse as what he suspected to happen had just happened. The amount of incendiary action had multiplied and it was like the villain was being baked in an oven hot enough to melt iron. Everyone thought it was just the boy trying to break free of his captor. Haru knew better as he heard the cries and screams of Bakugo. Katsuki had relapsed into a traumatizing memory and it was making him panic without restraint. With no hesitation, Haru sprinted with speed nobody expected to retrieve a rifle from one of the trucks with a single tranquilizer round being loaded into the bolt. Using the armored vehicle to hide himself from prying eyes he saw enough of a window to clear the round straight into Bakugo's neck. No matter how much pain it brought him to see the boy like this, he knew better as he had sworn to somebody that their boy was well cared for in his hands. This was far from ideal and even brought Haru enough grief to look away from the sights as he made the shot. The round of chemical immobilizer sailed through the air and went right through the smallest of openings in the slime's improvised barriers. The needle sank into his neck and injected the boy with a fast-acting muscle relaxer that was already getting the lightheaded and dizzy within just a few seconds. The explosions had suddenly stopped as Bakugo went limp and unconscious. This was just like before. It was exactly like it was before he was told the news. As Bakugo blacked out with the chemical restrictor rendering him unconscious, he cursed all of his luck that led him to relive such a terrible moment in his life. I'm Street. I want tea. Izuku had not stopped in his mission to save his friend and just got back up to claw at the slime holding him in place. Right when the slime was thinking about crushing Izuku under a massive wrecking ball of slime, a force unlike anything had cracked one of the shells the slime villain had tried to use as defense unsuccessfully against the ESD. To All Might, who had allowed 2 children to fall victim to his mistake, this was well worth the risk that came with exceeding his time limit on his quirk. He broke through the barrier of his hesitation that had plagued him for years through this boy who risked everything for just one other person. A child was better able in practicing his words of risking one's life as he was so selfishly scared as he stepped on this boy's dreams. He hoped that at least this was enough to get his forgiveness. Pros are always risking their lives. All of the resentment and anger he had for All Might and his insensitive answer to Izuku's question had disappeared in just that instance. The blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed through the hardened shell of this villain's design was the example Izuku needed to see with the power and consideration he showed Bakugo as he grasped the limp body of the boy as he delivered the final blow. Detroit. Smash. The wave of pure force through the air warranted even Mt. Lady to shield the civilians from the force of such an attack. Even without her help, the ESD had deployable shields they were ready to deploy in the event of lethal force being exercised. In this case it wasn't lethal, so they allowed her the opportunity to protect the public through her own means. From the amount of force created to end the fight decisively, there was a slight amount of rainfall with the vacuum of air made by All Might with the higher and lower atmospheres. All civilians were silent as Haru snapped loud enough for his officers to realize what he wanted, and both got him inside a vehicle before anybody saw him and let things play out naturally before they did their share of the cleanup. In the rain, the public figure that was All Might was allowed full visibility as he raised his right arm in victory as the rain kept coming down on him and the two boys who were now unconscious beside him. 30 minutes later, the ESD had demonstrated extreme competence as the news crew had just arrived as the department was just about gone with all the bits and pieces of the villain that had caused such a chaotic event to occur. The heroes were the next best subjects to interview as the ESD had once again cleared the scene and marked off the area with advanced security technology to prevent those who wanted to tamper with evidence to do just that. Heroes being heroes, they were ideal for the public as they spoke about the event as not being as serious as it actually was had it just been the heroes. Even the supposedly leaked footage never saw the light of day once they went up, even on the deep web. Izuku was disciplined and yelled at by the other heroes while Bakugo was being praised by the other heroes. The one to distract the press was an officer who had the press's attention with a footage reel of events playing out from an angle which would satisfy the public enough to keep intrusive questions from flooding the internet. This was without the efforts of the press that had a hand in assisting such an effort to help the teens involved to keep their ambiguity. Some time later, in a more rural part of the city, Izuku was just plodding along with his internal conflict over what had occurred. It was such a chore to think about for anybody else who didn't think of the issue like Midoriya did. As much guidance he had in his life, he was prone to others' opinions despite the opinion of those who had a significant part of his life so far. While in his own thoughts to decide on a form of apology, there were footsteps chasing him where he was walking. Turning to the source of the noise, it was Bakugo who was sprinting up to Izuku. "Ka-chan, what are you doing here?" After years of silence and ignoring Izuku, the boy who had treated the young Midoriya as if he was invisible spoke to him for a second time that day. If you ever do something like that, I will end you. Don't you dare try shit like that, ya hear?" With just that, the youngest Bakugo left Izuku to figure out exactly what it was that set off Katsuki to say something like that to him. Izuku figured that maybe he had bruised Bakugo's ego since it was how he was trying to get Bakugo out of the grasp of that villain. Turning back around to keep walking home, there was a shocking moment of randomness as the public version of All Might had come around the corner announcing his presence. "I am here." The last bit of life he had for the rest of the day would have certainly left him had he not already met the true version of the persona already. "Wah, be you, how? You were swarmed by reporters. Ha ha ha. Again, you underestimate me. For I am, all am I." That very second he reverted to the sickly skeletal version of his body. The blood spewing from his lips did little to instill Izuku with the certainty that All Might was indeed okay. "Listen, I came here with 3 things I need to say to you. An apology, a correction, and a suggestion." There was quite a bit of weight to this conversation now since the hero who told him to just think about living was now redacting his previous advice. "Had you not been there to tell me about your life, about how hard it was, I would have lived my life as some sort of image of myself instead of who I truly wanted to be from the very beginning." In Izuku's mind it was still hard to accept that this was coming from his idol. He sputtered and was in his usual habit of downplaying his role when he remembered his mentor telling him to let the other party explain themselves before speaking. Often their perspectives are different from his own and required a few moments of patience rather than to jump to conclusions and alienate those who wanted to give him credit. He silenced himself and just allowed All Might to elaborate. "What I wanted to be was far from what I am now. Without you it was possible I would have been hopelessly lost in my own head finding something that I completely forgot." The fragile moment of his life where nobody could find the possibility of being something more than quirkless was replaying itself in his head. The night that should have been nothing but despair that became a beacon of hope for the boy once more. It wasn't a waste. He didn't let them down. It wasn't a lie to believe that he was able to become a hero. Every pro-hero has a moment in their younger years where they react without thinking. A single instinct that drives them forward and become who they were always meant to be. The relief and disbelief that his hero had gone through all this effort to recognize him as the one thing he never thought himself to be after All Might had told him otherwise. Quote, "You can be a hero." It pierced through his heart and made him feel so painfully complete as he heard those words. His tears stung and the pain in his knuckles were irrelevant. It was him being who he was meant to be that has made him as he was in front of All Might. It was not Izuku's train of thought that was leading to this logic, but someone nearby who had a few things to say upon such a rather one-sided message. As much as it brought hope to the boy, it brought pain to the listener of the conversation occurring. The power that inhabited All Might. How it was something that wasn't a quirk in of itself, but something to be a legacy of different powers that was passed down the generations. It had always been with his heart that Izuku reacted with. He agreed to the terms and began his journey then and there towards becoming the hero he was meant to be. With his words spoken and intentions made clear, All Might left as a girl who was pink-skinned and had eyes shaded black where white should have been, as well as possessing gold in her irises, sprinted around the corner and tackled Izuku to the floor as she cradled the back of his head with his back hitting the floor and knocking the breath out of him. In her distressed state she began to slap the young boy with her open palms as she got weaker with every strike she attempted. "Mina, please. I'm sorry. He was at a loss for words as he couldn't justify his behavior to her. He knew that he had risked his life today, a life that she had considered invaluable. Tears were openly coming down her cheeks and it hurt to imagine losing her like she almost did him. He hadn't thought things through and he unintentionally hurt her. So with her hand going open palm back and forth across his face he was unable to do anything else but take it as she took out her frustrations on him. It was roughly 3 or 4 to each side of the face before she just buried her face into the crook of his neck as she just felt him lying there underneath her. Quote, "Mina, shut up, you can't talk right now." In her usual mood after he had upset her, Izuku wrapped his arms around her hip and just squeezed her closer to make it up to the pink girl who felt rather vulnerable at the moment. It was more than him who was dragged into this mess. Everyone he cared about had a part in bearing his burden just as he had a burden in bearing theirs. It hurt him to even think that someone like Mina was someone who would bear a fraction of his burden. He held her close as he gently spoke to the girl whom he felt connected to more than anybody else in the past. It just left him to think things over as he was lying there with the pink girl sniffling against his school uniform. Quote, "I'm so sorry, I didn't think that you. No. You didn't." She pushed on Midoriya's shoulders to look her better half in his eyes. The dark sclera and gold irises he was unable to keep himself lost from. She was sweeter than sin and it hurt to think what life would have been like had she lost him. The sunset illuminated their reunion as All Might rounded the corner of the street and approached the man who had brought him here in the first place. In his experience, All Might was always combating journalists and other such vultures to preserve the public image of himself. With this man who seemed to be far closer to the young Midoriya than he could have imagined. There was a rather reluctant attitude about him as he requested they go and see Izuku before he reached home. He eventually introduced himself as Nakamura Haru to All Might as his presence dispersed the crowd of reporters without a word being spoken. Next to the Volkswagen bus, Haru was leaning up on the passenger door and smoking a cigarette. There was nothing else to say between them and it was clear All Might was unwelcome in Haru's presence. Passing by him the white-haired man stopped the hero cold in his tracks. Quote, "That slime monster you've been following since this morning, I heard it landed itself right next to Midoriya as he was going home. It was a good distance away as well, I wonder how it managed to pop up there." That was a rather loaded accusation as he was sure nobody else was there to see that. And then it suddenly teleports itself several blocks away and rampages through the city streets while using Bakugo Katsuki as its own personal mortar. Such a coincidence, don't you think? As much as he appreciated the ride here and the ease of effort to escape the news outlets, this felt rather intrusive for someone he met just today. Listen, All Might turned to face Haru and explain that it was his fault and that these boys suffered from a mistake he allowed. He had no desire to deflect the responsibility and wanted to make amends for today. Instead, When All Might turned around, he was face to face with Haru, who had managed to appear right next to him without making any sort of sound or indication when and how he did that. There was a cold lifelessness in his pupils as he stared down the ragged version of the world's greatest hero. I know it was you who let it happen. Personally, I would love to break your arms and legs right now, but this isn't about me. Those two don't need you making shit worse than it already is. They've both had their fair share of pain and misery for one lifetime. Haru took a moment to just stare down the hero with hostility in his heart. So if you ever get these boys mixed up in something, that'll get them killed again. It wasn't often that All Might felt intimidated or vulnerable for the sake of heroism. Feeling a sharp and cold tip of some sort of edged weapon touching something rather private on your body would change anybody's tune. On his balls there was a sensation of pressure with a pointy tip digging into his undercarriage. Looking down, he saw that there was a curved knife ready to slash him up the center of his genitals all the way to his throat. That wasn't what made him break out in a cold sweat. His expression told him that he was holding himself back from doing just that. The hero realized that this man was crazy enough to disembowel him in broad daylight. He was familiar with villains and all sorts of evil throughout the years. Looking into Haru's eyes, there was nothing but restrained anger towards him. I will slit you up the middle starting from your asshole. Understand? With no other option, the hero nodded yes and was relieved to feel the tip of his rather unique knife retreat away from a rather intimate part of his body. Whoever Izuku was wasn't of major concern to All Might. The boy had clearly proven himself worthy of the power of one for all through his own character and actions. It was this other man who was rather protective of these children that made him nervous. There was no hostile intention of any sort when it came to the boys, but he had known about the fight in the tunnel and the reason for the quirk user who had been on a rampage earlier. On top of everything, he didn't hesitate to threaten him with violence that he was clearly not afraid to follow through on. He knew why he was threatened. It was how this man who owned a food truck knew that he had a reason to be mad at him. Last he checked, a van like that couldn't have followed events around the city as they happened. He was wary as it was just now he felt like things weren't as straightforward as he first thought they were. It had been 2 days since the incident involving Izuku and Katsuki with the villain that almost got them killed. It was so early in the morning that the sun was only able to create a subtle glow over the horizon. The morning ocean breeze was rather mild and made it comfortable enough for a t-shirt. The beach was not only covered in broken electrical and household appliances, the piles that were there were piled so high that they easily cleared 9 meters in height. In the center of this large pile-up there was a small clearing that Izuku, All Might, and Haru were congregated in. Come on, young Midoriya, you barely got 3 millimeters on this fridge. Izuku was doing something that was rather odd and extreme for a boy his age. He was yanking with all of his might as he tried to move a refrigerator with All Might on top of it. In his true form he was really light, embarrassingly so. In his former physical state it was like he weighed 200 kilos on top of his current weight. He dug the balls of his feet into the sand as best he could to try and get this large piece of broken junk across the clearing to then move it off the beach. His body just gave out as the fatigue made his knees buckle out from under him. With a drop and a thud, Izuku went face first into the sand. If you can manage to build momentum, this would be significantly easier. Izuku had lifted his head off the floor and just flipped over to voice a factual restraint that was making this far harder than it could have been. Yeah, but aren't you, like, 274 kilos? 225. The training duo looked to the left of the clearing in the direction All Might was facing. On the beach there was a foldable camping chair with a folding side table with a hot coffee sitting on it. On the chair, Haru was just typing away on his sleek laptop while all of this was happening. The food truck owner was dressed in a long-sleeve gray shirt with jeans and leather sandals for all the sand around him. To All Might's surprise, it was at 225 kilograms after all the surgery. Haru got his weight by just looking at him. But why are we here at this beach? I've done nothing but drag junk through the sand for 2 days. Well, you see, it's because you're not able to use my power right now. All Might's phone was snapping Izuku multiple times to record the boy's progress. Izuku couldn't have felt more cheated than that moment that morning. You said, "Be you, You said I did inherit it. With a push to get himself off the broken appliance, he leapt off the fridge to approach Midoriya. Izuku was still slumped with how he was interpreting All Might's words. I mean your physical body. You don't have the right amount of physical bulk to utilize one for all to its full potential. If you were to use it now, your body would probably rip itself apart and send those pieces in whatever direction for miles. My what will do what? It took a second for Izuku to get that gruesome image out of his head. Quote. So to train my body, I'm gonna drag all this trash off the beach. Indeed. After giving the boy a thumbs up, All Might started for the back of the fridge that Izuku had failed to properly move. After inquiring for a location where there were multiple heavy weights to utilize, Nakamura-san here recommended this beach that had all of this debris here for you to clear. That was the truth. There was a significant amount of heavy metal, wood, and plastic for Izuku to use as a way for him to start building muscle mass. Reason why was because of the currents that carried random heavy trash to this spot wherever it was dumped into the oceans by the very people living in this country. All of this garbage was a perfect dumping ground for less than ethical companies to take advantage of, but oddly enough there had been no malfeasance from any sort of entity for this specific beach. All of this garbage was perfectly safe for Izuku to try and clear, as long as he was aware of cuts or other physical injuries while he was training. Before, hero work included things like public sanitation and beautification projects. Nowadays it's work that has fallen to the wayside with heroes chasing after glamorous jobs and recognition. The fridge that was so massive and heavy for Izuku became thin cardboard for the enhanced All Might. He flattened the steel-plated box like it was an empty pastry box. With the last bit of the fridge being almost crushed, the hero slammed the remaining unflattened bit of fridge and sent the garbage that was blocking the rising sun for the people in that very clearing. You shall restore the horizon of this whole beach as part of your training. The sun and ocean breeze was such a liberating experience in comparison to being the pit it was just a few seconds ago. That is your first step in becoming a hero. It was starting to set in how much of a challenge this was going to be as Haru looked at the mountains of garbage he was charged with cleaning up. All this is just the first step. Young Midoriya, it's UA that you wish to go to for your hero course, correct? Yes, it's because some of the best heroes had graduated from there. So if I were to go, I'd like it to be from there. Both All Might and Izuku faced the ocean as they continued their conversation. Well, I can certainly say that you're an ambitious fanboy. Izuku blushed at the comment from his personal idol. It wasn't all glamour for him as All Might kept explaining the road ahead for Midoriya. Listen here, remember how I said that a quirk is necessary to be a hero? It's an unfortunate reality in life, but it's what you need to have to even make a dent in this world. UA has some of the strictest requirements to even get through the door. So, I need to make sure I'm ready by the end of 10 months from now, before UA's entrance exams. The hulking hero turned to Izuku with a packet of sheets filled with information necessary for Izuku to follow for the next few months. That's where this comes in. 2 taps on the paperwork made it clear that there was a high opinion from All Might that this was the way to do it. I was rather surprised by Nakamura-san there. He's quite the dietitian for somebody who serves food from a van. There was no reaction from the very chef that All Might had referenced just then. Haru just kept typing away at whatever it was he was focused on. Izuku felt all that more thankful that it was Haru that was the one who had told him to see the truth and pursue that truth if it was worth the effort. I call it the half-American, half-Japanese key to success. A carefully constructed plan that you will follow starting from now that will dictate your training and diet to create the best results possible before you are ready. Thumbing through the papers just reinforced how much work this was going to be for Izuku. Everything from his training hours to his studies and sleeping hours was in the packet. It was quite the regimen to follow as Izuku was still a middle schooler, and this was the lifestyle of a far superior physical specimen 10 years his senior. Quote. My path is much farther than anybody else's, but the path is there for me to take. Off to the side the fingers of Haru that were typing away at his laptop stopped dead in their tracks. My dream has always been farther than anybody else with a dream to fulfill. It would be irresponsible for me to think that I could achieve them without working at least 100 times more than they do. A familiar speech from years gone that Izuku never forgot. Haru kept listening to the boy who was declaring his resolve to do whatever it took to be what he was destined to be. Izuku then looked all might in his eyes as he spoke about something that was just as important to the boy as his own reasons to be a hero. Plus, there are people out there who spent years believing in me. I wouldn't be able to become the greatest hero by letting them down after all this time, right? All Might was rather impressed by the maturity of this boy to recognize that there were good people in his life who were there to support him in any way they could. Unknown to him, the words that Izuku spoke mirrored but didn't imitate Haru's from years ago. He wasn't sure if Izuku had remembered the whole thing, and it seemingly didn't matter as the message he wanted to give Izuku had registered. Without either All Might or Izuku realizing, Haru looked at the boy with pride that wasn't over Izuku's memory. Rather, it was that Izuku was able to grow and mature past his belief that his life was to be nothing more than a nobody who would fade into the background. Returning to his work on his computer, there was a grin on his face as he let the boy make the first few steps to achieve his dreams. Over months of tortuous training and strict dietary consumption, there was hell to pay for his goal in becoming a hero. As part of his training, the need to maintain his grades was among them. It was a challenge in itself for Izuku to stay awake after a morning of lifting and dragging heavy scrap off a sandy beach every day. As somebody who tended to get stuck in their own headspace, it was enough for him to just keep thinking to get through the school year. The habit of thinking out loud had gotten the class to laugh at his antics, as they would sometimes catch him mumbling to himself. The only person to not laugh at him was Katsuki. To be fair, that was just the usual for the two of them. This time there was a different train of thought that didn't even concern Izuku that he was wrestling with. Back at home, it was just the same for Izuku to follow his strict regiment. He asked his mother whether or not she was able to make his meals match the dietary necessities in his plan. On that topic, it was the subject of discussion that the single mother still looked so good after years of caring for her son all by herself. She was able to keep lustrous skin and maintain her figure after years of being somebody who worked hard to raise her son right. She didn't look much different than she had from about 10 years ago, and the neighboring housewives would often talk about how that was possible. They eventually landed on the conclusion that there was a man in her life that made her work hard to keep him. They all saw Haru come and go from the Midoriya household multiple times, and it was obvious that they were looking at each other with a warmth that they only remember from years ago with their own husbands. Not that they hated them, but it was like they really did enjoy each other's company and would always be talking about something as they passed by. They didn't fault the single mother over her decision for companionship, as it was either them or becoming like them with giving up on love that was invigorating and kind to them. They were actually more surprised that they weren't already married, with how often he was over recently and being as much of a father figure to Izuku more than some other fathers they knew of. It also made them slightly envious that the two of them would hold hands by their finger before Haru had to leave. There was a clear reluctance to cut their time short, as their conversations would start when the other households first left to take care of an errand. By the time they returned, they would see that the two of them were still talking after 30 minutes to an hour. There wasn't any sort of keying or outright hugging to confirm their relationship, a touch of the arm here, a closeness as they spoke to one another there. It was the more intimate acts of affection that made it obvious they were attached to each other. Back on the subject of Izuku, he was drilled with constant schedule reminders and intensive bouts of weight training that were starting to show their wear and tear on the boy. Every day there was some sort of new challenge that the plan introduced for the boy that made things more challenging as time went on. Off to the sidelines, Haru could see something happen that was not a part of the regiment he and All Might had made for the boy. When asked by the young Midoriya why he was spending so much time with Izuku during his training, he replied with just this: "I promised Inko I would keep an eye on things for her. She worries quite a bit for you, you know." Haru had a policy of not calling his mother just that. He knew that Izuku wasn't searching for a father figure and didn't want to cross that line with Izuku if he could help it. Most times he talked about the single mother, it was by her first name without any sort of honorific. Izuku knew that they were close and wasn't someone to selfishly tell someone his mother was seeing over some sort of insecurity over spending more time with her. He sometimes would thank whatever being was keeping his mom so youthful and energetic. It just meant that he would have more years to spend with her. Time kept marching on without mercy, and some months later the autumn season had finally arrived for the country. Leaves of gold and fell from the trees above to coat the landscape in their vibrant colors. It was still early as Izuku arrived for his morning regiment. At the parking lot, Haru was seen leaning on the van while All Might was just standing off to the side close to Haru. He approached them with a slight jog and tried to get his next bit of training started. "I'm here. What is it we have planned today?" Neither adults responded as they had rather serious looks on their faces. Haru was the one who got up and approached the boy like he was going to ask him something. It was an aversion to that expectation as instead of words, the man grasped the right arm of Izuku suddenly and made the boy stumble a bit off of his feet. The grip on his arm was firm but not enough to feel uncomfortable. Izuku had lost his balance and was rather limp in the grasp of Haru. Try to get back on your feet. Right now. Now it was obvious as to what Haru was trying to do now. Izuku struggled to get his legs to extend again to full height and wrench his arm free from Haru's grasp. A rather depressing display of terrible coordination was telling enough to confirm what it was they suspected. "How long did you expect lying to us was gonna benefit you? Is this what you wanted?" How did I know? I've known you for years, kiddo. Did you think I wouldn't notice when you started acting off? The plan we made for you was effective and specific, the key term here being specific. Haru led Izuku down to the ground to rest his aching body. Now that he was found out, there was no point in hiding the discomfort that he was fighting to hide from the two adults. "You've been throwing up too frequently, and it got me thinking about why that was. I looked into it and Inko told me about how you've been working out at home during your resting periods." Although he did his best to hide the fact about his additional exercises, there were too many obvious signs for the mother to pick up on that were clear signs that he wasn't letting himself recover. The smell of sweat, the sounds of working out, even the addition of sweaty clothes in the laundry that was far more than what should be turning up. In his rush to get to the point of being ready for his admissions test for UA, he had nearly burnt himself out to a husk. "Do you know why we made that plan? It was to get you on a regiment that was best suited to build up your body without permanently damaging it. Going beyond that would have not only slowed you down, it could get you in the hospital." I don't. I know how badly you want this, and you've done everything to make sure that your foundation now is strong for when you become the greatest hero, but don't twist my words around like this. Do you know what would have happened if you kept going at this pace? After vomiting and muscle spasms comes vomiting blood. Your liver would have been digesting parts of your muscles, and by then is an extended trip to the hospital. All Might couldn't say anything to make things better for the boy. As much as Izuku had disobeyed them and what they were trying to do for him, he knew that Haru was being harsher than necessary because of his fear for the boy's health. I've said too much. All Might will be your trainer for today. I'll be back another day. Haru got into his van and started up the engine. The sound of the vehicle turning was like a deadening boom to Izuku's guilty conscience. The van pulled out of the park and drove away, leaving All Might to kneel next to the boy and comfort him. He may have gone too far in letting you know about how he felt. He's scared about what this would mean for you in the future. As much as he wants you to achieve your goals and become who you want to be, try to understand from his perspective that everything he does is his way of making sure you'll be as ready as possible. So for now, you're going to rest at home, and tomorrow we're going to give you a new plan for the remaining time we have until the admissions exam." He put a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder to get the point across that this wasn't something that was as serious as Haru had made it out to be. The young Midoriya felt guilty and was helped up by the hand and walked home slowly due to his screaming muscles. When he got home, his mother did all she could to get the boy to rest and feel better, but after getting the call from Haru, she was certain that he had a word with her son over the fact that there had been some dishonesty between them on Izuku's part. Later that evening, the few gentle raps on the door of Izuku's room to see if he was awake came from his mother to check up on him. "Izuku, honey." There was no response. "I'm gonna come in now. Is that okay?" Taking the silence as a reluctant sign of consent, she slowly opened the door to see her son curled up in the sheets facing the wall his bed was propped up against. She carefully brought in the tray of food that she made for him on one arm and placed the piping hot meal next to him on the desk. She sat on the edge of the bed next to her son and just gave the lump in the sheets a few comforting strokes to ease her son's heavy spirit. She had enough experience as a parent to know when her son was asleep or just lying there in silence. It was transparently the latter, as he rarely ever slept in this position and his breathing was far too quiet for him to be unconscious. I heard what happened earlier today from All Might. You know how much Haru cares about you. I'm sure he feels bad about talking to you like that, and before you know it he'll be here in no time to try and apologize for being so insensitive. There was no response from her son still, so she kept speaking to her boy. I know that it must have been hard for you to grow up without your father. I honestly didn't know how to make up for his absence while I was raising you, and I just felt awful leaving you so lonely with nobody to look up to for guidance. I thought that having an admiration for All Might was enough to distract you and get you to at least see someone who had the right idea as to what a good person was. Now I see that maybe I was a little selfish for doing that. In his silence, the young Izuku was rather taken aback by his mother's confession. He always loved her and didn't think for a second that she felt so guilty for absolutely nothing she could control. Izuku, Haru may not be your father, but he cares for you so much that you are something just as important in his eyes. He wants to make sure that you can achieve your dreams without feeling as though he was letting you get hurt. It's such a hard thing to think about when I want to say something to you, but he respects your decisions. He wants you to be the best you that you can be. So when you almost hurt yourself like you did, he felt like you didn't care about how he feels about you doing all of this. The heavy weight of guilt was almost ripping itself out of his chest. Haru was there to make sure that he was properly hydrated and getting through his workout without injuring himself badly. Izuku was so impassioned and trying to get himself stronger that he lost sight of those who were helping him get there. It was the first time in his life that he felt like he did something wrong and hurt someone he cared about without thinking. Remember that night, when Haru took you to get ice cream? I didn't know what to say to you and I called him because I was scared of saying anything to you. In all honesty, I wanted to apologize for leaving you quirkless. That actually got Izuku to sit up and face his mother. It took effort as all of his muscles were all damaged and trying to get him to lay back down with the immense pain shooting out from all over. He finally managed to sit up and look at her with eyes that were just asking her why she thought it was her fault. Inko just smiled at him and stroked his freckled cheek with gentle strokes. You know what Haru said after I told him? He said that if I did that it would have hurt you more than it would have done any sort of good. Looking back, I can't help but think that he was right. He wanted you to face challenges with your own strength and even taught you ways you could do just that. He made sure that I wasn't going to hurt you or myself with how guilty I felt for you. Nobody who does all that is somebody who wouldn't care if you got yourself hurt doing something they helped you with. As a single mother, Inko had her fair share of challenges that were by no means easy or manageable at her lowest times. A few of her friends would have even pinned her as a bit soft in comparison to the challenges she faced in her life. There were times that she was close to breaking down, and although those moments were rare, they were still something she had to combat. His presence in her family's life was something she was always thankful for. In Izuku's case, it may not have been as clear to him how much of a caring role model Haru had been for many years of his life. Tonight, I want you to eat and rest. I'll call Haru tomorrow and we'll get things straightened out then. She got up to leave to let her son figure out his emotions for himself. This was something of a growing pain that she couldn't interfere with too much. Inko turned to her son as she left the bedroom door open for her son to use as a light source. Don't feel too bad. He still cares for you as much as you care for him, so let yourself rest and stop thinking he would hate you after all this. He couldn't do that if he wanted to. With that, she went back to the kitchen to finish cleaning up the few containers left out from her making dinner. The food that night tasted a little salty for Izuku, but with the tears coming down once in a while it was hard to avoid the taste completely. Some time later, he doesn't hate you for speaking to him about how you felt. If anything, he's been feeling guilty for what it was he did. Inko was on the phone in the living room with Haru as he was parked in the same park that he had lectured Izuku at. With a beer and cigarette he was trying to loosen the bite on the rather unpleasant guilt that was making his stomach curl up into itself. He was 9 bottles in and it wasn't helping much. He was a kid who was chasing a goal that was unobtainable before all this. It wasn't him that was the one in the wrong. I didn't catch this soon enough and he almost hurt himself badly because I was the one who let it happen. He took a large swig and downed the rest of his current bottle. The man could hold his liquor and even now was going for another bottle. On the other side, Inko was doing what she could for the man who was struggling with something every guardian worth their weight in salt would eventually struggle with. There isn't anybody that was at fault for anything that happened. You know how many times I've felt like I had let things get bad that it looked like I failed completely. You were scared. Any decent parent would be exactly where you are right now over things far worse. Be kind to yourself, Haru. You've been nothing but an influence to Izuku that has done nothing but help him. Yeah, it's just that. What is it? You know you can tell me. There was a slight hesitation for Haru that rarely showed itself in all the time she's known the man. This was very much something he struggled with and it had to do with the relationships he had with this family. He's not technically my son. I try my best to maintain boundaries in order to let Izuku make his own decisions and not have to deal with things in his life being chosen for him. Something like a father isn't just something I can just claim to be in his life without his consent. I acted out today and it wasn't right for me to do so. That logic and reasoning he worked with while being with the Midoriyas was something she greatly admired about him. It was difficult to seek out a relationship at her age as well as maintaining that relationship with a son that required her attention almost all the time. For years, ever since he first made an appearance in their lives, he was nothing but patient and considerate for their needs and it was something she felt grateful for whenever she thought back on it. During those years it was easy enough for her and Haru to just start talking. It was odd to think that somebody as nomadic and free-spirited as him would commit so much to seeing them whenever he had the time to spare. He would always give her the time of day and they enjoyed one another's company. Nobody was invincible from feeling lonely, and with her husband being pretty much absent from her and their son's life it was easy for her to latch onto the stability and care that Haru gave not only her but her child as well. They never really came out to say anything to one another over how they felt about each other. It wasn't really necessary as it was obvious that he treated her like any good man would if they were involved as adults. Hearing him be so hung up over something like that was something that made her feel sorry for Haru. The fact was that he had been put in that role without being told by either her or Izuku and for all this time he felt like he had no right to interact with Izuku as somebody in that position. She needed to say something to close that gap of a misunderstanding. As his mother, I can honestly speak for him when I say that you've been a better father to him than his actual father. It was Haru that was caught off guard by what Inko had just said. There was not much the woman had in terms of holding grudges and got along with almost everyone she interacted with. Hearing her tell of the absent spouse like that behind his back was a first for the years he's known the family. He has used your guidance to help himself in growing up as a man. You're always there to make sure that he gets help in whatever way you can offer. After years of being so diligent and honest, how could he and I not consider you his father at this point? Just like that, she found a way to make him shut up without much effort. There were times that sometimes he was far too cautious with how he interacted with her and more often than not she had to be the one to tell him to just go for it. They were mostly able to be respectful with their affection and beyond being just two adults spending time with each other or talking it was mostly innocent enough. So don't underplay what it is that you mean to us. We want you here and there isn't any reason you can't treat us accordingly. Stop being next to us and be with us from here on out. Please, for me. This wasn't something he had expectations to get when he began to help out the Midoriyas. The family was free to make their own decisions on his presence and the moment they wanted him gone he would honor that request immediately. After a few years he was still there and it was a blessing that he had the opportunity to do so. For you, always. It still made her feel young to hear something like that from him. It had been years since she was with another person intimately when she met Haru. Not since she had her honeymoon and gave birth to Izuku had she even considered a physical relationship to be her first or third priority with a child in her care. Even if the passage of time had been kind to her, it was mostly her just doing what she usually did without much care about how it was possible. In the past few years she started to make an effort to get herself to become more physically fit with weekly yoga from home and other forms of exercise to keep her figure as appealing to Haru. In some part it was partially because she rationalized it was mostly for her health so that she and her son could have as much time with each other as possible. The other part of her making the actual effort enjoyed the attention she got from the white-haired man whenever he came to visit or when they happened to be out at the same time. Being discreet with his line of sight didn't completely stop him from being caught checking her out. He was quite the specimen, as well as she could easily tell that he had quite the surfer's body with cuts deep enough for her to stick a business card in between two muscles of her choice. Most women found themselves 50-50 on whether or not a beard was something they could handle. It was because she saw Haru with one for years that it eventually grew on her. For a bit longer they continued to exchange conversation well into the evening, and at some point it was getting late enough for them to call it in. "I should let you go. It's late, so get some sleep. You can call me again tomorrow, Inko." Haru. What is it? Are you busy, this day, next week? Now that was a question that had a weird context attached to it. She would rarely request a date for him to be available, and even doing so was mostly just her making plans to get out of the house. Those were few and far between, and they just had an outing last week, so it was a curious question for Haru in that context. "I can be. You know that I don't keep a permanent schedule. Is there anything you need?" If you can make it next week to our house around 11 in the morning, I would be ever thankful." She hung up in a rush and left Haru scratching his head as to what that was all about. Guessing that she wanted to talk over what his presence to Izuku meant, he just panned out that day to go and pay her a visit. Meanwhile on the other line she was blushing madly as she had actually made the decision to see if Haru was the man to meet her more biblical necessities. For the first time in years she looked at herself that night before going to bed to decide what to do with herself before the day. The next morning, it was early enough that the sun hadn't had a chance to come out of hiding just yet. A ash-blue sky with just a little sunlight giving it that color was giving the very sore and downtrodden Izuku enough light to see where he was going. His tracksuit had been washed last night for him to wear again this morning. He wasn't sure when Haru was going to come back, if at all, for the next few months until his UA entrance exam. He hoped dearly that it was before then. He was deeply remorseful and wanted things to return to the way they were before. Coming up to the usual meeting spot for his training, there was a likely chance that he was going to be there on his own until All Might came at a later time. In the distance he saw something that surprised him a bit when he realized what it was that was there. He couldn't run too quickly as his legs were still in an immense amount of pain, but eventually when he came close enough, it was Haru's truck with the chef working on something that smelled like breakfast. It was a little confusing for Izuku since the last time he saw him it was rather unpleasant for both of them. Izuku was certain that he was silent enough to get close to the bar undetected when Haru called out to Izuku first. "Morning, kiddo. Do you want anything? I got scrambled eggs and toast if you want some." It still was a mystery to Izuku that Haru was able to see around his truck without actually looking. Izuku tried to respond to the best of his abilities. Well, Nakamura-san, I think I." "Don't go all formal on me over one incident, Izuku. We're closer than that, okay?" Izuku just nodded and continued with his attempt to mend things between him and the chef, who was now making breakfast for two. "Haru-san, I'm sorry for lying about the plan and going behind you and All Might for my own selfish desires. I was just so. Actually, kiddo, it's me who needs to apologize." That wasn't how Izuku was planning this to go. He was ready to go hands and knees to the floor in order to make amends over how selfish he had been for the past few months. Now he was the one at a loss for words. Haru turned and put out 2 plates of toast with scrambled eggs gently seated on top of the 2 squares of milk toast. "I didn't need to be so harsh with you. I should have talked to you before it got so bad that you almost hurt yourself badly." There were 2 chilled glasses pulled from the fridge that were then filled with crisp water for both of them. It's just that, I was scared to talk to you. The revelation that it was Haru who was the one being fearful enough to not speak to Izuku didn't quite make sense to the boy. Rather than leaving him in suspension, Haru elaborated what it was he meant. You know that I try my best to not be some sort of replacement for your dad. I wanted you to be the one to make your decisions and become better for it, even when I desperately wanted to say that you shouldn't. Being a hero in this day and age isn't just fame and glory with smiles going all around to everybody. There are some people out there who will stoop low to get their way, and they do not care about how it is they get there. Leaning on the bar with his hands propping him up, he tensed his shoulders as he kept looking down at the countertop. It was such an alien thing to see Haru with his head hanging so low. It felt wrong to see such a nurturing and bright man act like a kicked dog. I didn't want you to do it, but telling you that you shouldn't pursue your dreams when this sort of opportunity has finally come your way. It would have been no better than telling you to just give up. Izuku was shocked that Haru was conflicted over him becoming a hero. For years the advice that Haru himself gave him as a young boy was a pillar of strength that he would often lean on when he was doubtful or losing hope over his dreams. He simultaneously believed in Izuku and was scared for the boy. I hesitated and it all blew up in my face. I didn't want to be anything that you didn't want me to be. I should have just talked to you rather than just wait till I couldn't contain my frustrations. Izuku, I'm so sorry. By being so afraid of what you thought of me, I let you get hurt. I hope that you can forgive me. The silence that fell was rather uncomfortable for Haru. His mind was at a loss for what else he could say to explain himself. He kept silent for the boy to come to his own conclusions over whether or not he would see it suitable for Haru to be forgiven. No. At the small utterance of the word, Haru looked at Izuku as the boy was now the one looking at the ground and clenching his fists. Please don't apologize. I was the one who, I just. All of this threw the young Midoriya off his game. He got an apology from someone who was just trying to help him achieve his goals. He was the one who took it too far, and Haru was the one who felt responsible for his mistake. The guilt of letting someone who had done nothing wrong to him and did everything he could to help him was almost enough to make him vomit. The feeling of his head being pulled to one side got him to stop his whimpering and nearly incoherent speech. It was quite the emotional roller coaster for a teenager to deal with, so Haru had come out of his truck to pull the boy towards him and let him cry into his shirt. The waterworks really came in as Izuku hugged the man by the waist and just openly sobbed into his shirt. He let this man who he considered his father figure suffer by never telling him about how he felt. While he had never seen his dad or knew much about him, the young boy was still okay with just him and his mom at the start. Before he knew it, this stranger came into his life, and suddenly it was like he didn't have to worry about that absence becoming another void in his life. Haru taught him things that most other fathers wouldn't have even bothered to do for their own children. He listened and spoke to Izuku whenever he could to make the boy understand proper communication. Discipline that was needed where he needed it was never hesitated to be delivered in order to correct his behavior. The values that he held were passed down to the youngest Midoriya because he wanted Izuku to become a better person. Without realizing, the boy never thought that Haru was still being more considerate to him than he ever could imagine. There wasn't an expectation that Izuku was to be his surrogate son after all he did. He did all this to help and care for Izuku because he cared and only thought about him rather than himself. The two of them stood like that for a bit until Izuku was able to stop his crying. They detached from one another while Haru knelt down to Izuku's height to speak to him. You don't have to be sorry. Never apologize for things that weren't your fault to begin with. I didn't want to be too pushy, and so it got. The boy suddenly wrapped his arms tightly over Haru's shoulders and just squeezed the man as tight as possible. It doesn't matter if you're my dad or not, you were always there when I needed help. I can't think of anyone else who was more of a dad to me than you. It was Haru's turn to be nearly floored with such a declaration like that coming from Izuku. A smile that was slightly melancholy but truly happy made his eyes damp while letting the boy hold on to him like his life depended on it. The hug was returned and they buried the lead on one of the bigger hurdles that separated them. Later on, when All Might arrived with the sun now just peeking at the horizon, he saw Izuku sitting at Haru's stall and going over some sheets with the new plan that he and Haru revised last night. The tension that had been between him and Izuku was gone. It was rather refreshing to see somebody who cared as much as Haru act more like a family member than somebody who happened to care for Izuku. 4 days later, Inko couldn't remember the last time she was at a beauty spa for a full pampering. Everything she was gonna do for herself was all rather foreign to the conservative mother. So far, the shower and bath was all old hat for her since she had been before. It was when she was brought over to the section of the building that had all the different treatments lined up and ready to go that she realized that maybe she hadn't been as prepared mentally as she would have liked to have been. The first few treatments were pleasant enough, with exfoliation and hair masks to help her complexion brighten up. The beauty attendants were giving Inko compliments over how good she looked for being a mother and that she looked young for a woman her age. She was quite shy over being complimented like that, and it never got any easier when people started to notice her youthful looks and figure. It honestly looked as though she hadn't aged in the past 10 or so years. The staff also inquired as to the reason someone like her was getting such a diverse package at their location when it was usually young adults who were still dating or models keeping as much of their vitality as vibrant as possible. She relented that it was because she was rather nervous that she didn't look quite as good as she would have liked for something else. They personally thought that was a bit of a silly attitude since her figure was still rather full without stretch marks and possessed a lack of sagging or excessive amounts of fat anywhere. She admitted to yoga and some daily exercise for her own health benefits since it was something she had time for. Rather than just accepting that as an answer, they probed that something that kept her in shape must be a blessing to her husband. Without thinking, she let it slip that it had been a while since she last saw her husband and wasn't expecting to see him anytime soon. They then began asking coyly that someone like her must be out to find somebody. Now done with the first round of treatment, the flustered Inko tried to elaborate that it wasn't anything like that. It was then suggested that since her physicality was like it was, she must have been caring for herself for years. It was the out she thought would end the discussion, but when they commented that there must have been someone she was trying to please, it was enough of a confirmation by her reaction of more blushing and stuttering that it was just that. The staff apologized for being so inquisitive about her personal life, to which she said that it wasn't anything like that, but rather that it had been some years since she had spoken to anyone over something like this. They all nodded and gave her some advice over how to act and where to look for additional information on things she could do to make things more fun for her and whoever the lucky man was. After such an embarrassing and revealing conversation, she was then moved on to the next part of the treatment. She was asked to strip bare and lay on the table for the masseuse to apply a specialized topical oil for her skin and release all of her built-up tension she had been building up over the years. The masseuse was thankfully a woman, but the fact that she had 6 arms and eyes similar to that of an arachnid sort of intimidated Inko with how this was going to turn out. In no time she was basking in absolute bliss as the masseuse was working out the knots in her shoulders, neck, back, and hips like it was raw dough. A few times during the massage she accidentally squeaked and beeped from a particularly satisfying release of muscles. The masseuse was plenty professional and acted as if she didn't hear a thing. With several hours and the whole day spent beautifying herself, she was ready to accomplish what she had set out to do. One more trip to the mall, and with some reservation over what was recommended, she went with a rather bold choice of garments. It was her goal to make sure that this was all set up for success. Oh, how she wanted it to be a success. 2 days later, it was about the middle of the day when Haru had walked into the Midoriya household with a plastic bag containing a few basic ingredients for him to make something quick for him and Izuku's mother. Oddly, the lights in the home were all turned off and it was clear to Haru that she had still been home when he entered. He made himself comfortable in the kitchen and got out what he brought from his truck onto the kitchen countertop. "Inko. It's me. I thought that we could make something to eat before we go out for your errand." He could sense that she was coming down to greet him. There wasn't much elaborated in her request, and Izuku's training was taking up enough of his time for him to just leave it as that. Izuku was at school and All Might had allowed Haru to go and meet with the single mother for whatever it was she needed help with. These sort of requests were not new to him, and it was a good way of blowing off steam, as the usual activities were just her wanting to spend time with Haru as she did her usual shopping and other tasks. It was barely an inconvenience for him, and he would always tell her that it was always nice to spend time with her. Even now it was just another one of these trips in his head, and the ingredients he brought were just his way of spending some time with her alone as they cooked together. I was thinking that maybe we could make something a little more suited to hot weather, so I got some broth ingredients and noodles we could use. Now it was clear that she was coming up behind him through the living room and approaching the kitchen. She was almost to the kitchen when Haru grabbed the package of noodles and a bottle of stock that he brought from home. In the past he had brought over some rather high-grade ingredients, and it made Inko ask him to just get the normal stuff from supermarkets since it looked like it took some amount of money for him to bring such things to her household. He tried to justify that he made these ingredients for himself regardless if he was going to share, and for a bit they went back and forth over what was proper and what was hospitable. In the end they compromised, and as long as half the ingredients were store-bought, she would be satisfied enough to let Haru cook in her home. In his hands was a bag of dried thin soba noodles, and in the other a bottle with a bottle of his homemade soup stock. "I didn't know what you wanted, so I brought." As he turned around there was a sight in front of him that left him speechless and blank-minded for a moment. Inko was wearing her hair up in a loose bun with strands loose and coming out and down from the bun. Below that her face had been done in makeup that wasn't even all that intensely applied. Her eyes had mascara and a little bit of the lipstick Haru had mentioned in passing a while ago she bought out of instinct that he mentioned would have looked good on her. It was a soft pink that made her lips look like delicate desserts, soft enough to squish flat at the slightest bit of pressure. Below that was what made Haru see that this wasn't just another trip to the park or grocery store. What Inko was dressed in was a silk robe that was clearly large enough to wrap around her shoulders, but the front was open and draped over her shoulders loose and low. Her cleavage was open for him to admire, the curves of her beeps pushing against one another. The robe was tied off at the hip and concealed everything from above the top of her thighs. Lower than that her legs looked as though they went on forever, with nothing but silky skin ending at her well-manicured feet. The color of her nails made Haru see that she went through quite a bit of effort to put this all together. He thanked the stars for making him leave the lights off and just letting the bleeding light of the windows illuminate her with just a faint glow. The color scheme of her underwear and silk robe was a soft combination of midnight violet and black. The soft coral pink that her lips and nails were colored made it like she was a soft center of a dark piece of candy that he needed to sink his teeth into if he wanted to get to the center quickly. Here he was going to dictate the pace of everything. This woman was asking for something that she just wasn't ready for. The bag of noodles and glass bottle he was holding went into the sink with a loud clatter and crash without Haru giving a damn about the state of the two ingredients. He didn't break eye contact with Inko as she started to back up from him as he advanced upon her like a wolf on a doe in the wild. She tilted to the left and felt the edge of the table against her, with the advancing predator now trapping her against the dining room table. Her breathing picked up as she kept staring into Haru's darker irises. There was no direct touching yet as he just reached for her silk ties that kept her robes shut. He let the ribbons just drape through his fingers as he then slowly raised his hand. Suddenly he yanked on the silk tie and pulled Inko towards him so that the front of their hips were now touching. She wasn't disappointed with the lump past his zipper she felt on her core. It was almost scaring her with how much thickness she was feeling through the dense fabric. Her robe was now open in the front and was revealing the purple lace thong that was so thin that it was barely wide enough to cover. The material was delectably wet by Haru's standards. He was not able to see the length of her body that was only covered by the silk robe that still draped over her tits. Tilting his head down to the trapped woman was enough to get her to lean slightly closer. Predicting such a reaction was enough for Haru to slip his hand over her hip and trail it up without directly touching her body. It was torture for Inko to only feel his touch through fabric rather than skin touching skin. His hand passed her collarbone and felt her delicate neck before he grasped the side of her head and let his thumb trace the outside of her soft lips. It was as soft as he thought they were. So delicate and begging for him to abuse and use them however he wanted them to be. The light-headed woman just licked his thumb pad and wrapped her plump lips around the digit. Her teeth slightly nipped the base of his thumb as he felt the soft and wet interior of her mouth. She was learning quickly with how Haru was dictating the pace of this game of theirs. His breathing picked up as she kept playing with his thumb she had trapped in her teeth. He gently extracted his thumb and just rubbed her lips with the wet digit. She let Haru play with her lips as Haru then took that same hand and wrapped it into the messy bun she struggled with and grasped her right thigh and hefted her up on the table. Letting her legs wrap around his hips only spurred him on to key asterisk her and dominate her very entity with every roll of his body against hers. Inko's hands were not idle during this power struggle. If she had just laid there taking his affection, she wouldn't have felt the edge of Haru's pants and the muscles leading up into his shirt. In the past, Inko had brushed up against the man, and it was always a physique she expected from a younger man with time on his hands to care about such a thing as aesthetic beauty. Freely letting her touch trace the hardened lines of his torso was a thinly built dam coming down and releasing years' worth of curiosity. It was sending chills up his spine with every centimeter of skin she massaged. Keying wasn't something she was an expert in, as even as a younger teen she wasn't as outgoing as her other classmates. Feeling someone who wanted to eat her alive with technique and desperate desire like Haru's was enough to make her eyes roll to the back of her skull. She honestly couldn't find the logic behind women who hated keying a man with a beard. Her man was keying the life out of her and sending her to nirvana and back like a ping-pong ball. One tug at the back of the robe was all Haru needed to reveal the rest of his treat. The she was wearing was a cupless that revealed the coral nipples that were crowning the tips of her perky beeps. He broke free from the key asterisk and just looked down at what was his for however long this vixen wanted him. The saliva hadn't Brooklyn cleanly and was even leaving a thread down her torso. Not being very patient right now was an understandable reaction for a man who had been seeking this woman's attention but never her affections. It was nothing short of complete euphoria. There was no patience for Haru as he just shoved Inko back onto the dining room table and just went straight for her core. There was no time for her to even act embarrassed as the man had her thong around her left thigh in a second and was performing cunnilingus like a composer for an orchestra. The house still didn't have any lights on and was only lit by the barest of what was considered visible. One of the many articles she referenced mentioned that men loved their partners to make sounds as to gauge their partner's enjoyment of their bedroom activities. Making noises was enough to make her feel like somebody was listening as she tried to practice her beeps. None of that was relevant as she was now crying and screaming at Haru's attempts to make her come as many times as possible in the next 15 minutes. 17 minutes later, this was it. This was heaven. Over and over she was forced to experience euphoria unlike anything before this. She was sweating and trailing her heels on her man's back as he helped her down from her final orgasm. The feeling he left her with was like her blood itself was a bubble bath. Tingling and releasing. Her mind was so lost and fuzzy that it didn't register that Haru had taken off his shirt and got his pants down to then yank her hips towards him and line up her entrance with his eager cock. There was no asking of permission or gentle eye contact as he sank himself into her still twitching say. Never in her years did she expect such a powerful sensation as a well-endowed man who she seduced into rough say to feel like it did just now. Her hands needed something to hold onto as her nerves were making it impossible for any part of her body to relax. The opposite edge of the table was all she could manage as Haru began pounding away at the desperate say-craved mother. Her arms now being up and out of the way were making her beeps look so good to the mad rutting away at his prey that he took one beep into his left hand and beeped the life out of the other. Now it was a fight to stay conscious as this man just did whatever he wanted to her. The table began to stress under the repeated beatings of the two maniacs going at it like clashing titans on top of it. Haru knew he made her come at least 3 times without stopping, but it was far too long since he first wanted this woman for him to care if she was able to stay conscious through his insane efforts to get satisfaction. Only her cries of desperation and begging for more kept him going, since most other women would be begging for a break by this point. This wasn't enough for him. He needed more. He picked up Inko by her legs and just let her grind into him with his dick still inside of her. He sat on the couch and began to pick up from where they left off from the table. She did her best to bounce off of Haru's lap. In the end, the gracious lover just grasped her narrow waist and just went into a frenzy to get her to come as many times as possible. They were both drenched in sweat when Inko collapsed onto Haru's chest. As much fun it was to be rambunctious and in the living room. Inko wanted to keep going with a different intention in mind. One of the reference materials she had looked up mentioned a position where a partner was sitting, and by letting her ankles rest in the middle of his thighs she could gain leverage to take whatever pace she wanted for the intercourse. She was so weak trying so that it was mostly stumbling and balance issues as she tried to get into the position. Sensing her intentions was easy enough for Haru after all the intense say he and Inko just had. He helped her up and even sat more upright to let her knees rest on the couch as she took position for the rest of their love-making. She wanted to keep going, but was still tired from what just happened. Being such a giver was in his nature as Haru grasped his woman's hips and guided her with his own strength up and down his fat cock to just extend this intimate act of pleasure they finally took a part in. He could smell the subtle aroma of aromatic massage oils and lotion on Inko as they just enjoyed ing without trying to race for the end of their release. She planned for this days ago and the signs of effort were clear enough for him to just go for it. Her orgasm from their affectionate and slow intercourse was enough to make her cry openly into Haru's chest. I'm so sorry, I just don't. He keyed her deep to stop her stammering. It was so much euphoria that she just followed along and got swept up in his display of affection. When they broke up, it was her and him just lying on the couch with Inko lying sweaty on top of Haru. She was tracing lazy circles on his chest as he rubbed his thumb on her shoulder as he held her close. He got a cigarette from his pants that was close enough for him to grab and lit the stick with a deep drag. Again, this woman of many surprises caught him off guard by plucking his smoke out from his fingers and took a drag for herself. Without breathing out, she keyed Haru, and it just made the whole experience that much better. Finally breaking off from one another was enough time to realize that Izuku was due to leave school in about 2 hours. Haru told Inko to get the shower and bath ready for them as he subtly reached for his phone to get a few of his people to replace the table and couch in the Midoriya household before the boy got home. Keeping the mother distracted was of no issue since it was likely he was the one to stop them before they just ed until the next morning. Imagining Izuku eating at the table he first took, his mother just sat incredibly wrong with the now satisfied and simultaneously hungry Haru. He really should try and keep all of this where the youngest Midoriya didn't eat, or spend his normal time at home. God, this was harder than he realized. Even more so as Inko couldn't wait for Haru and dragged him up to the bath where they stayed until 15 minutes until Izuku was due to be home. It was another chilly morning as the early spring was still ankle deep in the winter season still. So much had happened in the past few months for the young Midoriya, and All Might was hoping that the boy was at least mentally prepared to take on his first real challenge. He didn't even take more than a dozen steps when he heard a visceral scream coming from right in front of him. He peered up onto the sudden pile of garbage that hadn't been there since yesterday and saw Izuku scream his heart out like a mad beast who made its first kill. So much sweat soaked his bare upper body that All Might was sure that Izuku must have sweated his own weight of bodily fluids from how hard he went in clearing the beach. This was more garbage than he remembered there being left in the boys' section. Rushing up to the beach, he confirmed that it was indeed picked clean of every scrap of metal and garbage off the shore. There weren't even any smaller pieces or scraps of garbage. So not only did this kid move over 1,000 kilos of junk, he was diligent to keep up his end of the bargain without compromising or twisting the message. In fact, he went way too far and made it clean from one end of the sandy shore to the next. He cleaned the whole beach just before the last minute. He went even beyond what he was sent to do. Oh my, oh my. The familiar bold and massive body All Might that he was known for was bulging and filling his clothing. Goodness. Meanwhile, Izuku was suddenly overcome with relief and let his body relax for just a split second. His fatigue and slight dehydration along with a very low core temperature from sweating finally gave out. His vision went blurry for a moment and vertigo hit him like a dump truck going full speed. It wasn't vertigo that he felt, as he actually tilted forward and was plummeting down to the sand from on top of a taller height than the boardwalk was. With his advanced physique and reflexes, All Might caught the limp boy and cradled him as Izuku slowly came to. There was only one thing he could say to such an impressive feat of strength for anybody to accomplish like this 15-year-old just completed. Good job. Hey, I did it, All Might. Yes you did. Gotta say, seeing this all is the most entertaining thing I had seen in a long time, young Midoriya. You teenagers these days are rather incredible. The boy was led down gently so as to not make him dizzy again so soon after blacking out. He slouched and closed his eyes to just let himself reset mentally after riding high on adrenaline for several hours in the cold with just his soaked sweatpants covering him up. Here, look at this. Looking at what All Might was holding up revealed a photo of him that he didn't recognize for a moment. It's you 10 months ago. You have transformed into something entirely different in the 10 months of your training. A boy looking rather sad and weak as he was crying on the floor was what he was referencing. Now it was a frame cut and chiseled that replaced his once slim physique. It was a build that even a teenager would have struggled immensely to obtain with even more time and resources than Izuku hadn't. All Might put up his fists in front of him to show his excitement over the progress made. I can see the sprout of a vessel worthy of one for all, but for the owner of said vessel has become someone worthy of this power. The sunrise made what was a pile of scrap metal and broken machines look like a mountain of gold that was gleaming like a king's vault. Izuku was still a bit shaky from his overused muscles. He still managed to look at his hand to see the scars and calluses that he accumulated from moving tons of heavy waste metal every day for months. They were hands he almost didn't recognize as his own. It's almost not fair. I couldn't have gotten this far without you or Haru-san. I'm beyond grateful for you too. I'm so blessed. The tears of relief and happiness were some of the most sincere tears he's ever cried. So much torture and pain without slowing down had paid off in the end. No amount of luck would have gotten Izuku where he stood now. In All Might's mind, he silently told Izuku that something like this was not a result of circumstance alone. Ha ha ha, we're gonna have to get your eyes checked for leaks after this. They returned to the sidewalk above them and got to the next part in getting Izuku's quirk. Now, let's get to your graduation ceremony already. Yes, sir. Still able and ready after just working out to the point of passing out. This boy never ceases to surprise him. Taking a single strand of golden hair from his head, he plucked a single strand of his mane and held it in front of him. I want to tell you something I was told a long time ago. Something gained from luck and something gained from your own effort are intrinsically different things. So make sure that you commit that to heart. Izuku perked at the words of wisdom that All Might had given him just now. Still, the hero continued uninterrupted. This was you taking your own path to achieve this power. All we did was show you where it started. This was it. Years of hope and months of excruciating training led him to his dream. What was nothing but an alien world was now opening its borders to him. The thin strand of hair was incredibly visible, even between All Might's large fingers. Eat this. What? Explaining the logic of inheriting the power in All Might didn't make the idea of eating his hair any more attractive to him. He wasn't even able to summon up the disappointment of his expectations not being met over him being so confused. Hurry, we gotta go. Go, we're late enough as it is. The exam was in about an hour or two. Bolting was the minimum speed they took to get to UA Academy. The next hurdle was finally here. At UA Academy, in front of the academy, was Haru's food truck serving cheap and filling food to help those who hadn't gotten something to eat before arriving for their exam. His attire made him look like a barista rather than a chef in terms of aesthetic appeal. A crisp white shirt with its sleeves tucked up at the elbows and a silver watch paired with an apron was his attire of choice for this momentous occasion. Quite a few students grabbed a quick snack or meal from his truck, thanking him for his service as they wolfed down their meals before entering the auditorium inside the main building. The coffee was another popular option for students and helped those who had a taste for the bitter elixir. It was a rich but darkly roasted coffee so as to not get the students wired on an excessive amount of caffeine. Mostly his menu had the options of a flavor of jam on toast, scrambled eggs and a sausage patty in an English biscuit, or for more traditional palates, rice balls with several filling options. There were by far the most popular items for the students seeking out a meal. The beverages ranged from coffee, sangria, and crisp water. After a few moments at the grill, there was a familiar voice chirping from behind him. Haru-san. Good morning. He turned to the sight of, or lack thereof, a head that he could recognize without any sort of effort on his part. Well, look who's early. I wasn't expecting to see you until 10 before 9. Ha. Well, look who's laughing now. Hagakure Toru was snuggled up in her winterwear and was bouncing around the front of Haru's serving area. She made herself comfortable at the bar stool in the middle and made herself comfy before too many people showed up. As usual, the sudden appearance of a plate with food for Toru was there within a minute or so of her arrival. Oddly, it wasn't an item that wasn't on the menu that morning. A warm plate of thin yet fluffy pancakes with sliced bananas and strawberry jam was drawing her in like she usually was with any of Haru's meals. Yes. You're the best of the best. I don't know anybody who makes pancakes like you do. Her fork and knife were shoveling the discs of fluffy and delicate fried bread discs into her mouth like it was her first meal in weeks. Slow down, Missy. You're gonna choke if you don't swallow regularly. Mr. RRRRFF. Chew then swallow. A glass of fresh sangria appeared next to her plate. She used the flavorful citrus-based drink to help get the massive bites of pancakes down her throat. Now she was able to breathe again with that out of the way, but now she heeded Haru's instructions and took her time to clean her plate. I said sorry for that. I haven't seen you around for months, so I missed your cooking a little. I wish my mom could cook pancakes like you. Don't break her heart by saying that to her. Nothing beats a mother's cooking, kiddo. Yeah, but you're amazing. You're, like, top 5 I know about. Being dismissive of the claim was his usual approach at humility when those who sang praises over their meals that he had prepared for them. For a few minutes they went back and forth with updates in their lives and the state of the entrance exams. Thankfully, Toru didn't doubt her ability to get into the school and was beaming with confidence. With another refill of sangria she was off and waving to Haru as she went in early to prepare. She always had a way to make him chuckle with her bubbly attitude and energy. Another student ordered from him and with that he got back to work feeding these potential UA freshmen. Sometime later it was an unknown amount of time until another familiar face stopped by his food truck. This time there wasn't much in conversation, but it was nice to see someone he knew start their journey of personal growth. A familiar croak and a wide smile was the first thing he heard and saw as he was approached by Asui Suyu. Ribbit, good morning, Haru-san. It's good to see you here, Ribbit. As it is to see you, Sue. Early to prepare? She just cheerfully nodded in response. He just smiled and got something from the fridge for her. He had prepared a jello cup that he made out of blood oranges, strawberries, and tangerine slices that she could take in with her as she did some last-minute cramming for the written part of the exam. It isn't too much, but it's just a little something that I hope will raise morale for you. Thank you. I'll eat this right away, Ribbit. The girl was still diligent and responsible as ever. They waved goodbye to one another as she passed through the open gates. More time later the sun was just passing the point of dawn and more students were beginning to show up. It still wasn't anywhere close to his usual workload, so he never had more than one person queued up for their breakfast. The last student left with their toast when Haru's attention was called again. Morning, Haru-san. Coming up to his truck from the left was the ever-cool-headed Jiro Kyoka. Her ear jacks were tucked into her jacket since it was still too cold to leave them hanging outside. Yo, Kyoka. Ready for this? You know it. She still was as sharp as ever. He pulled out another plastic bag and retrieved some rice balls he made just a little while ago. He gave the passing girl the bag and let her look inside of it. Salmon, plum, and chicken cutlet. If you get hungry, eat that. A plastic water bottle was the last thing he gave her as she bowed in thanks to his generosity. Thanks. I forgot breakfast before I took off, so this is just what I need. They said their farewells and again Haru's attention was called for another order of coffee. Later the bulk of the entries were now inside and now it was just the remaining students trickling in an hour or so before the final call for all available students. With less students to serve it was a cakewalk for Haru. He was behind his van and smoking when a limo showed itself to drop off a rather regal-looking girl with a wild ponytail. She was bid farewell by her driver before heading inside of the main building. Catching the sight of the ever-familiar van had raised her spirits as she ran to the truck to see Haru in the kitchen washing his hands. Good morning, Momo. How was the drive over here? She was as well-mannered as ever and answered him with her usual grace. I have been well, Haru-san. I hope that your day is going on fashionably as well. He dried off his hands and approached the counter to properly address the girl. Good. You're a shoo-in. So just keep up with your usual amount of effort and you'll be just fine. The compliment made her cheeks rosy as she felt flattered by his compliment. He suddenly remembered something that skipped his mind just then. He snapped and began telling Momo the news. Oh yeah, Kyoka's already in there if you want to catch up with her. Her eyes brightened at the mention of her childhood friend. Unknown to Momo, she also served as Kyoka's slight crush as well as a close friend. In Haru's eyes he was certain that being rebuffed wasn't going to be the immediate reaction from Momo if Kyoka did ask her out. They shared news about their lives before Haru gave Momo a slice of chocolate cake and sent her on her way. For now there were just a few faces left that hadn't made it to the entrance yet. He wasn't one to be nervous over much, but his hands were rubbing together to help calm his nerves ever so slightly. Another student who he was familiar with stopped by his van just then and helped him keep his mind off of his troubles. 8:30 a.m. The final half hour was here and still a few faces hadn't shown. Now it was his 5th cigarette in 10 minutes as he just had to wait until they made it. It was pointless for him to worry outside like this. He ashed the smoke on his shoe heel and tossed the butt inside as he got ready to close the shop. As he hoped for, another student he knew was coming to UA showed up and revealed herself to him. Haru-san, I didn't know you were gonna be here. The ever so odd child Uraraka Ochako was here and present just on time for the test that morning. It was a breath of relief for the white-haired man. Oh, Ochako. Sorry about that, I was getting ready to head in just now. Oh, before I forget. He retrieved a bear claw pastry from the fridge that had strawberry jam and cinnamon for the girl. Here, just in case you need the energy. Thank you, I'll be sure to win first prize with this fueling me. Her ever-present competitive spirit was just as strong as it had been years ago. He doesn't have a clue where she got it since he was certain her parents were rather mild and he always was one to teach patience over competitiveness. There wasn't enough time to catch up between them as she waved goodbye and was stopped by a school staff member from entering with her food. Apparently the entire place was starting to smell of breakfast and it was noted that not all the students were the cleanest eaters. With a quick once-over by the cleaning staff there was a lift on allowing food into the building just short of 8:25 that morning. So she stood outside and munched on the pastry happily before she went in. After sending her out, the ever-familiar Midoriya finally made it to the academy and approached Haru's van with a newfound confidence. Haru-san. He looked towards the voice that called his name and saw a still-moving and alive Izuku standing right in front of him. There was a good amount of strength in his eyes that Haru could pick up by just staring at the boy. He gave the boy a proud smirk and a thumbs up, which Izuku brightened up at and nodded once at Haru. He was ready to go before finally testing his strength in the arena. He turned to get into the main building right as Haru called out to Izuku and chucked the boy a bottle of electrolyte replenisher. It was fruit punch flavored. Izuku had already eaten at home, but from what Haru saw there was still a need for Izuku to hydrate from his last few days of non-stop heavy lifting. He immediately started drinking the sweet sports drink as he entered the front gates. He suddenly remembered something and was about to tap the shoulder of the student seated at the bottom of his entryway when another face made itself known out of the corner of his eye. Now it was a reality for Izuku to stand here in front of UA Academy as a potential student. He was feeling the nerves finally and it was giving him a moment of clarity over how much has happened over the past year. All that blood, sweat, and tears to just be able to walk through those doors. It was beyond what he thought possible 1 year ago from this very day. He was startled slightly as a harsh voice behind him barked at him. Move. Izuku spun on his heel to see that Bakugo Katsuki was standing there behind him while chewing on a beef rice ball. A plastic bag with another rice ball hung by the opposite arm holding the half-eaten rice ball. He took another bite while Haru and him were having their one-sided stare-down. Keika-chan, sorry, I was just... Bakugo swallowed his last bite before telling off Izuku once again. Just stay out of my way, Midoriya. I'm not set on getting dragged down today of all days saving your ass. The second rice ball was bitten into, right as Katsuki passed by the bewildered boy. Izuku first wondered why his childhood friend was eating rice balls before taking the UA entrance exams. Then he also remembered that Haru was still parked outside the gates and probably made Bakugo eat them before going inside the school. There was nobody else Izuku could think of that matched Haru's unparalleled ability to sense whenever he or Bakugo had eaten or had skipped a meal for whatever reason. Bakugo would be reluctant but would always take whatever Haru made for them and finish his portion as instructed. Katsuki must have gotten up a little late that day and skipped breakfast for efficiency's sake. Still, on the bright side, Bakugo wasn't just ignoring him like he had for years. It was still a rough exchange and they had done nothing else but snap at Izuku whenever he spoke to him. But progress was progress. Feeling a little brighter in mood now, Izuku squared himself with the building and began to take his first few steps into the academy of his dreams. Unfortunately, his legs were still fatigued and with an unfortunately timed spasm it sent the second step right into the back of his other ankle and like a tree he was well on his way to face planting flat onto the pavement. What kept him from breaking his nose or teeth was a sudden sensation of weightlessness from out of nowhere. Reaction time was at an all-time low as it took him almost 7 seconds to realize he was falling over in the first place. "Are you okay?" He tried to get his feet back onto the ground without much success. The stranger who made him weightless in the first place grasped him by the backpack and gently placed him onto the ground on his feet. In front of him was an adorable girl who looked all sorts of wholesome and kind. She put her fingertips together as she introduced herself. "Sorry about my quirk, but falling on the first day would probably be all sorts of terrible for you. Are ya nervous?" What was distracting him was the fact that this girl had crumbs from some sort of pastry she must have eaten just now all around her lips. It just made her look so much more adorable than she was already. "Huh? Anyways, do your best in there." It was a moment of still processing what just happened that kept him standing there without moving. What had made him move was the sound of footsteps coming in fast from behind him. He turned around as a reaction and was suddenly tackled by a large pink mass that had built up a significant amount of speed by running up to him. He wrapped his arms around the attacker and went flying backwards onto his backpack. A hard thud onto the ground would have rendered him unconscious had he not had a backpack or used his head to shield whatever it was that sent him to the ground in the first place. With a moment to open his eyes, he was surprised by who the attacker was. "Mina. WH. Without another second to spare, she wrapped her arms around his neck and brought him into a deep key asterisk that was so desperate and intimate that students who happened to be around just then had to turn and keep walking to avoid being flustered by such a steamy reunion between two students their age. Some seconds after Mina got her fill of her man's lips, she broke off the key asterisk to take a proper look at the dazed and blushing Izuku. She took his head into both hands gently, but then began to throttle his head back and forth like she was getting the last few coins in her piggy bank loose from the coin slot. "Do you have any idea how much I missed you? Call me more often, you jerk." Izuku was shaken so badly that he lost his direction of up and down for a few moments. Thankfully he heard Mina and did his best to respond while being violently rattled by the head. "I. The apology seemed to work for him as she stopped shaking him and just held him in place while staring into his eyes. He got his eyes to stop rolling in their sockets long enough to look back into her eyes. For the last few months, Izuku was rarely available for Mina. They did their best to spend time at least once a month in person and used video calls to keep in touch with one another. She was warned ahead of time that for 10 months he wasn't going to be as available and asked for her much-needed patience. It was reluctant, but he got the okay to be away more often than what they were accustomed to. The reality of being apart for so long finally set in for her, and she was stressed out more than she thought. They weren't a couple who couldn't keep their hands off each other or kept using baby talk whenever they spent time together. Their families even commented that whenever they saw them together it was like they were more like a well-adjusted married couple. They didn't just not fight, they spoke to each other like adults over any issues they had and consoled one another whenever necessary. Mina's father was at first against his daughter dating at a young age, but with time showed that this relationship was actually meaningful in all the right ways. He was someone who eventually hoped that as long as Izuku remained just as considerate and communicative as he was, he would be the one he would walk his daughter down the aisle to. But for over 2 months he suddenly fell off the face of the earth, and it was Haru who kept her in the know since she knew he was one of Izuku's trainers for whatever it was he was training towards. After all that time she finally saw him, and rather than just missing him, she felt a mixture of all sorts of emotions all at once. She addressed her feeling of longing by tackling Izuku to the floor. Then her anger was used up to throttle her better half by the head. Finally able to think straight again, she let the last emotion take over. She was lonely without Izuku. It didn't matter if you were a married couple or new to the concept of dating altogether. Nobody enjoys loneliness when they have somebody they cherished in their lives. Mina was crying a little, and it hurt Izuku that he had made her cry again. He embraced the girl without even noticing the attention they were getting from other students. She didn't fight his embrace and just returned the affection being shown by burying her face into his shoulder. His much firmer and filled out shoulder. "Shish, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm here. I'm here." She kept holding onto him for a few more moments before releasing him and collecting herself enough to help Izuku up after she got up. Her need to be angry was gone. She was just happy to be physically together again. She just leaned against him and let him hug her to comfort her. He just buried his lips into her wild hair and whispered comfort to her until she managed to get herself collected. She managed just fine eventually and now was sniffling but acting like she had before all this childish angst. Anyways, you owe me so much time now that you're done with all that. Yes, ma'am. They just laughed at the interaction and it was like they were right back to where they were before the extended time of separation they went through. As mature they handled most of their arguments and were open with one another. They were both still kids at the end of the day. I missed you, Mina. I missed you too, you fool of a Midoriya. They were talking again with the knowledge that whatever Izuku had done to become what he needed to be was behind them for now. Mina's first usual act was to tease Izuku over what she just saw. So, that girl was cute. I wonder if she noticed you like you did to her. Being flustered was something Izuku was rather familiar with when it came to Mina's antics. In the past when they were together she began to make comments about other girls she saw passing by. Izuku wanted to leave the discussion every time she made a comment like she did. Her persistence eventually won him over and even his eyes began to drift to other girls and women. He drew the line when she started to show interest in his mother. God, that was a traumatizing experience. But he wasn't as prepared to address another antic Mina got up to as he thought he was. Mina began to make a pass at their mutual friends Momo and Kyoka and for whatever reason they didn't shut her down. She then started to tell him her attraction and fantasies to do all sorts of things with them and even he couldn't stop her. Rather, he didn't want to stop her. They've never gotten as intimate for intercourse, but they knew it was just a matter of time between them until they would. But it was Mina that was turning Izuku into something she would have never predicted to become. Looking at the time now, Izuku panicked and grabbed Mina's hand to get her and him to their assigned auditorium before they shut the doors on them both. Ua Academy Auditorium. Hello, new arrivals. How are we doing? Dead silence. Some of the students wanted to die for the embarrassment they felt for their instructor. All right. After the written exam, we've got the practical exam that will put those of you here to the test. Are you ready? Dead silence. Some of the students began to shed tears for how cringeworthy this has become. Not even a pity clap was audible. It's Present Mike. I listen to his weekly radio shows all the time. It's so much different seeing him in person. Izuku was keeping his voice down, but his voice was still loaded with excitement. To his right was Bakugo, and opposite to his left was Mina. While Mina was happy to see Izuku so happy and bewildered, the little click of the tongue from Bakugo didn't go over her as she then stared daggers at Katsuki. Mina, Katsuki, to say that they didn't get along was a fair assessment to make. A year passed after her and Izuku became intimate with their feelings. Izuku had been sharing more and more about himself as she had been giving to him. His reveal of his complicated relationship with Bakugo Katsuki made her a little perturbed that somebody like him still held a grudge against Izuku for some odd reason. In Katsuki's defense, he also revealed his troubled past which made Mina lighten up on her treatment of the supposed childhood friend. The first time that they met was one heck of an occasion. In junior high, Mina and Izuku happened to be walking around the park by themselves when Bakugo and the usual crew happened to pass by. Young Midoriya forgot himself since his demeanor had loosened up around Mina and he called out to Bakugo without thinking. The lack of response as the other two boys waved back to the boy had set her off and got her to confront the Spitfire that kept putting Izuku off. She stormed over to the boy before Izuku could stop her from slapping Bakugo. It wasn't just a simple slap. She had pitched the blow so that it was more like a punch with her open hand as she used her body weight to strike the boy's face like a baseball bat. That got both Mina and Bakugo into a fight that lasted all of a minute before Haru got involved and disciplined both kids over such a reckless use of their powers. They didn't fight again since then, but there was already a tension that either she or Katsuki were eager to use to show the other the true experience of taking a beating. Unknown to her that Katsuki was far more caring than even he was willing to admit. As part of the application process we've given all of you, after you complete the written examination, you will all be sent into a specified urban arena for a mock battle for 10 minutes. You are allowed any sort of equipment into the arena to assist yourselves in these battles. All the students noticed that the cards placed in front of them were all labeled with an arena letter. The letters were all alternating, so quite a few students who came with their friends and thought that sitting next to one another was a good idea had now been all left on their lonesome. Of course, Mina was sent to Arena C, Bakugo to Arena A, and Izuku to Arena B. Bakugo was rather defensive as Izuku let his eyes drift to his neighbor's cards. "Don't look, you cheat." Sorry. There was a slight amount of hypocrisy to Bakugo's statement as he too had peeked a glance at Izuku's card. "Good. Now you won't make things harder," it was said under his breath so that Izuku couldn't hear exactly what it was Katsuki had said. Now with every arena, several types of foe villains shall be placed within every separate designation. Your point count will be recorded by whoever it is that destroys the point of destruction on every enemy. Each enemy will have a part of them that will require something to destroy them. Some enemies will have more of these points. Some will have less. Behind present mic, the presentation then showed different mechs having a different count and placement of different sensors for every single unit. So now it was a practice in recognizing vulnerabilities to expose and then strike. The enemy types scrolled through quickly enough to illustrate his point. Of course, all of you will be monitored to determine what actions you have taken inside your designated arenas. There are no beeper punches on your fellow examinees to get ahead. So be heroes as you take your few first steps in becoming heroes. There was a chart of robots that were measured by their difficulties and their amounts of destruction centers. Some had more points on their structures to get points off of them. Some had as few as just 1 point of destruction that rewarded a better amount of points. But remember, you disable a robot. That robot is done. We don't want you all to start kicking your enemies when they're down, now do we? Another rule that made this far more challenging than it needed to be. Not only were they unable to determine where they were supposed to strike, now it was like a lottery to see which robot was worth garbage or was a winner for the other applicants. "Excuse me, sir, may I ask a question?" "Go ahead." The student who had inquired had gotten up and got a spotlight to draw the crowd's attention. There was a villain model that hadn't been shown on the presentation that was on our printouts. If this is some sort of clerical error on UA's part, then the error should be recognized by one of the country's leading academies. The well-groomed student went into another rant of sorts. "As applicants, we're here to be molded by UA to become the heroes needed for society to prosper. Also, you." The student slung a finger to Izuku. All the boy could do as a response was to point another finger at himself to see if he was the subject of this other student's ire. "You've been mumbling this whole time and it's been distracting. If you wish to treat this as some sort of leisure trip, go somewhere else." His reaction to the student's accusation was to cover his mouth as the others laughed at his expense. Mina was rather keen in dissolving this boy who just wanted to single out Izuku in front of hundreds of other potential peers. Unknown to even her, Bakugo felt a vein pop up on his head as he was rather tempted to get this kid a reality check over what he really was worth in comparison to him. "Thank you, examinee 7111. The student who singled Izuku out had sat back down. Mina and Bakugo put their quirks away and just returned their attention to the instructor. "On the first point, yes. There is a villain in the arenas that is not just the most difficult villain out there. It also only has one destruction point. This destruction point is completely random on this specific opponent. You could take the risk and fight it to down it. But its destruction point is completely random on it without any sort of rhyme or reason. So the risks are that it's worth 0. Not a single student could justify going up against such a titan. Present Mike didn't elaborate any further as he just continued past the presentation. Many of the other students tried to see whether or not the villain was even worth destroying. Most of them couldn't even justify going up against such an impossible opponent. The overall consensus was that it wasn't even worth the effort. So with that, I'll leave you with our school motto. The crowd silenced at the declaration of what this school represented for heroes all around. Present Mike had gotten the cold shoulder from the beginning by the crowd so far. Now they were hooked on every syllable of every word he spoke. Go beyond, plus ultra. The display behind the auditory hero displayed the words, plus ultra, behind him. Now, get out there and suffer for your dignity as heroes. The hour-long time slot for the written exams was a mentally draining aspect of the application process by itself. Eventually all the students were placed in their simulated urban cities and were all waiting for the moment for the gates into these practice areas to open up for them. Izuku was already a bit frazzled by the written exam. This was another mentally taxing task that he had to get through to qualify for UA Academy. He thought back on the months of training. The pain and anguish he sank himself into. The people who helped him through that very same traumatizing training. He was hardened enough to get through this. He looked down at the hands he used to become that strong. They curled into themselves into fists as the boy once again was ready to face hell to get what he worked for. Now comes the next challenge. Nothing could have prepared Izuku for something as stressful as this. He stood in front of towering walls that were only accessible through a set of double doors that were so massive it was a wonder that they were even able to move in the first place. Izuku was in a bit of a sensory overload as the events so far were moving along so quickly. All the other students were all marveling at the massive expanse of the practice arena that had stretched so far out from one side to the other that it was like it was a biome by itself. He was trying his best to find some familiar grounds since it was a rather foreign experience to be treated as someone who was expected to have mastered a specific ability up till this point in their lives. A familiar face was the rather adorable girl who had saved him from face planting in front of the school. Her face was free of the crumbs that peppered her face when he first met her, but right now he just needed some familiar ground to get some footing on. Right as he went to introduce himself, there was a firm hand on his shoulder that stopped Izuku from making his intro to the familiar face from earlier that morning. "What are you doing here? Are you here to interfere with the others' urban arena combat results?" This guy was hounding him to a rather obsessive degree. The other students there had caught sight of Izuku, but the general mumbling was a rather startling revelation to both Izuku and the student who was intent to keep Izuku from interfering with the other students. "Hey, isn't that the guy with the hot girlfriend?" "Yeah. Word is that his girl tried to have her way with him right in front of the school." "How does that guy have a girl that's a 10 when he looks like a 4 at best?" Both Izuku and the student who was gatekeeping him were rather embarrassed by the words being overheard from the other students. No further discussion was necessary as the boy who had Izuku by the shoulder released him and was a few paces away from him. "Okay. Start." The other students looked up at the source of the announcement and saw Present Mic up on a concrete structure that had the perfect vantage point on all the arenas. "What's wrong? Don't you know that real fights don't have countdowns, so get going already?" The other students were all turned and ready to get their start on the exam already. What had startled them was that the kid who had made himself a bit of an embarrassing topic of discussion was already through the opening of the gates and was well ahead of the group. It had thrown off the rest of the group enough to stagger the applicants enough for a few of them to push and shave against each other and create more discord between the individuals behind him. 2 months ago during his training, one of the topics Haru had Izuku prepare for was the concept of fighting and combat. He disclosed a few things he's learned through his years living as a quirkless man from day one. "Izuku, what do you think is an important factor when starting a fight?" The beach was just about cleared with the few heavier wreckages being left for the end of his 10 months. Izuku and Haru stood about 3 meters apart from each other while facing the other person. Whoever has an appropriately matched quirk to counter the others?" "Not even close." Haru raised a finger up and shared his answer to the question. "For any fight, the first to strike while keeping their opponent in a reactive state is key." "Wait, while keeping, why does that matter? Also, what does that mean?" Living as a pacifist has made all of the boy's knowledge on fighting and combat abilities secondhand at best. There wasn't enough time to go through the rigmarole of starring and practical exercises before he was able to pick up on what Haru was putting down. He best explained to the kid in a way that Izuku could best understand. Out there in the real world, one of the things that could make or break a fight is who gets caught unaware first. When a punch is thrown at your head, what would your response be to that? "I would try to block or dodge it." It felt like an obvious answer to that scenario. Not many would just take a hit like that without some sort of good reason. "Right. If I tried to kick your leg, I'd do the same thing as before." This felt like Haru was just giving Izuku the runaround without much reason at all. Midoriya bit his tongue against speaking out to the adult. "Now, what if you didn't know which was coming?" I would have to wait and see if it was either and block either one." Yes, that would be the normal reaction to take. But between a punch and a kick you're doing 3 things while your opponent just needs at least 2 to get to you. The logic was still a bit lost on Izuku as the explanation only explained what it was that was happening in the scenario rather than what these factors equal into. "Let me explain. For a reaction to occur, typically you do 3 separate things to prevent yourself from getting hurt. First, you would register the danger coming in. Then, you see where or how the threat is approaching you. It's after these 2 things that your body can move to do something about it. That made much more sense for Izuku to break down and understand. A scientific explanation of a reaction. All the other guy has to do is decide where and when he wants to make his move, and just like that, he's ready to move in for first blood of the fight. Now it was clear to the boy. Haru was teaching Izuku that there was an inherent advantage to being the first to make their move. Mind you that it gets more complicated with more experienced opponents and different weight classes. Right now the likely case is that most of the competition haven't the slightest bit of experience in fighting. With this, take advantage of the rest of their lacking reaction time. Strike first and as hard as you can to get ahead. Present-day Izuku was in a dead sprint fueled by the initial burst of adrenaline from hearing the starting signal. A few of the other applicants were already closing the gap he had created from the start. Thankfully the majority of the group were trailing far behind still. One competitor who caught up to Izuku first was the boy in glasses that accused him of being nothing but a hindrance to the entire entry process. In hindsight he may have been harsher than necessary, as it was rather impressive that the boy he thought was just someone who was taking this all like some sort of joke had been the first through the doors before anyone. Now wasn't the time to give out such minor apologies, for the first batch of enemies appeared out of the alleyways and leapt into action for Izuku. It was also this initial advantage that Izuku grasped for himself that the enemy robots decided on targeting him first. He tried to figure out how the robots would react while keeping up his running speed. His lungs were on fire and every joint in his body was begging for him to just stop. Izuku ignored these demands as he found a high-point target that was close enough for him to land a blow on. He went for broke and called on the power he had just received from All Might as instructed. The flow of energy in his limbs made his skin go numb with the amount of energy flowing through his veins. Before striking at the machine, the next part of that very memory played out inside Izuku's head. A few hours ago Midoriya had swallowed another person's hair without a second thought. It wasn't so much that it was the hair that he swallowed. It was the sensation of the thin strand dragging on his throat as it slithered down that got him to feel rather nauseous. The lack of a spectacle caused Izuku to look down at his own body in disappointment and question whether or not it was something that actually was happening. "I don't feel any different." "Huh, of course not. What do you think your stomach does to things you consume?" The Prime of All Might's physique turned to the digital clock to take note of the time of Izuku's consumption of his DNA. "Give it about 2 or 3 hours until you feel something." The teenager then started to worry about his schedule after he had just cleared a space of several kilometers of dense garbage and heavy metal. As a bit of cautionary knowledge to Izuku, All Might had warned Izuku of the potential consequences of using his power. "Young Midoriya, your efforts were great and not to be downplayed in the slightest, but your body was the results of 10 months of rushed progress. As much as the spirit is a part of this whole process, your physical body is just barely able to contain the power of One for All." Midoriya was looking at All Might slightly puzzled as the hero elaborated on what it was he meant on his warning of using the quirk the boy just obtained. "Be ready to feel the repercussions of using a powerful quirk like One for All on your body. When you use it, wrench every muscle in your body and scream from the bottom of your soul this word." Present time it was almost a burning sensation as the flow of One for All through his body scared him with how much power he felt was about to pop him like a squeezed grape. An uncomfortable amount of pressure under the skin of his arm stopped the boy from striking at the machine in front of him. This slight moment of hesitation would have cost him dearly if it were not for the sudden bright and glittering beam of light that eviscerated the machine that was intent on flattening him to the asphalt. Behind Izuku was a foreigner with hair and eyes glimmering with all sorts of emotions. Around his waist was a rather bulky-looking belt that still had a faint trail of light traced where the beam that saved Izuku was just at. A rather extra-looking person with extravagant-looking tastes was rather proud of his unique-looking attack. "Merci, dear comrade. You distracted the machine marvelously. Although we have teamed up well, we shall likely never meet again." The few French words thrown in was a rather telling sign that this other potential student was fond of keeping up a persona rather heavily associated with the French. "Adieu." Just as he came, he left. Izuku was left rather befuddled for a moment until the intercom announced the remaining time. 7 minutes remaining. Now with a better context of the power given to him, it was clear that he was at the mercy of his powers rather than benefiting from them. That moment of hesitation made him realize that had he struck the machine from before, he would have likely immobilized his arm. He only had one shot at this whole thing. His only option was the riskiest one at that. Behind him the ground trembled with a deep vibration that felt like the deeper layers of the earth were shaking. Izuku looked over his right shoulder and was confronted with a mech that was easily twice the size of any building in this whole arena. The array of sensors made it look like it had several eyes that stared down right at Izuku. Really, it was mapping terrain and targets to engage. Within parameters, it struck the ground in front of it and sent the applicants into a panic with the massive shockwave that radiated from the impact zone. Izuku stumbled and almost fell back onto the ground when something close to a memory kept him from doing so. Izuku stopped himself just short of letting his fingertips brush the road under him. He clenched his hands and grit his teeth as he kept himself on his shaky legs to look up at the colossal titan that was making craters in the hardened concrete and asphalt with each swing of its fists. He was frozen with fear, but there was no way he would allow himself to grovel on the floor in fear. Years of ridicule and doubt that built up to him almost losing himself in his own self-pity was enough of a motivator by itself. A mentor who was still so strong after experiencing something that was so much more depraved and hellish was enough for Izuku to steel his spirit as he kept himself on his feet by pure willpower. All the other competitors were all running past Izuku as he just stood and refused to move in front of the advancing colossus making its way down the street. The bespectacled student was one of these fleeing students who took one look at Izuku to then keep running for safety. In his mind, he couldn't see this as something that would warrant his own personal safety beyond what was necessary. It was foolish for anybody to try for the guaranteed entry target. It was several stories of pure metal and destruction. Nobody here would have had the capacity of taking that target by themselves. It would require an enormous amount of teamwork to even the odds, and even then only one of them was capable of claiming the prize after taking it down. It was a challenge that was not only tremendous in scale, it was something that inherently dissuaded those from engaging it further by the lack of motivation of getting people to work together. From an undisclosed location there were multiple heroes seated in a monitoring room. The several arenas were all being displayed on the individual windows on the monitor that was practically one wall of the room. A careful and sharp set of eyes were assessing the pragmatic abilities of the students in a high-pressure environment. I see. Not only was the written exam an exercise to push the students into a state of mental fatigue of sorts, the number of available targets as well as their ability to react and utilize the information given to them are all there to simulate a real situation where they are being heroes in the thick of it all. One of the instructors commented on the recently upgraded curriculum that now included the written exam and the practical exam on the same day. There were some rather odd requests from those of the educational board after they had suddenly made the request to make such changes for academies all throughout Japan. They worried for the students' well-being at first, but now it was clear that this was to fine-tune the process to better create an actual fight that would be not only predictable, but stressful and demanding of their mental capacities. Being a hero in this day and age is no longer just about powers, abilities, or physical capacities alone. We face enemies that learn and adapt to our efforts to keep the public safe. So in order to combat this growth, we too must find those who can grow and adapt in the same capacity. It was a fair assessment by the principal's response to the instructor's comment on the exam process thus far. Nobody could argue with such sound judgment, but there was someone who wanted to at least voice one point of contention. Isn't it still a bit much to release such a high-profile target so early? How would the students be able to gather points and keep themselves safe with such an obstruction in their way? The principal only smiled in his usual calm demeanor with a rather short and telling response to his thoughts on such unorthodox practices. How, indeed? 4 minutes later, 2 minutes remaining. Better get to working harder if you want to come ahead, future heroes. Present Mike was giving the time remaining as well as some perfectly useless advice for everyone who was fighting for their place in UA Academy. This was already a rough start for quite a few of the applicants since their heads were still recovering from the written exam just a little while ago. Many students were already pretty much decommissioned, with many of the other students still barely able to stand. A large remaining number of students were already roughed up and were near or past their limits. It was a non-stop barrage of enemies, and it was going at a fairly high intensity with so many multiple mechs just pouring onto the examinees. Most inferred that since the point system existed that it would be a limited amount of enemies that not everyone could cash in on. They were on the opposite side of the spectrum of things. The only applicants who were lying down or left alone were those too injured to move or were out cold. Nobody in any of those arenas were given a moment of respite for 8 minutes straight. They all underestimated how difficult this exam was going to be this year. The teachers themselves were not planning to increase the intensity of the exams from where it was from last year, since it was seen as difficult enough without the lack of funding being too much of an issue. Much to their surprise, there was a sudden spike in their government spending and a request to follow the recommended designs and structure of the current exam. They saw little reason to say no to such a thing like additional funding and newly approved methods of assessing future heroes more thoroughly. Where are they? Where are they? There were mechs on the field that Izuku saw from the introduction presentation that were high enough to make up half the required points necessary to get into UA. He was uncertain how much damage that his new quirk would inflict on his own body. If he could hold out for at least 2 of these larger targets, then he knew he stood a chance at getting to his goal. So far it was a hellish battlefield littered with mechs all trying to get to the group of students who were still on the defensive after all this time. Oi! Watch it! Get out of the way! Don't let them break the group! Desperate screams from the remaining applicants barking to each other were the only audible thing over the sound of rumbling and machinery being stuck and ripped apart. Despite the multitude of targets, there were too many lower point targets getting in the way of the larger machines that were still a fair distance away. Time was still racing against Izuku, and it was now do or die if he wanted to even have a chance here. All of this came to head with the appearance of the towering mech now turning the corner and sending those high-value targets away to some other unseen location to give this unit the space necessary to unleash its power. Run! It's here! Go! 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 The dispersal of machines gave the young combatants enough room to run off to another spot in the arena for cover. Izuku was knocked down by the stampede of teenagers and was only able to shield himself with his arms as those less considerate were stepping over and on him to get away. He was sure that this was going to make him lose consciousness before somebody reached down to grasp him by the jacket and free him from near death. To Izuku's surprise, it was the same student who was admonishing him earlier. "What are you doing?" An outburst slightly startled the young Midoriya. Even now this other applicant was diligently correcting Izuku. "Be careful. We have to go now." Without a second thought, the reluctant savior turned heel and got to running with the group away from the impending destruction this one piece of heavy machinery was clearly set on delivering to any human in range. Izuku was just as eager to follow before he heard something that stopped him from moving another inch. "Please, please, help!" Looking behind him, he could just make out the bunny of a girl from earlier that morning. It was hard to make out her shape through the dense cloud of dust, but that didn't stop him from ignoring those thoughts of second-guessing his senses and to just keep fleeing. She was piled under a loose pile of rubble stacked high and large enough to keep her down. This arena was built to enough of a safety standard that if any piece of debris from the environment was still fragile enough to break much easier on impact as well as having a reduced weight. It didn't directly translate to the material being weightless, as the brown bob-cut girl was finding out just now. Another deafening stomp that vibrated through Izuku's ankles and into his teeth was just the icing on the cake, illustrating how powerful this thing was. He had to look past the height of the neighboring buildings to even see the whole thing coming towards him. The morning greeting from earlier was still repeating itself ad nauseum in his head. Help me." It was like Izuku blacked out for a blink of a moment to then return to his body running right at the mech at full speed. It was all instinct at this point that was moving Izuku's body. His rational fears were trying without results to stop the boy with intense fear and rational thinking. Now at the base of the robot. The boy then charged his legs to leap at a rather peculiar spot on the robot he was intent on getting to. The speed he flew at the machine was reminding him of the flight he had with All Might when they first met. That one part of the mech was dead center where he was flying towards. 4 months ago, Izuku was done with the day's exercise with his body in an immense amount of pain after hauling several broken kitchen appliances across the beach to the designated discard pile next to the parking lot. Haru was eyeballing Izuku a little as he was certain that there was something that Izuku was doing behind both his and All Might's back. There was going to be physical pain and fatigue as expected, but what was transparent to the white-haired chef was that he was passing the realms of simple pain into the realm of irreversible damage to his body. "Kiddo, come here." The young Midoriya dragged himself to the food truck serving nobody and stood just short of the stools at the serving bar. He tapped the counter in front of the center stool, which got Izuku to slowly and painfully crawl up feebly onto the seat. All the movement just seen was confirmation to him that the boy's muscles were dangerously close to undergoing rhabdomyolysis. He still wanted Izuku to be the one to come clean and indirectly confronted the green-haired boy wincing in his seat. "You okay?" Yeah. You know, still feeling the workout just now is all." A failed attempt to defuse the situation that didn't change Haru's facial expression of concern and underlying disappointment. Izuku. He could sense that Haru was about to say something rather serious based on the look he was getting. "Yay. You wouldn't lie to me, right? You know I'm just trying to make sure that you're okay?" There was a new emotion in Izuku's stomach that hadn't been there just a second ago. It was guilt that decided to rear its ugly yet necessary head. "Of course not, Haru-san. I wouldn't do that." Everything that Haru saw so far didn't let him believe the boy. For now he would give the boy a little more time before he would intervene to confess what was actually happening. Changing the subject to ease the boy's apprehension was all he would do for now. One sigh and Haru got to lending the boy his ears and words of wisdom. Long as Izuku was the one asking. "All right. Just talk to me if there is anything you need. I don't want you to get hurt over something preventable." "Actually, there was something I wanted to know." Haru gave a look at Izuku that told the boy he wanted to answer the question reserved for him. "UA has a practical section of their entrance ceremony that I'm gonna have to take part in if I want to get in. Is there anything that you could tell me that would help me through it?" Taking a moment to contemplate what he would say to the boy that would be important for such an occasion, Haru answered the boy with one piece of advice. "As you know, I got involved with some altercations when I was a kid, so taking on a bigger and stronger enemy than yourself translates like this." Haru exited his kitchen and approached Izuku face to face after spinning the boy around. He put his fists up in a brawler stance to illustrate his point. No matter how big, small, weak, or powerful the opponent, there's usually a common design flaw that many ignore when making something in our physical design. 1. The important bits tend to be either in the head or center of the chest area. A slow and deliberate hook with his right showed the boy the part of the chin to strike for a KO in a straight brawl. Doesn't matter how advanced or tough it seems, we're creatures of habit. And habit dictates that the important parts go there. 2nd, there's a major exploit that even you could use no matter what. Present day Izuku was flying right towards the section of the robot that connected its head to its body. Its larger build prevented it from properly blocking the small human projectile aiming for its neck. The arms were too large and swinging in too quickly to properly stop the boy's ascent. The air pressure produced from its flailing just made it easier for Izuku to ride the air pressure up and through its limbs without touching anything. While screaming out the word that All Might lent him, he was moving instinctively now at the guidance of Haru's advice. 4 months ago, and it's this right here. Rather confused by the pointing of Haru's finger to his beard, Izuku asked for the adult to elaborate. "Their beard?" "No." Haru just took a step back and tilted left and right as if he was dodging the punches of an invisible opponent. There was a clear example shown that Izuku still couldn't quite pick up on. "Their chin." Haru stopped shadow boxing and went up to Izuku to illustrate his point. "Humans are a rather uniquely designed animal, kiddo. We're designed to walk upright at all times, for traversing in our body reflects that need." He put his hands on his hips while explaining to the boy. "We have a habit to keep our hips the least mobile part of our body, meaning that it drags behind the body's movements whenever we actually move around. Up here." The bottom of Haru's sternum was the next allocated spot for his finger. "Our center of gravity is about roughly here. When you move or want to move, it's this part of the body that requires the most effort for the body to coordinate. Moving left will force me to send my chest in that direction. Moving right will do just the same in a similar principle. Before even this starts to move, there's another thing that is required to move around." Curiously, the part Haru pointed to next wasn't the chin like he indicated was important in a fight. It was his ear that he pointed at. Most people think that there isn't really a sixth sense and that the 5 we use in our daily lives is all there is to it. Our sense of balance is just as important, and all of it takes place right where another sense happens to be, in our ears. Haru squared up again and did some light dodging to show what it was that connected the fight to the chin. There's a saying among fighters who physically use their punches and kicks to deliver damage known to be true. Where the head goes, the body follows suit. It's by instinct that we tilt our heads towards any direction we are about to move towards. For you, it should be enough for now for you to keep looking at the chin of whatever it is you're scrapping with. This was all easy enough to realize for Izuku. There were vulnerabilities in the bipedal design of humans that Haru spent so many years realizing on his own. A conclusion that stuck with Izuku even past all those months of training. Even then, the lower you go the less the body begins to move around. Keeping your eyes on their hips will tell you where they are. Looking at their chin will tell you where they're going. Plus, the chin is an easy way to shake up whatever important delicate parts are inside their skull. A fist bump to his own chin to illustrate the mechanics of a knockout. It was the next part of his advice that Izuku was utilizing up till the present time. And if anything, hitting the necks is effective. Hard to make something as flexible as the human neck tough like the rest of the body. Which is why a lot of new fighters tend to look down at their opponent's feet the first few fights they get into. His hand then patted Izuku on the shoulder, making the boy wince slightly from its additional weight. But keep your eyes on where they're going and you'll read them way before they read you. Present day Izuku's initial jump was aimed slightly to the left as the mech took a step with its right leg and made it tilt ever so slightly. Aiming here when he leapt was key as the machine was still 1 foot in the air right as Izuku sailed up at the machine's head. Izuku waited for the exact moment for the mech to move exactly where he wanted it to be. While sailing up and towards the robot, its sensors went haywire and detected that there was an unknown threat flying straight for its head. It needed to preserve its core functions and sensor arrays at all costs, so it decidedly tilted its elongated head out of the way just as Izuku was close enough to strike. It just barely cleared the threat as it suddenly registered that there was a sudden spike in corrupted activity in its system. Izuku never intended for the head as the original target, it was its neck. Smash! The numerous hydraulics and tubes that actuated the machine's neck began to pop and rip apart like sausages wrapped too tightly as they fried on a cast iron grill. Oil, fluid, rubber, as well as chunks of metal flew all over the rooftops of the simulated city skyscrapers. Izuku honored his months of training by utilizing both All Might's abilities and Haru's wisdom in taking down this massive enemy in one blow. Its head was now detached and began to plummet to the streets behind it as half of its hardware functions were indeed in its head. Without its head, the mech lost all ability to detect its environment, secondary system functions, and alerted a critical error script that made the machine go limp in the direction of little to no bystanders registered around it before it lost that function. It was still impressive how powerful that thing was since its design was not intended to be compromised by any amount of young quirk users in a single blow. Those who were running were privy with the live version of seeing the Goliath's head tumble free from its body along with the rest of it to the floor in a single massive earthquake. Most of the applicants there were wondering what on earth could have done this. Only the bespectacled student knew it was that green-haired boy that he left behind that was likely responsible. In fact, he could just make out a speck of a human silhouette just barely visible that glowed green in the sun. Inside of the secured bunker, the teachers were all in awe that a single potential student alone was enough to take down the most dangerous target on the field. All Might felt a swelling of pride at how it was clearly visible from his perspective that Izuku reacted to save the other applicant without giving his own safety a second thought. He knew there and then that he had made the right choice in investing his quirk to this boy with a heart of platinum. However, in contrast to All Might, another mentor of Izuku's was feeling rather different about the whole affair at that very moment. Outside Ua Academy grounds from that very first leap at the machine that Izuku made, Haru knew something was already off with the boy's movement. Rather than using his body to stabilize his flight, Izuku just let his legs trail behind him like loose sleeves. Upon closer inspection of the footage, they were moving exactly like loose sleeves. To his horror, he realized that Izuku had shattered the bones in his legs to the point of rendering them loose and flexible without any sort of solid structure inside of them. Watching that head of the mech come loose didn't fill the man as much with pride as it did with fear over Izuku's safety. He was focused on Izuku's figure as it began to fall and plummet towards the earth. There was no time now, and so he used the emergency line he had prepared in case something like this were to happen. "Yes, sir? Send them in now, immediately." The closer the boy was getting to the earth, the more Haru's heart fell with Izuku. It was some of the longest few seconds Haru had to endure during his life here in this mortal realm. The team assigned were not slackers by any means, but it was still painful to imagine what would happen if he failed to get Izuku proper help immediately. Inside UA Academy's simulation arena, the adrenaline was finally clearing enough for Midoriya to realize that he succeeded in taking out the mock villain. The streets below were blown to bits with the heavy and now non-functioning piece of electronic equipment crushing the ground below into an imprint of its back. He felt the sudden relief and pride that he managed on his own for the first time ever. 30 seconds remaining. The time announcement brought Izuku out of his emotional high and now back in reality. He was now aware of the rushing wind and sensation of dropping to the ground at terminal velocity. While plummeting, there was a moment where Izuku rationalized that there was the possibility that with All Might's power came the ability for him to survive such a deadly-looking fall. A sense of pain that wiped his brain clean of all other thoughts just then radiated from 3 of his 4 limbs. It was unholy how much this hurt. His skin felt like it was blistering and boiling with blisters after taking second-degree burns. His muscles just screamed pain. Not a minor form like after a workout. It was like a truck ran over and backed over his legs and right arm until they were rendered indiscernible from week-old roadkill. His bones were broken. All of them. Every one. Even the smallest ones. He wasn't wrong there. His body wanted to render him unconscious to spare him from the pain that was driving him to the brink of literal mental insanity. He knew that if that were to happen, then it was over. The flopping of his pulverized limbs was just adding to the overwhelming experience of pain and panic. The reality of what All Might said was now a reality and not just a word of caution anymore. The exhaustion was settling in now, and it was making the edges of his vision go gray and black. He spent all of last night and the past few days clearing out heavy debris all by himself. The past few days were led with little to no sleep with his constant effort to complete the conditions of his training. Now he was about to black out before hitting the ground and splattering himself onto the mock-up build of a city street below. With the ground now coming up at a frightening pace, there was no time to think about the pain. Izuku wasn't even sure whether or not he succeeded in striking the critical point on the robot for him to benefit from taking the risk he did just now. It was now just a matter of time until gravity finished him off before he could even know if he qualified to enter the school of his dreams. He tried to use his last functioning limb to try and soften the landing to survive. He was fading into unconsciousness too quickly to enact his plan. He was now just above the skyscrapers when he completely blacked out and fell limply to the earth. All Might was now feeling a sense of intense panic with the young Midoriya now just short of colliding with the hard earth below. It was short-lived with what happened just when Izuku collided with something. Less than 1 minute ago, there were many officers and divisions of the Emergency Security Department that existed to serve public safety to the highest caliber possible. They ranged from law officers, urban and natural environmental conservation, as well as medical services and rescue. Underneath the simulated arenas were a series of tunnels that the ESD Medical Division utilized to train and prepare their medics and doctors with events such as this. The entrance exams were such an extreme example of a possible scenario where an extreme and large case of multiple injured people would exist. From these tunnels, the medics and other attendants were on standby in case of any sort of unintended emergency situation. 10 minutes was not a very long time, but to these men and women it was an amount of time that might as well resign their patients dead. They followed and divided themselves systematically while the majority of the group migrated alongside the majority of applicants. The team leads were given holographic wrist monitors that displayed every available camera option at the press of an option. It was right when they all felt an earthquake that shook the tunnels that an emergency call to the group near the site of the impact was made. Miura moved to save the descending civilians. It took no further explanation for his team to then exit the hatch that led into an empty building near the feet of the downed robot. They all exited the building and were immediately prepared for the impending impact of the young boy falling from the sky. They were still standing rather far from the impact zone at first glance. But there were 4 medical staff with rather odd-looking devices large enough to be suitcase-sized standing in a square-like formation from one another. They all slammed their devices into the ground and activated the controls on their individual units to activate their primary functions. Each separate suitcase device spewed a soapy cloud of bubbles that increased in mass and size quickly. In less than a second, there was a mass of foam that was turning all of its smaller bubbles into larger pockets of air that were growing in number. Izuku was just past the top of the buildings by the time the massive bubbles reached a rather impressive height. The rest of the team were on standby while waiting for their patient to descend into the bubbles. It was a rather unworldly sight to see a body falling at ridiculous speeds into what looked like a pile of bubbles, to then have some medical staff enter the mass of bubbles from the sides and retrieve the body unharmed from the fall. In fact, it was as though there were no bubbles to speak of when they exited the bubble mass and laid the boy carefully on a prepped medical gurney. Time's up. An alarm signaled to all the applicants that the allotted 10 minutes to gather points was now at its end. The sound of the alarm went on for less of a second before numerous ESD medical staff dressed in white military gear were pouring out of the buildings and attending to all the injured applicants. There were drones with speakers attached that made an announcement to all applicants to put their minds at ease. All applicants, please stand by as ESD medical staff come to attend to your physical conditions. All applicants, please stand by as ESD medical staff come to attend to your physical conditions. Their reputation was only set in stone, as there was no waste in time or effort in getting the more injured of the students stabilized and under acceptable condition to transport them to a proper medical facility. Every medical staff member that attended to the teens' well-being wore a gas mask with full visors so as not to restrict their vision. No expense was spared, since the threat of contact or airborne contaminants were often a factor in dealing with medical emergencies. In no time, all students who were injured or in another sort of more serious condition were being tended to or were already well on their way to get proper care elsewhere. A familiar face was being helped by ESD medical staff with his minor scrapes and bruises. Before he could muster up any sort of meaningful protest, the majority of his cuts and bruises were already cleaned, treated, and dressed before he realized what was happening. In all honesty, if he were not following in his family legacy of heroism, his next choice would have been to apply into the emergency security department before going back into another form of heroism as his other choices. If heroes represented an aloft hope for a better future, then the ESD were that element necessary to safeguard that very safety. This government-funded division was a success from the very first day. It only has grown from there, as once the entire country knew of their work, the amount of applicants rejected from the get-go was just another boost to their reputation. They clearly had no interest in the Commonwealth and were in a state of maximum efficiency to keep the civilians of Japan safe from those who intend to do them harm. Best of all, they were working as a response group to any sort of danger that warranted their intervention. They never had officers patrol or keep tabs on the public. It was a strict emergency service type deal that they never broke. This sort of commitment to such intentional and deliberate safety was enough to lure him to join them had it not been for his original goals of attending UA. The applicant with glasses was only able to look on in awe as an elderly woman exiting an ambulance transport approached the boy who was being stabilized by the competent medical staff tending to his wounds. She passed another student she then randomly offered gummies to for no discernible reason. She was then escorted past the rabble as they asked who it was that deserved an escort of several ESD officers surrounding her in a secure perimeter. Ah, Mademoiselle Recovery Girl. She is one of the greatest healers known in this country to work with UA Academy. The French boy with eyes glittering like diamonds elaborated on everyone's curiosity as ESD medics finished up in cleaning and bandaging the boy. The elderly woman spotted Izuku, who was still being attended to by the expert staff before he was qualified to be moved. She noted his limbs being completely pulverized from the inside out before noting that his body was like that of a newborn that let their quirk injure them. When she came to a stop, the ESD officers who were escorting her all set a perimeter from her, with all of them facing outwards to the rest of the rabble. Oh my! It seems as though your quirk has exceeded the limits of your physical body. Like newborns not ready for their potential power. Her lips comically stretched to ridiculous lengths to key * the young teenager unconscious on the gurney. Everyone looking out of interest for such a VIP of the medical staff here to help the injured saw something rather miraculous. What is that? A random person not familiar with this scenario voiced his confusion over what it was he just saw. Madam Recovery Girl has the ability to heal most injuries by simply keying them. The regeneration from any sort of bodily harm short of replacing organs. The purple skin disappeared under a green light that creeped across the boy's limbs and snapped all of his bones back into their rightful places without invasive surgery. Whatever injury that needs immediate mending is her specialty. That is why the ESD considers her a hero who warrants a security team at all times provided by them. The disappearance of all of Izuku's injuries made everyone realize how valuable this elderly woman was for cases that were rather serious in this simulated battle. The training exercise for the ESD Medical Division personnel was finished off with the most critical of patients being transferred to Recovery Girl's location for immediate care. Oddly, it was at this point that Recovery Girl was more or less working with the ESD rather than UA. Her position as a UA alumni was the only connection keeping her here at UA as their nurse. ESD and their protocol were still watching and protecting her at all times from those who wished to do the elderly women harm. Not even the government could touch her without the permission and followed protocols set by the ESD being completed. She was a system for UA to utilize until the ESD perfected their medical equipment and knowledge to produce results that rival that of Recovery Girl's quirk. She was one of their highest security protocols from now until she died of natural causes. It would be ridiculous for a school to just depend on one person for any sort of medical emergency after putting so many potential students through such a dangerous exercise. The analytical mind of the student who was judging Izuku's actions from the very start of this admissions exam realized something rather critical. The knowledge of Recovery Girl's abilities being only second to the ESD Medical Division being present was currently known by only top hero families with the resources necessary to know about such extreme practices. Her security detail and following social ambiguity was thorough and secure enough that even top heroes couldn't pinpoint her location anywhere but here at the UA entrance exams. Izuku was clearly someone who wasn't so privy to such knowledge. So it dawned on him that he had reacted with the knowledge of. A week later, Izuku was on autopilot the whole time since his attempt to enter UA Academy. The only times he wasn't so emotionally dead was waking up to Mina crying and hugging him at the side of his hospital bed and hearing about Mina's acceptance into UA. He owed Mina after so much time apart and fell asleep with her after she demanded that she be let into his bedroom. Both sets of parents were surprisingly okay with the arrangement after being completely transparent with every responsible party member. It was only Mina's dad that sounded as though he was talking through his clenched jaw. From that day it was a rather off set of events that Izuku failed to commit to memory. He would just wander through the neighborhood aimlessly without a thought in his vacant mind and come home to the sight of either Haru or his mom being a bit disheveled. The two of them would act awkward at times and be flush with a slight warmth to their bodies that even Izuku could feel just standing next to either of them. Izuku was finally able to come home more often, and it was something the two adults were reluctant to acknowledge. They both loved and cherished Izuku with all their hearts. Both Haru and Inko were still slightly bitter in their own ways that their time alone would be cut short by the absent-minded Izuku despite their best efforts to get the boy to spend more time out of the Midoriya household. This was not an illusion that they were neglectful of Izuku's needs, since Haru knew not to overstay his welcome and Inko didn't skip a beat in caring for her only son as she usually did. The only time they were able to keep Izuku out of the house long enough was when they convinced Mina's parents to sleep over at his better half's home. The father, who had peeped through a hole he bored into the wall through the neighboring room all night, was hard-pressed to say that Izuku had any sort of malicious intent. What broke his heart was how intimate his daughter was trying to be with the green-haired boy. He was on the wrong end of things, as it were. Izuku was having dinner with his mother and he hadn't taken a bite of the fried mackerel with how disillusioned he had been feeling up till now. His mother tried to snap her son out of his stupor while he absent-mindedly just kept up his many muscle training assignments charged to him from the past few months. Izuku's mother had finished up the dishes when the door had gone off with the bell signaling someone at the front door. The green-haired boy was in the living room and pondering how much his life was affected by everything that has happened so far. His own mom was aware of everything he was doing to get into UA, with Haru now being more involved with the happenings of the Midoriya household. This all was something she was rather partial to getting her only child out of, since it was leading to her boy only experiencing pain so far. By Haru's word to her, it was barely enough of a guarantee that it was all right to allow Izuku to continue his training with all might and himself. Another mundane evening where all he could do was just wait till he could see the results of his maddening efforts. "Izuku, honey?" Peering over his shoulder, Izuku could see his mother standing at the hallway entrance with an envelope in her fingers clenched tightly in her hands. Weight was often a subject of personal preference in whether or not something was too heavy or too light. It was a fact of life that some people were simply meant to be stronger than others from the very beginning. A piece of squared paper folded into a pouch was the only thing Izuku could stare at in his room. While he had the nerves to do so, he reached over and peeled the wax seal ever so gently. The envelope had a widget that was rather mysterious to the boy. There was a folded piece of paper as well with other information. It was secondary to the mystery of what this piece of technology meant for Izuku. There wasn't much of a mystery as it suddenly projected a hollow video as soon as he placed the mysterious device flat onto his desk. Just then, where is he? Where is it? What's happening? Inko calmed down Haru when he suddenly burst through the front door of the apartment with nothing but questions to what Izuku had just received. As in control, the man was in secret. This was all up to Izuku whether or not he passed. Inko and Haru waited for Haru in the living room while they both sat side by side and held each other's hands like any parents would in concern for their child's results for their potential future. Inside the boy's bedroom, the youngest Midoriya was getting his answer just then. Ha ha ha. Good day, young Midoriya. If Nakamura is present as well, greetings to him as well. All Might popped up in the hollow video dressed in a golden pinstripe suit that made the broad-shouldered figure look like some cartoonish oversized cartoon of a host rather than the most renowned hero in the world. I have to say that the results I have to present are nothing short of something unprecedented in the history of UA's history. It is likely you have said A. Off camera, there was a muted voice whispering to All Might from behind the camera. What? I'm talking too much. More inaudible whispering followed by All Might's belligerent and ignorant commentary. I'm wasting time. We have how many left? How much time? I'm wasting time. I need to stop repeating everything you all, I see? The hero on screen had finally collected himself enough to deliver the message he had prepared for Izuku just now. Ahem. So your written exams were nothing short of exemplary with someone who seeks to be a hero through nothing but diligence and sacrifice. Beyond that, the passing students' results are being announced through their rather tedious hollow video projectors. As the information of what this implied set in for Izuku, All Might elaborated further on what it was he meant to communicate through this video. Looking at this example image that the introduction had used at the start of the exams, one would be forgiven for thinking that a threat like this was something that would only warrant a rational response to run away. It's not only physically tougher than any other target, it also has no confirmed location for its destruction point. It wasn't out of desire to get into UA he almost killed himself. This was throwing off the boy who was still overthinking as All Might provided the clear information that Izuku was meant to hear. No other student in the past had managed to strike this randomized point before they took down this difficult opponent. As of now, you are the only student in UA history to ever get themselves into this academy through such a brave and reckless means. A feeling of relief that lifted all of his stress and concern from after the exams took all of it away. Nothing was tying Izuku down to this freeing sensation of validation that Izuku had been lacking for his whole life. You have gone past Plus Ultra and demonstrated something that this school is lacking indeed. I look to see what it is you will achieve past this moment of true heroism, young Midoriya. Izuku was too excited to tell his mother the good news. In the living room he also found Haru waiting with her, and with all of them there they all celebrated then and there with a rather pleasant family atmosphere heavy in the air. The rest of the night was spent celebrating the results of Izuku's success. 2 days later, after the emotional highs had worn off enough for Izuku, he revisited the video left to him by All Might and saw additional footage still left on the hollow video projector. Scrubbing the video let Izuku see where he left off. Patience was a much easier thing to exercise now that the tension polluting the boy's psyche was nothing but a memory at this point. But do not take this as an invitation to allow yourself to slack off on your efforts in achieving your goals. From now it begins. More rants on heroism followed in All Might's usual style of bold speech, and strong gesturing was enough of a motivator for the confirmed UA student. What caught Izuku's attention was the sudden cut to a video feed of Haru sitting on a folding chair in a blue suit. The man then took a moment to clear his throat before speaking to Izuku with a one-sided speech style of speaking. Hey, kiddo. I asked a friend of mine at the company that edits these videos to include this bit of footage for you. Rather than cutting the video short, Izuku kept watching the private message unique to his video message. I'm scared. I know it sounds like a lame way to say, congrats, but it's the truth. In the video, the man he recognized as Haru was lacking the usual swagger and confidence he knew the man for. It was such a vulnerable-looking man that it was almost too uncomfortable for him to continue watching. Being a hero isn't just glory and ideal fantasies being realized. You're going to be someone who's going to do this for a very long time. Such a tired voice came from Haru in the video. Where All Might was vibrant and iconic, Haru was formal and rather limp. You're going to face some rather dangerous things through your efforts of being a hero that is as great as All Might, and it scares me. An unfamiliar pain in his chest was affecting Izuku quite a bit. All this time he thought that Haru was someone who was gung-ho on making Izuku a hero like he always wanted to be as a kid. Seeing his closest guiding figure telling him something so private and compromising was an unprepared change of pace in how he saw the man. I can't stop you. You need my support and I'll give you as much as I need to give you. Harun looked up into the camera and connected to the boy through a recording alone. So don't stop. You run to that goal and keep running for however long or fast you need to go to make it. Don't you dare stop for me or anybody else. You are a hero in training, so don't ever stop moving. It instilled a rather strong spirit of resolution to see his mentor revealing his personal feelings to then share how much he cared that Izuku was capable both physically and mentally to achieve his dreams. He was wishing for something from Haru that was evading the edges of his memories still. I love you, kiddo. No matter what, I'll be on your side, remember that always. The video ended. Izuku remembered what it was he wished from Haru. Now it was likely that Izuku had it the whole time without realizing it was there the whole time. He wanted a dad. It was so painfully apparent what Haru was to him that it made Izuku shed a few tears over how much of an ignorant fool he was to Haru's attempts to make sure that Izuku was taken care of under his watch. At the Bakugo household, Katsuki was not a very emotionally revealing individual from the very start. Especially after the passing of someone very near and dear to his family. His mother still kept up appearances but worked so hard to the point where Katsuki himself recognized that he needed to fill in a few responsibilities to help her out in the family. His entrance letter to UA was celebrated by his mother and him with cake and all sorts of other decadent food items, with a celebration even the youngest Bakugo would remember fondly. Haru even stopped by when the news was realized, and with him the Bakugo family shared an evening with Haru and his food truck. Days after the news was announced, he too realized there was additional footage on the holo video that he skipped over in the excitement. The whole video Haru shared with the young was a very revealing video of Katsuki's oldest mentor. How it was he felt after everything that happened to the boy. What irritated the young Bakugo the most wasn't the constant lectures or probing in his personal life. Once in a while there was a look he got from Haru that filled him with an emotion that made him react with so much frustration it even scared the boy at times with how much he was against Haru showing such an emotion on his face. The video was sharing Haru's fears for the boy and what he wanted for Katsuki. Hearing that Haru felt like he wasn't enough of a role model hurt quite a bit. But the next part was what kept Katsuki from finishing the video for quite some time. I know it must have been hard for you. I want you to know this and remember it for the rest of your life. What happened with your dad isn't. He had slammed down on the small projector suddenly with his open palm. Bakugo was still at his desk with the fear of what was about to be said keeping him from finishing the video. It shook him to the core that someone he looked to for strength and guidance was still fearful for his emotions over something he wanted to bury in the past. The reason Haru was so insistent was because of Katsuki's reluctance to speak about the past. It was because of this that Haru feared for Bakugo Katsuki. There was no doubt in many people's minds that Bakugo Katsuki was someone capable of taking the top in terms of recognition as a hero. It wasn't just reflected in the unique ability he inherited from both of his parents. He was a leader by nature, and it showed by how often he shouldered the responsibilities of both his own and his friends' actions. Back when the villain had captured him as a means of escape from the ESD. The selection of the villain wasn't from his immature game of eeny meeny. He intentionally shoved his friends aside and let the villain see him as the only choice to grab from the trio. They didn't want to abandon Katsuki no matter how much he begged the other two to just abandon him and run for safety. If it hadn't been for both the efforts of the heroes and ESD there who helped keep them all safe, he was sure that his efforts would have been nothing short of pissing in the wind. The results from the entrance exam were rather private and were only known to the applicants who either passed or failed the test. Izuku had scored an automatic pass and was immediately taken out of the points system grading the potential students. Bakugo not only scored points in elimination of villain targets. The rescue category even included a few points from the other potential victims that could have fallen to the mechs during the exam. He truly was a leader by instinct. Both Izuku and Katsuki were exemplary examples in their own rights. Bakugo would often be calloused and act out of frustration rather than react with a more hero-worthy attitude. That deducted points for him as such a thing was seen as a necessary trait for an ideal hero. In contrast to this visible frustration and anger, he never left behind another applicant to fend for themselves. He kept the group whole and able with every member that was still able to contribute to their ability to fight back against the simulated villains. He was a hero that was capable of anything in their eyes. Izuku was more instinctive in his own rights rather than Katsuki, who was far more methodic with his side of the exam. The lack of regard for his own safety would have just warranted him as a loose cannon and ended his assessment at just that. The more combat-experienced heroes assessing the boy saw the subtle adjustments the boy made to better his chances to end the fight with a single decisive blow. It wasn't even a diamond in the rough. Izuku was the seed of a mighty unbreakable tree that would recover and stand strong no matter the challenge. 1 week ago, one of the instructors for the UA Academy was rather keen on letting his legs stretch in comparison to his peers who were content in letting their asses bind to the many lounge chairs in the dark room. The student who was able to contain and control did warrant just as much attention from him as Izuku Midoriya with his singular blow to end the fight. It wasn't a fluke that Izuku ended the robot with a single blow with his quirk. In the eyes of the teacher, it was like the experience and intelligence of the user didn't match the quirk of the user at all. Why was someone so aware of how to navigate themselves through a fight so easily disabled with their own power? The teacher asking such questions was left to his own devices as he cast his vote in the assessments afterwards. 9 days after the exam, Izuku was sprinting past the ever-familiar stone marker that brandished the name of the beach where he had spent months cleaning and clearing the beach of garbage and wreckages in the thousands of kilos. Morning was still keeping the sun at bay below the horizon with the two figures he was expecting to meet there looking out to the open ocean. Both All Might and Haru turned to greet Izuku as he arrived in eager anticipation of what it was that both his mentors wanted to talk to him about. Haru-san. All mi. Ghty heaven, it's good to see you, Izuku. The boy was interrupted by the ever-vigilant Haru suddenly. There was a couple on the docks of the now clear beach enjoying the sunrise that Izuku hadn't seen from the very start. He acknowledged that his greeting was a bit of a slip of the tongue before he corrected his introduction. Izuku and the other two adults took a moment to get their bearings over where the conversation was. Just between the three of us, me and Nakamura-san here wanted to wish you a job well done in getting into UA. I couldn't be prouder, but if you can, try your best to prevent a repeat of what happened at the exams. I don't want you to get used to blowing up an arm or leg to land a blow on the enemy. Both these men raised a good point for Izuku to consider. Just as All Might was the force and passion behind his dream, Haru was the voice of reason that kept the boy from killing himself from his passionate actions. They wished Izuku a job well done for his success on the UA entrance exams. He returned their sentiment in the same spirit and simply disclosed that his ability to control the quirk was still lacking. Still, I wasn't expecting you to be a teacher here at UA, since your transfer from Roppongi to the Ameri. No. Neither man wanted to be subjected to another long-winded explanation of another aspect of All Might's life at 5:30 in the morning. I didn't want to subject you under the scrutiny of nepotism, so out of fairness I didn't tell anyone about my involvement with you. All Might had both sets of eyes on him as he approached the shoreline. To be perfectly honest, I couldn't tell anybody I was here until I took the job officially. I just happened to be here looking for a successor when they offered me the job. There was a seed of doubt that began to germinate deep in the ego of Izuku. A thought that was so ingrained about the possibility that all of this was just by coincidence. Perhaps somebody else would have been better suited if he hadn't. Oi! Haru got All Might to turn around to see that what he just said put something in the boy's head that he wasn't intended to put there. You're not someone who got this power just because of luck. If that was all there was to this, then none of us would have worked all that time to help you. So get that notion that other people deserve this opportunity more than you out of your head. Out of context, it would have seemed a bit harsh for an adult to be so direct with his words. It was Haru's way of conveying that what he said was to be remembered for the kid's own good. Izuku had some doubts about his role in all of this. For now he would do his best to trust the opinions of the two men who had invested their trust in him. But still, I destroyed my legs and an arm from using this power just once. Do you really think I have what it takes? Rather than both of them informing Izuku of what was to come next, Haru wanted no part in indulging Izuku in information. He would prefer not to encourage the boy's enthusiasm for his heroic climb. Haru sighed through his nose and took a moment to take a few steps away to let All Might do the talking. Right now your vessel was the result of just 10 short months of preparation. Even after all of that training you were just barely able to contain the power as it is right now. All Might picked up a pair of aerosol cans that looked to be used up and empty. The more time you spend on gaining a more suitable container, the more power you can call upon without repercussions. The cans were flattened down to discs in the hero's fingers with a single squeeze of his now thick palms. The hero had returned to form and was demonstrating the strength available for simply training his body to use one for all in such a relaxed manner. Eventually it will become second nature to unleash its full potential whenever you wish. Izuku looked upon his hero with awe as the visible difference in time and experience made it look so effortless with how powerful he had become just now. On the opposite end, Haru was dreading the pain and injury Izuku was meant to go through now that his introduction into heroism was finally here. Off in the distance the same couple that had been sightseeing on the now cleared beach were rather keen on announcing what it was they saw. Oh my god, it is All Might. I knew he was here somewhere. Not as well known to All Might as it was to Izuku. Haru only had patience when he wanted to. Right now it was a rather short fuse that was setting off a temper that the nosy couple just set alight. One of the flattened cans was plucked from All Might's hand and thrown with such force and accuracy that it buried itself into the wooden post just past the couple's heads. Would you off already? Who asked you two to be here? He had frightened the lovers badly enough to make both of them scramble towards the beach exit in a mad panic. Today that All Might was shocked at the sudden aggression Haru just revealed was a bit of a soft sell. He grabbed Haru by the back of his jacket collar as the man kept yelling profanities at the bystanders while he and Izuku made a break for it. It had been some time since Izuku saw Haru lose his temper, so it was more of a reminder for the boy than anything. It got All Might to think about something he couldn't help but think about after months of time with this man who demonstrated an odd amount of competency in such things like physical training and sparring. From what he saw it wasn't too far of a stretch to think that if Haru had inherited one for all, he was likely to be able to use the quirk immediately with little to no drawbacks as he were durable, strong, intelligent, and experienced enough to give All Might with his quirk active. What fresh hell did this man go through in this superpowered world to make him strong enough to keep those who intended him harm at bay? Such thoughts were pushed aside as his thoughts returned to the boy running behind in tow. Barely a flame was passed onto Izuku. It would only be a matter of time before the boy was ready and All Might would disappear from heroism permanently. April, the first day of the term, was here for all official students in the country. A new time for those who were preparing themselves to advance further in their futures with the return of spring as a symbolic season to represent this new time of progression. Inside the home of the Midoriyas there was a green-haired boy who was slipping on his shoes while his mother stood behind him going down a list of things he may need before taking off for UA Academy. Tissues? Handkerchief? Pencils? I got it all, don't worry, anyways, I gotta go. Izuku. Her son stopped halfway out the door to look back up at his mom. She had wet eyes as she just admired how much her son has matured from the past year alone. You look like such a man now. It made the boy a bit embarrassed to hear such a compliment from his own mother that flattered him quite a bit. It was just another reminder of how much he's accomplished to just be here at the starting line. He returned his mother's sentiments with a bright smile and began his journey towards the school campus. It was now he was to officially begin his journey as a hero worthy to inherit All Might's will. Later in front of UA Academy, by the time Izuku arrived at the school it was still early enough before classes would begin for some time. Next to the gate, like last time, there was a food truck that was serving the last few lingering students arriving with him. Out the window the serving counter jutting out from the side poured out with the smell of spices and maple sugar. The students ahead just finished paying and were happily sharing a cookie between them as they went in search of their homerooms. As always, Haru peeked out and saw the boy approach from a distance and waved the boy down. Izuku slowed to a halt and caught his breath after he had just ran up a steep slope that would have been murder on his lungs before all of his training. Well, how are we feeling? Mr. Ua student. A look up at the man revealed a genuinely proud man who was congratulating someone who was basically his son at achieving what he worked so hard for. That same part of Izuku who knew that his dad was still out there somewhere was filled with pride at Haru's praise. A stranger was nothing in comparison to what Haru meant to Izuku. There was barely a moment of silence when Haru's smile dropped and looked at Izuku's chest like something was wrong. Izuku, what on earth is that thing on your chest? Glancing down, it was apparent that what Haru was now pointing at was the bulky-looking tie around his neck. It's my tie. Why? Is something? Haru sighed and rubbed his forehead at how little the boy knew about formal male dressing that he thought that it was acceptable to wear a tie so heinously knotted into a ball. Haru was dressed in his usual black crew-cut long sleeve and jeans, but he still took the time to flip his sign closed and exited the van alongside the boy with a tie in his own hands. Okay. Undo that and do as I show you. For a few minutes the new student walked through the basic essentials of a single Windsor for formal wear with his mentor. He promised to go over the other versions of knots at a later time before notifying Izuku he had 5 minutes left to get to class now. They waved goodbye to one another, and with that Izuku was off to attend his first day at the Hero Academy of his dreams. It was an easy enough job for him to recognize the numbering system used to identify the many classrooms in the school. Izuku was now standing in front of a single sliding door that was easily at least 4 of him stacked on top of each other. It was likely to be accommodation for students with gigantism-type quirks. One deep breath in and Izuku slid open the door to face the music. Inside the room there were quite a few new faces already seated with a few familiar faces still chatting with one another. These faces all turned to Izuku and gave their usual kind greetings that helped ease the boy's nerves. One of these was someone who he was very familiar with, and in fact that very face got up from their seat and tried to come over to give him their usual greetings. Izu, good morning. The pink girl was intercepted by the boy in glasses Izuku recognized from the entrance exams. He stared down the boy with an intense stare as he marched over to make his greetings to the surprised Midoriya. I am from Sumei Academy. My name is Iida Tenya. It's a pleasure to finally meet your acquaintance. A strong hand shot out for Izuku to shake in greetings of the eager prep school student. A hesitant but polite grip wrapped itself around Iida's own palm. Izuku. Midoriya Izuku. You realized something during the practical exams, didn't you? Now Izuku was the one clueless to what Iida was referring to. I must say that even I was unable to see things for what they are. You are clearly. Oi. Out of the way. I'm trying to say hi here. Behind the wide-shouldered Tenya, the smaller frame of Ashido Mina was struggling to get past him to say her piece to Izuku. Iida thought this interruption rather rude and confronted the energetic girl about it. Out of the, who do you think you are? Can't you see that I'm having a conversation here? Who do you think you are? I haven't seen Izuku in forever, and you're the one getting all. Hey, it's the green-haired boy from the exams. Now there was a third party in this conversation that was making the morning rather loud for the rest of the class. Izuku was startled to see the bunny-like girl from before appear out of nowhere. She was just as bubbly and animated as before as she praised Midoriya for getting into the school like he did. As she was mimicking Izuku's punch like a fangirl, both him and Mina couldn't help but notice that she looked rather good in the school's uniform. Oh, it was nothing, I just got lucky is all. Still, it was incredible. I have never seen anything like it before, like pow, poo. Many of the students were looking rather bemused by such a chaotic event on their first day from their peers. Only one was looking at Izuku with a reminder of a rather bitter moment from about a month or so ago. 1 month ago, the principal of their old junior high was congratulating the UA entries in his office as it was an unprecedented all-time low of only roughly 220-odd students that made it into the esteemed school. Calling it a miracle and so on fell only on one pair of ears that took the praise in stride. Bakugo could barely recall what it was the principal said that same day as he and Izuku exited the school gates at the same time in silence. It was only recently that Katsuki had started to acknowledge that Izuku was even there in the first place after so long. There was still a reluctance about that kept their interactions silent for a very large majority of their interactions. Out front, the familiar van of Haru was parked with the man leaning up against it and waiting for the two boys. Izuku and Bakugo each spoke to Haru with 2 separate conversations that only had Haru involved with each of them. Their time was short and so they went on their way before Haru called out to the both of them. Bakugo. Do you mind sticking around for a sec? I gotta talk to you about something. Izuku wanted to ask, but with Katsuki heading right for Haru, he decided it wiser that they had their privacy. Bakugo stood with his hands in his pockets while his hands were in his pockets. I wanted to say that I'm proud that you held on like you did, kiddo. That top spot you earned was nothing short of everything I had expected from someone as hardworking and intelligent as you. There was no sort of reluctant attitude like before in the principal's office. He was a bit embarrassed, but he still thanked Haru for his kind words. Haru's expression fell a little as now there was the actual reason he stopped the young Katsuki. Also, I wanted to check up on you, more accurately, where your head is at in all this. It still bothered Bakugo whenever Haru got like this. It was months since the last time he spoke to the like this, and it was after the hostage situation. He was concerned for the boy and was seeing if relapsing into such a terrible trauma in his life was affecting the boy without actually saying he was secretly there to stop the boy from harming himself or Izuku. You tend to go into things rather strongly, so I wanted to slow you down enough to chat. You're going into UA to become a hero, but I don't want you to become a hero for the wrong reasons. That's just gonna end up with you getting hurt. Katsuki held back his emotional turmoil while Haru relayed the purpose of what it was he needed to touch bases on with Bakugo. These conversations were extremely rare, and this was the most frequent that such delicate conversation had occurred from all those months ago. Last time it was about a rather terrible event of loss. He could wager that this time was no different. You're capable of becoming a true symbol of heroism at the highest peaks. What I see is that you're still struggling from afar. The boy wanted to bite his tongue, but it was already hard enough to contain himself enough to keep up the tough demeanor he was usually familiar with. Your dad saw someone who was capable of being a hero of merit, not someone who sought to write something that. I get it. He knew better than to raise his voice at Haru like this, and it still filled him with regret even now. It was just too much for the teenager, and Haru didn't bother correcting the boy or going after him as Bakugo stomped off towards home in a foul mood. There were some demons that some people couldn't tell whether or not they were fighting to get rid of or struggling to keep out of some sort of false sense of motivation. Katsuki was very much unable to differentiate between these two things. Present time Bakugo just wanted everyone to shut up and get to their seats after remembering something so complicated. He said nothing with the rabble up front still trying to sort themselves out from one conversation to the other. This isn't a playground for you to just mess around in. Izuku was the first to see somebody just behind the bubbly brunette lying on the floor in a yellow sleeping bag. It was one of those sleeping bags that covered up everything except the face as well. The rest of the quartet all turned to the stranger, who looked like they needed a lot of something to perk themselves up from whatever exhausting state they were in. Suddenly a juice pouch appeared from inside the bag and was beeped down with loud beeping noises which cemented their confusion over who the hell this was. Without getting out, the adult in the yellow zip-up bag got up to his feet without getting out and commented on the newest arrivals. 12 seconds. Gotta say that's a lot of time to get yourselves silent. He unzipped and let the padded material fall to the floor to reveal his all-black ensemble topped with a scarf that seemed to wrap around his neck endlessly. You all need to start thinking more about things like that. Become mindful of your limited resources like time. Everyone in the room knew that all teachers in the academy were all pro-heroes by their own merits. They were all racking their brains to figure out who would be a hero while looking like all sorts of half-dead like he did right now. I'm Shota Aizawa. I'll be your homeroom teacher. Well, that was a shot to left field for most of the kids in this lethargic zombies class. Sorry about this, but if you can just put these on and follow me to the track field. A uniform that looked to be coveralls with the sleeves cut short were produced from his sleeping bag. More and more they were all confused over who this was and what his angle was with them. Teacher's Lounge. As a new teacher in the school, he served as an alumni back in the day. All Might was getting himself reintroduced to the standard practices and rules that were updated since he was here. The teacher's manual was enough of a refresher for the rules he remembered from his days as a student. Reading the newer standard practices was what made him really focus on getting himself to remember this small booklet filled with useful information. The government over the years had been rather hands-on from the past few years in getting the curriculums of all of Japan's schools revised and changed to better reflect a system that was seeking the betterment of its civilians. UA was a rather tough cookie for the government since its principal and school staff were less than willing to release a few of their liberties they had with their students. Oddly, the exam was a change that only occurred a few months ago. There were some serious legal repercussions for UA from their past actions that made it difficult to say no to the demands of the school board. Something that was still undergoing development was the information that students were privy to from their teachers. Quite a lot of gray area for teachers to still uphold their own sort of practices with some restrictions. UA track field, quirk assessments. Everyone was all changed out and ready for some sort of physical activity when the rather unorthodox Shota announced to his students that there was another sort of qualifying event for them to pass. But what about the entrance exams? Weren't they used as a qualifier for all of us? That was that. Now is the time for this. The rather nefarious teacher was revealing his true colors on the unsuspecting students. For years, UA's pride had been its ideology in letting the teachers decide their curriculum. Even after years of intervention from other bodies of regulation, we fight for this right as educators. A lesson in the values of UA and its way of raising heroes was shared with the whole class by this rather drained-looking ragged man. The standards that the government uses as a benchmark for physical activities were nothing to heroes like him. To illustrate his point, the man began the exercise by calling out Katsuki to throw the first ball in the softball toss. He took his time to stretch and gauge the weight of the ball so as not to rip it apart by his quirk when he threw it. He could feel that based on the density and feel of the exterior that it could take a significant beating before it would break apart. With one foot out, he winded up his shoulder and let loose a blast that multiplied his baseline throw by a factor of 11. Die. An excessively harsh sentiment against an inanimate object. An all-time high was recorded as the first attempt that the others there were now supposed to compete against. It wouldn't make sense for us to not find out what you're capable of at your highest potential, now would it? This is the guiding principle we use to teach all of you. Everyone saw the recording of over 720 meters. It got them all excited to see what it was they were capable of with this restriction being lifted for the first time ever. That was a fleeting moment as there was a significantly disproportionate punishment attached at the end of Aizawa's speech. By the way, any of you bottom out in all 8 exercises and that person is immediately expelled, effective immediately. Nobody there could believe that such a harsh stipend would be paid at the end of all this. Only about 3 people there had something to say about that. Isn't that too much? Why is that a thing? Mina was resting her head on Izuku's right shoulder the whole time. Some of the other boys in the class looked at Izuku with scorn and feelings of betrayal as he and the pinkhead were just casually holding hands or nonchalantly leaning on one another without even realizing what it was they were doing. Izuku was already used to such treatment, so he didn't even notice the hostility being aimed at him. Are such punishments even possible for a teacher alone to hand to their students? It seems a bit unbecoming of UA's practices. Yeah, kinda suspiciously weird if you ask me. Don't we get a say in this? Both the buxom girl with the wild ponytail as well as the skinny teen with audio jacks dangling from her ears were voicing their disapproval of the whole thing. It wasn't for any particular reason that was for themselves. When the exams were finished, it was later learned by Mina that Izuku was in the infirmary while unconscious. In her panic, she called Kyoka and Momo to check up on their mutual friend. Haru disclosed that it was indeed what the green-haired boy did to end the fight that landed him here in the first place. They also knew that any use of his new quirk would lead to injuries worse than anything humanly possible through exterior means. Heroes serve the public against threats that come out of nowhere. Natural disasters, criminals and villains, all of which either lack or miss the common decency to warn the innocent public. If you want to go into this with the idea that it's nothing more than another 9 to 5 sort of deal, you know where the exits are. These 3 girls wanted to communicate how foolish of a sentiment this was when somebody they cared about was barely able to utilize his own power without nearly killing himself every time he used it. Mina wanted to try and probe for an alternative to the punishment but was stopped by Izuku, who had subtly pinched the back of her suit and pulled her gently back to calm her down. She remained silent out of courtesy to Izuku's request. It was transparent how much Mina cared, so he stealthily held her hand from behind and gave it a small squeeze to say thank you. This never failed to make her a bit shy at how much he had an effect on her at times like these. The other boys went unnoticed as they kept sending silent curses of misfortune to the lovey-dovey couple that really didn't do anything to earn such spite. In fact, they were very subtle about everything and warranted no attention from the others. For the next 3 years, your education will consist of harsh training and scenarios to better enhance your heroic abilities. So go plus ultra and overcome everything we throw your way." A rather sadistic smile came across his face as he beckoned his students to come and take on the challenges set by him. The first physical test was nothing more than a 50-meter dash. Nothing strange or extraneous about it, but rather it was attached with a heavy disclaimer that placing last was a huge step in the direction of expulsion for these kids. First few students were easily able to get ahead in the scoreboard with their own ways of critical thinking. Iida was a given seeing as his legs were powered by engines built into them. His partner was Suyu, who managed a rather impressive time by leaping about 3 or 4 times across the whole distance. Ochako creatively reduced her own excess weight and even made herself slightly lighter with her quirk. Next up was another familiar face for Izuku from the exams. The eccentric French boy was wearing the same bulky belt around his midsection as before as he was paired with Mina for his first attempt. My fellow classmates, one must often think outside the box to achieve victory. He actually faced away from the finish line as his starting position. Before the start of his and his partner's attempt, a bit of an inner debate was going on inside Ashido's head. If she were to throw the race and score just low enough for Izuku to get a leg up above her, then it may have been possible. What made her stop such a train of thought was Izuku, who had guessed what it was she had been thinking to do. He took her by the arm and just shook his head with a small smile to put her at ease. It wasn't worth hurting his pride to let him have an easy out from all this. She still didn't like how things were going. The starting shot went off and it was a rather comical way he flew through the air by firing his beam and used the thrust to propel himself down the track. Mina simply skated at a faster pace by using her slick acid to simply glide to the finish line. Her partner landed on HI sand, went for a short tumble before he was able to pick himself back up and go for another leap through the air with the assistance of his quirk. He stopped just short of 5 seconds and turned to the others over what had caused him to stop and land like an idiot. "It starts to hurt if I fire for more than a second." Nobody cared or asked. With that out of the way, it was now Izuku's and Bakugo's turn on the track. They were both in their own headspace and were almost unaware there was somebody next to them during this event. Bakugo had an easy enough time of it and scored a time that was well under 4 seconds. Izuku wasn't as helpless as before thanks to some advice he received back at the beach he met All Might and Haru at. 9 days after the exams, young Midoriya, there is a critical point you must focus on in order to master one for all. That point of focus is. They all were back at the parking lot next to the guard railings overlooking the sand. Izuku was intent on listening while Haru was just paying enough attention to listen in. The feeling, as expected from someone as bright as All Might. While those two were self-involved, Haru almost blanched at the rather short-sighted explanation of it all. Izuku almost lost his limbs and that was the best he could do to help the boy? So when you use your quirk, what is the image you get inside your head? The gears began turning in his head as Izuku tried to find a close enough reference to how it felt to use his power. Like an egg. The quirk is like a microwave and I'm the egg. Okay. So with that, try to imagine lowering the wattage on the egg. Okay. I've heard enough. That is not a good way to think about it. Haru didn't want to sit by and let Izuku get hurt by a lack of information that even All Might was suffering from. They both looked at the man expectantly after he cut in to change the direction of the conversation. Your image reference is already a huge concern for me here. Do you know how hard it is to keep an egg from overcooking and popping inside a microwave, Izuku? Unreasonably difficult. It wasn't supposed to sound so combative, but Haru was reaching the limits of his patience with this whole thing as it was. The problem isn't the reference of the power. It's the object inside of the reference. Both Izuku and All Might probed Haru to explain further with their looks. The smaller and more liquefied the object is, the faster it heats up. Imagining your body as an egg is already a bad enough reference since it's not only small and viscous. That shell keeping it together is nothing short of a time bomb without exact monitoring and frequent stops to properly cook it that way. It wouldn't matter if it was low or high wattage, you would run into the same problem regardless. Therein lies the problem Haru had about this frame of reference for Izuku using his powers. The way that Izuku was thinking about it from the very start was likely going to get him injured again. Even with Recovery Girl as UA's school nurse, It wasn't exactly a comforting thought to let Izuku keep using this power without a way to ease into a more viable way he could use his power without pulverizing his bones. He dreaded how many more times Izuku was willing to let his body break had he not been here. So what should I do? I don't know what else to do. There really wasn't much of a frame of reference without much information at their disposal. All Might was even at a loss since he was pretty much good to go before he finally hit his stride with One for All. Each of them were letting their gears turn to find a possible alternative. It was just a few moments before Haru suddenly did a double take on All Might's skinny frame. The hero looked back questioningly at Haru's staring at his body. What is it? Why is it you transform rather than just use the quirk by itself? Why is it that you become so physically imposing before you can fight? Isn't it obvious? I need to do that or else my normal body will just fall apart at just one punch. Also, I can't let people know that this is what's left of there. Yeah, really sad. Izuku, what is it you do when you use your quirk? It was a rather rare breed of person that could be so intelligent and multifaceted, yet so socially belligerent to the point of being such an asshole like Haru was. He didn't even notice All Might's irritation with him as Izuku replied the best he could to the question posed to him. Well, I try and imagine. No, I mean literally. What are the physical reactions of your body when you throw a punch or kick? Oh, well, I first imagine the power going through me into the punch and then I release it. It was like a light bulb went off in Haru's head over the mystery as to why Izuku was constantly getting hurt as he was. The others were asking to be cued in when Haru suddenly grabbed All Might by the shoulder and pointed to him like that would explain everything. The answer was looking at us right in the face this whole time. Present time Izuku was leagues ahead where he was previously, as not there was the glimmer of hope that he was now able to use the quirk without immediately trying to hurt himself. It was barely anything, but now began his journey into utilizing his power rather than just being a fragile cannon barrel for its power. To everyone's surprise, the young Midoriya began to light up slightly with an almost aquamarine green-colored light. Looking back at the track, he was behind on the stopwatch, but taking off from the starting line was a speed no normal person was capable of. Behind Katsuki, he cleared the course in just under 5 seconds. After clearing his time and shutting off the quirk, he breathed a sigh of relief over his just manageable sprint time. He couldn't even wipe away the nervous sweat before he was immediately glomped by Mina and hounded by Ochako over his performance. What the heck was that? It was incredible. I didn't even know you could do that. When did you learn how to do that, Midoriya-san? He blushed from all the attention he was getting from some rather cute girls, only adding to the chagrin of a few of his fellow male classmates. He could only look back at the moment he and his mentors realized the right way to utilize One for All. 9 days after the exams, everybody except Izuku felt lost as to what Haru was referring to as their solution being obvious and All Might being that solution. What? How is that possible? What are you talking about, Haru-san? His smirk was the absolute definition of a shit-eating grin if ever there was one. He let All Might go as he further elaborated. What is it I do when I cook a steak? Remember carefully every step I take for this. In his head, the steps to make a good steak were already inundated in his memory after years of watching Haru cooking them right in front of him. Let's see: pan, butter, steak, baste, and then, oh, I see now. Only All Might felt a bit out of the loop as the reference was a bit lost on him. He didn't want to out himself, so he just remained silent as Izuku suddenly grasped the concept of what he needed to do to utilize One for All without hurting himself in the process. I was doing it wrong. Rather than just putting one part of my body at risk by just sending power to one part of my body, I need to protect it first with just a little bit of its power going through my entire body. The boy was able to recognize the flaw in the old way he was using his powers. He began to glow with a subtle but noticeable amount of green light all over himself. Haru and All Might couldn't be happier that this child was so quickly able to grasp the right idea. For now it meant that every time he needed to use his power, it wasn't going to result in him crippling himself immediately. It was the light that Izuku was reaching for after years of chasing. He had it in his hands. Now it was up to him to carry it through the dark and use that very light to push back whatever it was that lingered there. Present time. I guess I got kinda lucky. It was mostly because of my teachers that I was even able to get this far. Ochako was simply enamored that Izuku was clearly able to do all sorts of amazing things that weren't shown at the exams. She wondered what else he was capable of. Mina was just relieved that Izuku was now able to go about his business without having to worry about her better half getting himself badly injured. Plus it was only making him hotter in her eyes. Over at the other end of the track, the other students were rather impressed that this kid who was so meek-looking was able to pull off something they never knew he was capable of. To be fair, Izuku himself was just the same before he ran into the solution with All Might and Haru. Two students who were more impressed than the others were Kyoka and Momo, looking at the green boy with admiration that he made it this far. They were finding it easier to see what Mina saw in him as the time passed. Aizawa was intrigued that a boy like Izuku had made such a leap in just a few short weeks. By his observations, the boy lacked any sort of restraint on the power he had during the exams. Watching the aftermath was just the confirmation that his suspicions were correct at the time. None of that was here, and it showed in Izuku's current abilities. He smiled and could only speculate that this one was going to be an interesting student for the next 3 years and beyond. After period rounding the back of the basketball gym, Aizawa was greeted with the sight of All Might in his muscular form. Whatever it was that All Might wanted to speak to him about must have been important, since he was sacrificing his precious time to just come talk to him. Aizawa. Quite the spectacle there, rather harsh on the first years, are we? Turns out it wasn't as important as he thought. All Might. Guess you saw that just now. The harsh and lethargic teacher was referring to him committing to eliminating one of them when nobody was actually knocked off this year's freshman. So much stress for no payoff, as it were. At least the purple hairball kid could live to see another day at this school. Rational lying. You're the only one who filed paperwork for over 30 expulsions last year and stayed with no pay from the school for weeks to get all of them approved. You clearly have no shortage of commitment to get those you deem unworthy out of here. One of the newest regulations that was enforced by the new educational standards set by the school board was the new process of filing documentation and going through the office of approval at the center of the campus one at a time. Aizawa technically lost his job as there was no class for him to teach and would have to wait until next year till he could be reinstated. It didn't change the fact that as the one who had been the teacher of the class at the time of expulsion, he was the one who needed to follow up with all the bureaucracy to get the expulsion approved. That was weeks, if not months, of his life down the drain from all the filing, signing, and whatever other minute thing he needed to attend to for the students he kicked to stay out. He clearly didn't exile his own class out of boredom or laziness. Don't remind me. So much crap to wade through for something that should just be one piece of paper at best. Still, that kid must have caught your eye, Which one? Now All Might was put on the spot a little now that he was asked to point out the one he was referring to. Aizawa was still sharp as a tack, despite the whole tired look he had going for him. You're rather fond of that one kid, It was always like this whenever he and Aizawa interacted. The man enjoyed making people nervous by a small amount. Just enough to make them squirm a bit. The whole pronouns game was just another way he was probing All Might when he already knew who he was referring to. Well, seeing him go from almost killing himself to that was quite the surprise, almost like you had a hand in it. Now he was starting to get a little too close to the truth for comfort. But I've seen you teach, and I can say confidently that there was no way he got that way with your methods. There was nothing All Might could retort with, as it was his first year being a teacher and this was all new territory for him. What he said had quite a bit of truth at the center of it all. If he was the one training him, that is something I would believe. What? Did you say something, Aizawa-san? This was said under his breath, so All Might couldn't pick up on exactly what he said as he walked away. He said nothing to All Might as he was remembering something that was a hellish but critical experience that shaped him to be a hero who would never bend or break like he had before. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.